As well today, Academy Award-winning actress Jessica Lange is turning 73, and love story actor Ryan O'Neal celebrates 81. Meanwhile, Star Trek legend George Takei is 85 today, and I know how they can celebrate.
Yes, they can. That too. We'll celebrate for them. Some of us will.
Yes, exactly. Thanks for kicking off your Wednesday with Early Today. I'm Corey Coffin.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Coming up on Today, Hoda sits down for an exclusive wide-ranging interview with Prince Harry. Have a great one.
Breaking overnight, Arizona's tunnel wildfire is spreading fast and forcing evacuations as FEMA authorizes the use of federal funds.
Amid soaring inflation and tanking poll numbers, President Biden is hitting the road to talk up his bipartisan infrastructure law and plans to lower the exploding deficit.
A gruesome discovery in a New York City neighborhood. The body of a 51-year-old mother brutally killed and stuffed into a duffel bag. This morning, the new trail helping police.
The Russians are now focused on military strikes in eastern Ukraine as the U.S. readies even more military aid for Ukraine.
And a sneak peek at the Today exclusive interview with Prince Harry. A busy Wednesday ahead. Early Today starts right now.
Glad you could join us midweek. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Corey Coffin. We begin with Arizona's tunnel wildfire, now 0% contained and devouring more than 6,000 acres. The blaze, which is 14 miles northeast of Flagstaff, has prompted a state of emergency in Coconino County. FEMA has granted federal funds to assist the more than 200 firefighters battling the flames there. According to a county official, an estimated 766 households in that area are under evacuation orders. The Coconino County Sheriff said at least 24 structures have so far been lost and more than 250 are threatened.
The sustained high cost of food and gasoline are the latest hurdles that American families are grappling with. Yesterday, President Biden blamed those spikes on Russia's Vladimir Putin.
The second big reason for inflation is Vladimir Putin. Not a joke. Putin's invasion of Ukraine has driven up gas prices and food prices all over the world.
Mr. Biden is hitting the road this week touting his infrastructure law. And joining us now live from D.C. is Bree Jackson. Hi, Bree. Good morning.
Good morning, Frances. Yeah, President Biden hitting the road, pushing his infrastructure agenda across the country. Yesterday, he was in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, to talk about the bipartisan infrastructure law and investments made in the port city.
Every American, every child should be able to turn on a faucet, drink clean water, which will also create thousands of good-paying jobs for plumbers, pipe fitters, and the folks digging those channels. And by the way, thanks to the American Rescue Plan, New Hampshire has already seen $150 million being put into drinking water, wastewater, and storm sewer projects in this state as I speak.
This is Mr. Biden's second trip to New Hampshire as president and part of a renewed effort by the White House to focus on his domestic agenda. With midterms approaching later this year, things like the 40-year high inflation and ongoing supply chain delays are putting some bumps in the road. While prices at the pump reached an all-time high, Mr. Biden argued his actions to increase the oil supply are lowering prices.
Americans should already be seeing the savings. Although it's only gone down about 18 cents, the savings are starting.
Now, he's also directing federal agencies to use American steel and supplies for any new construction projects. On Thursday, President Biden will make a trip to Portland, and then on Friday, he'll be in Seattle for an Earth Day event. Frances?
A lot of worries here at home for them to address before those midterms. Bree, thank you.
The White House is also expected to announce another round of help for Ukraine. 3 U.S. officials tell NBC News this latest package is expected to be similar in size to the $800 million one announced last week. The leaders of UK and Canada also pledged Tuesday to send more artillery. NBC's Raf Sanchez joins us live from Lviv. And Raf, one of the areas in dire need of help is that besieged city of Mariupol. What can you tell us about the standoff still happening there?
Corey, the Russians have issued yet another deadline for the besieged defenders of Mariupol to surrender. It's in a couple of hours' time. But if the last week is anything to judge by, we expect that deadline to come and go without those troops raising the white flag over that steel plant that they're holed up in. The commander of a Ukrainian Marine unit inside that plant released a video overnight. He said his forces are outnumbered 10 to 1 and that there are hundreds of civilians sheltering inside that plant as Russia uses some of its absolute heaviest weapons to try to dislodge them. That fighting continues. We'll see how much longer those troops can hold out, given that they are perilously low on food, on ammunition. Ukraine's deputy prime minister says there has been some good news today from Mariupol. For the first time in several days, a humanitarian corridor will be open this afternoon, allowing at least some women and children to get out of that city. Corey?
Let's hope that corridor can remain safe. And Ref, I want to ask you, Russia has now confirmed that they've begun their new battle for the east. So what do we know about the state of their military there?
So they are throwing everything they've got at a 300-mile front in the east of Ukraine along the Donbass. President Zelensky overnight saying the United States and its allies have a moral duty to protect freedom. And by that, he means sending more weapons here to Ukraine to help them with the fight. He points out if his forces had the kind of sophisticated weaponry that the Russians have, this war would be over already. Now, the Ukrainian lines appear to be holding so far in the east. We'll see how much longer that can continue. We'll see whether that much-needed artillery that President Biden has promised will actually arrive in time to make a difference on the battlefield. The Pentagon assesses that the Russians have lost a quarter of their overall combat power. That means they have lost 1 in 4 of their troops, their tanks, their artillery, their aircraft, but they still have a huge advantage in numbers, and it will be a very difficult fight for the Ukrainians in the east. Corey?
Raf Sanchez reporting for us in Lviv. Raf, thank you.
The Department of Justice says it may appeal the district court decision to lift the federal mask mandate if the CDC says it's still needed to protect public health. However, the DOJ will not ask for a stay of the decision, meaning that most Americans can continue to travel maskless while the CDC considers their options. On Monday, U.S. District Court Judge Catherine Kimball Mizell ruled that the mask mandate was unlawful. Mizell was nominated to the federal bench in 2020 by then-President Trump. She had clerked for Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas from 2018 to 2019. But her lifetime appointment was controversial because the American Bar Association rated her as not qualified, citing her lack of experience. Because of her ruling, several airlines and many major cities have now made masks optional for travel. But the country's largest public transit system, the MTA here in New York City, is keeping its mandate in place for now.
It's one of the largest cash payouts involving the Catholic Church in the United States. The Diocese of Camden, which covers 6 counties in southern New Jersey, agreed to pay $87.5 million to settle clergy sex abuse claims. There were around 300 plaintiffs in the lawsuit. An attorney for some of the survivors say that the alleged abuse took place between the 1950s and 1990s. In a statement, Bishop Dennis Sullivan apologized to those affected by sexual abuse in the diocese, pledging to ensure that this, quote, terrible chapter doesn't happen again.
Actor Johnny Depp says he is, quote, not some maniac. He took the stand in his defamation trial against ex-wife Amber Heard. Here's NBC's Dan Sheneman with the latest.
Your Honor, we call Mr. John C. Depp.
Johnny Depp on the witness stand in his civil suit against ex-wife Amber Heard.
Good afternoon.
When asked about the early days of their relationship, Depp said Amber Heard seemed too good to be true.
She was attentive, she was loving, she was smart.
More than a year and a half after the relationship began, Depp says everything changed.
She had become another person almost.
Depp is suing his former wife for defamation because of an essay Heard wrote for the Washington Post in 2018. In it, she called herself, quote, a public figure representing domestic abuse. She never mentioned Depp's name, but the actor's attorneys argue the piece indirectly referred to allegations made against Depp during their 2016 divorce. Heard was granted a protective order after she claimed Depp hit her in the face with a cell phone. Depp, the star of the Pirates of the Caribbean films, denies ever physically abusing Heard.
But never did I myself reach the point of striking Ms. Heard in any way.
The trial is expected to last several more weeks. Dan Sheneman, NBC News.
Well, another unseasonably chilly morning here in the Northeast. Let's bring in NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns joining us now. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. We're happy to get rid of that rain and snowstorm. And by the way, we still have 200,000 people without power in Pennsylvania and New York State because of that snowstorm. Highest snow total I saw was 18 inches in upstate New York. Ridiculous. So what we're left with behind that storm system is a cold air mass. It's a chilly morning. We have 26 million people in freeze warnings or frost advisories. So hopefully everyone covered things up last night. Temperatures haven't been like really cold. Right now in many of the major cities, they're holding above freezing. We're at 32 in Charleston, West Virginia, 34 in Detroit. We're at 37 in Raleigh. So most of the cities are above, but I'm sure some of the suburbs are down there right near that freezing mark. And as we go through this afternoon, it's still a chilly air mass. Temperatures are going to be in the 40s and 50s throughout this region. At least we'll be melting some of that snow in areas of the Northeast. And then tomorrow is kind of an average day, but here's the best news. Towards the end of the week and towards the weekend, some areas that saw snow, like Pittsburgh, you'll be in the 80s. That's a look at your national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. So temperatures at least will warm up with the sunshine into the 50s in most cases, upper 40s in northern New England. We will see a new storm system bring in some windy conditions, warm conditions in West Texas, and that fire danger is high. We're going to track some severe weather over the next 2 days. Not a huge outbreak, but I'll let you know who's at risk coming up.
All right, we'll check in with you in a bit. Thank you, Bill. Today is the dopiest day of the year. Look at the date. It's 420, an unofficial holiday to celebrate all things marijuana. Tonight at midnight, legal weed sales in New Jersey are set to begin. Anyone 21 and over can purchase cannabis and related products for recreational use. Meanwhile, there are plenty of deals and discounts to satisfy your munchies. Jimmy John's is discounting its subs based on how high you are. TGI Friday is offering a Blaze and Glaze bundle via Uber Eats. And Wingstop has 420-inspired glazed wings.
How do you determine how high you are? All right, stocks soar, Netflix tanks, and the latest details on the murder mob case from Queens. We're back in a minute.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
Let's go. The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
We're celebrating greatness, redefining what it means to be a family.
They say it takes a village, and you guys actually have created your own village.
We are ready. We got a little spring in our step.
Spring!
This is quite the spring break crowd.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Wall Street is shaking off a slow start to the week. The Dow jumped nearly 500 points and the Nasdaq was up about 2% amid one of the busiest weeks of earnings season. But Nasdaq futures are pointing to dip at the open due to one tech giant.
For the first time in over a decade, Netflix is losing viewers. The streaming giant reported a loss of 200,000 subscribers during the first quarter, sending stocks into a tailspin. Shares are down over 25% in after-hours trading. During its earnings report, the company warned of more trouble ahead, blaming increased competition, password sharing, and inflation. To stop the hemorrhaging, co-CEO Reed Hastings suggested two ideas, once unthinkable for the company. He said Netflix is exploring a new lower-priced plan that would be supported supported with ads. Company also warned of a global crackdown on password sharing, hinting that it could eventually charge more users who share their account.
Police in New York are investigating the gruesome murder of a Queens mother of two. Police sources told our New York station WNBC the woman was stabbed nearly 60 times and her remains were stuffed in a duffel bag. Authorities say they have identified a person of interest and several other suspects in the case. This is a reward for information has now been upped. NBC's Zincle Esimwa has more.
The hunt for the killer in a Queens, New York murder continues. Now, law enforcement offering an up to $3,500 reward for information on the case. Surveillance video shows a shadowy figure rolling a duffel bag in darkness. Police say inside that bag, the remains of 51-year-old Orshaya Gall.
What were your immediate feelings when you heard what happened, especially given how brutal it was?
It's a shame.
Yeah.
So sad.
And it's a beautiful neighborhood, but this is like very shocking that happening here.
Now, multiple law enforcement sources say they've identified yet to be named persons of interest in her brutal homicide who likely had access to the house, and they're looking into several potential suspects. Detectives interviewing those who knew Gall and investigating forensic evidence, including a trail of blood.
Police say the crime started here at the Juno Street house of Gall, a mother of two.
Her husband, Howard Klein, and eldest son were away Friday for a college visit, according to police. Her husband posting in a now deleted tweet that the pair were traveling.
Law enforcement then say Gall was stabbed at least 58 times, with additional injuries likely from self-defense. The suspect then put Gall's remains in a duffel bag and allegedly rolled it half a mile away from her home to this area where her remains were found.
Police sources telling NBC New York the killer then sent Gall's husband a threatening text from her phone around 5 a.m. on Saturday. WPIX reporting that text saying, quote, "Your whole family is next." Hours later, police say somebody found the duffel bag and called 911. Authorities following the trail of blood to Gall's home, where they say they made an emergency entry, found blood, and her 13-year-old son on the top floor.
It's heartbreaking. Heartbreaking.
Gall, often pictured with her dog, now remembered by her neighbors like Mike Baker. He says he'd see her out with her dog regularly.
Closer to home is the part that is really shocking. I mean, we're about 200 feet away. And to know that that kind of thing happened.
That shock rippling online as friends remember her, one saying, "We were just on the phone together just days ago speaking about colleges. My heart is broken." As her community attempts to piece a sense of safety back together.
Do you feel safe here?
It's just different.
Yeah, we don't know
different
what
kind of
happened
safe.
yet,
We don't know
you
what
know.
happened.
And our thanks to Zincle Esimwa for that report.
All right, coming up after a quick break, more trouble for Ezra Miller as the Flash actor runs into police again in Hawaii.
And viewers burn for more Bridgerton, the new milestone for Netflix hit show.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
We're celebrating greatness, redefining what it means to be a family.
They say it takes a village, and you guys actually have created your own village.
We are ready, ready, ready. We got a little spring in our step.
Spring!
This is quite the spring break crowd.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
I'm nearly certain every last one of my brothers and sisters secretly despise me. My own mother at that, despite the fact I've lived the better part of my life for them. And yet still, all I find myself thinking about, all I find myself being able to breathe for, is you.
Well, the second season of Bridgerton has officially knocked its first season out of the #1 slot for Netflix's most popular English-language TV series of all time. It reached over 627 million hours viewed since its March 25th launch.
I believe it, and I love that I've gone this far with only seeing one episode of the second season with no spoilers, so hope to keep it that way. Actor Ezra Miller was arrested for the second time in 3 weeks in Hawaii. Police say Miller threw a chair after being asked to leave a get-together. The chair then hit a woman in the forehead. Miller was arrested for second-degree assault and released pending further investigation. In March, the actor was charged with disorderly conduct and ordered to pay a $500 fine after an incident in a karaoke bar in Hawaii.
Coming up, Bill is tracking some wet weather about to hit the Midwest next.
Plus, the Prince and Hoda. A preview of today's exclusive interview with Prince Harry.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
Let's go. The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
We're celebrating greatness, redefining what it means to be a family.
They say it takes a village, and you guys actually have created your own village.
We are ready, ready, ready. We got a little spring in our step.
Spring!
This is quite the spring break crowd.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Early Today. For the last couple of days, we've had a break from tracking severe weather. That will change later on this evening. Not a huge outbreak anticipated, but we will see some thunderstorms capable of very large hail in areas from Oklahoma City to Tulsa to McAllister. Mostly Oklahoma, a little area of Missouri at risk, and also northern Arkansas. And then tomorrow, our slight risk area switches a little to the north into the heart of Kansas, from Wichita all the way back up to Manhattan and Salina, heading towards Kansas City, including the Topeka area. Again, mostly large hail will be the threat, not too many tornadoes. So, yeah, we're heading towards the peak of severe weather season, so this is what we expect.
All right, Bill, thank you. A new must-hear study for anyone who suffers from headaches from time to time. We'll be right back.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
Let's go. The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
We're celebrating greatness, redefining what it means to be a family.
They say it takes a village, and you guys actually have created your own village.
We are ready. We got a little spring in our step.
Spring! This is quite the spring break crowd.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
On this day in 1971, the Supreme Court ruled in favor of busing to help desegregate schools. After Brown versus the Board of Ed, schools were still very segregated because of the demographics in a city or town. But the NAACP challenged a school board in North Carolina to help diversify schools, and the High Court ruling in their favor.
On this day in 1999, tragedy struck in Colorado. 2 students shot and killed 12 classmates and 1 teacher at Columbine High School before taking their own lives. At this time, the massacre was the deadliest high school shooting in U.S. history.
And today marks 12 years since the Deepwater Horizon explosion. The blast on the oil platform killed 11 workers and spewed an estimated 200 million gallons of crude into the Gulf of Mexico. It took crews 3 months to cap the leak. According to BP, the company and its drilling partners have spent an estimated $71 billion cleaning up the environmental disaster.
A trolling culture war is raging on against the LGBTQ+ community, and experts say it's due in part to the recent wave of Don't Say Gay bills and other measures at the state level. The most prominent slur used online toward the community is grooming. Recent data from the social media platform Reddit, analyzed by an assistant professor at New York's Binghamton University, found about 100% surge since the beginning of the year in discussion of grooming in conjunction with various LGBTQ+ slurs.
It could be more than just worry or problems behind your headache these days. There is new data published in the Journal of Headache and Pain that found that 50% of people worldwide suffer from actual headache disorders. Researchers out of Norway reviewed 357 publications from 1961 to 2020 and found 52% of people worldwide have experienced a headache disorder in the past year. The researchers estimate that on any given day, nearly 16% of people worldwide have a headache. The data also found females had more headaches than males.
Well, Prince Harry was at the 5th Invictus Games, such as a sporting event for sick and injured veterans. He sat down with today's Hoda Kotb for an exclusive U.S. broadcast interview. In the interview, he opens up about living in California and his recent visit with his grandmother, Queen Elizabeth II.
Being with her, it was great. It was just so nice to see her. You know, she's on great form. She's always got a great sense of humour with me, and I'm just making sure that she's, you know, protected and got the right people around.
Well, you make her laugh. That's what she always says. Did you do it again?
Yes, yeah, I did. Both Meghan and I had tea with her, so it was really nice to catch up with her.
And you can catch more of Hoda's interview with Prince Harry later this morning on Today. We want to thank you for starting your Wednesday with Early Today. I'm Corey Coffin.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great day. See you here tomorrow. New this morning, China says it will increase strategic ties with Russia as Moscow launches a new phase of the war in eastern Ukraine.
Mass confusion spreading from coast to coast, and now the Justice Department says they'll appeal the decision by a federal judge if the CDC approves it.
Breaking overnight, Arizona's so-called tunnel wildfire is spreading fast, forcing evacuations as FEMA authorizes use of federal funds.
The frightening home burglary all caught on camera that unfolded as a man watched from his bathroom while talking to the 911 operator.
And we hear from embattled actor Johnny Depp as he takes the stand at the defamation trial against his ex-wife Amber Heard. Early Today starts right now. Thank you for being with us midweek. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Corey Coffin. It is day 56 of Russia's brutal war in Ukraine. The U.S. is expected to send more help soon. 3 U.S. officials tell NBC News this package is expected to be similar in size to the $800 million one announced last week. Leaders of the U.K. and Canada also pledged Tuesday to send more artillery without giving specific details. NBC's Raf Sanchez joins us now live from Lviv this morning. And Raf, these new weapons could not come soon enough as Russia escalates its attacks in the east.
Corey, that's right. President Zelensky says the U.S. and its NATO allies have a moral duty to help protect freedom here in Ukraine. And he points out that if his forces had the kind of sophisticated weaponry that the Russians do, this war would be over already. Now, his call for new weapons comes as Ukraine faces Russian forces along that very long new front all across the east of this country. Ukrainian lines appear to be holding so far, but they say they need more weapons. President Biden is pledging more artillery, but it is not clear whether that artillery will arrive in time to make a difference on the battlefield. Now, the Pentagon says it assesses the Russians have lost a quarter of their overall combat power. That means 1 in 4 of their troops, their tanks, their artillery, and their aircraft are no longer available to them, but they still have an enormous numerical advantage as they go up against the Ukrainians in the east. And the British Defense Ministry saying today the Russians may be bringing more forces still to come. They expect Russia to concentrate its airstrikes in the east going forward. But these missile strikes here in Lviv and in Kyiv and in other cities across the center and west of Ukraine are a reminder that the Russians are capable of striking everywhere and will do so to try to disrupt the flow of arms going to the east. Corey?
Yeah, and Raf, I want to talk about Mariupol as well. What do we know about the Ukrainian forces there still holding on to that battered city?
Still holding on. The Russians have issued yet another deadline for them to surrender. It's in a couple of hours' time, but if what's happened over the last week is anything to judge by, we expect that deadline will come and go without the white flag being raised over that steel plant where they are holed up. The commander of one of the Ukrainian units inside that steel plant says his forces are outnumbered 10-1. He said there are hundreds of civilians sheltering with him. He says they won't surrender, but they are pleading for extraction to a third country. Corey?
We hope that extraction can happen safely. Raf, thank you.
The rising cost of food and gasoline is the latest hurdle American families are grappling with. Yesterday, President Biden blamed those spikes on Russia's Vladimir Putin.
The second big reason for inflation is Vladimir Putin. Not a joke. Putin's invasion of Ukraine has driven up gas prices and food prices all over the world.
And the president is hitting the road this week touting his infrastructure law. Joining us live from D.C. is Bree Jackson. Hi, Bree. Good morning.
Good morning, Francis. Yeah, President Biden hitting the road and pushing his infrastructure agenda across the country. Yesterday, he was in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, to talk about the bipartisan infrastructure law and investments made in the port city.
Every American, every child should be able to turn on a faucet, drink clean water, which will also create thousands of good-paying jobs for plumbers, pipe fitters, and the folks digging those channels. And by the way, thanks to the American Rescue Plan, New Hampshire has already seen $150 million being put into drinking water, wastewater, and storm sewer projects in this state as I speak.
This is Mr. Biden's second trip to New Hampshire as president and part of a renewed effort by the White House to focus on his domestic agenda. With midterms approaching later this year, things like the 40-year high inflation and ongoing supply chain delays are putting some bumps in the road. While prices at the pump reached an all-time high, Mr. Biden argued his actions to increase the oil supply are lowering prices.
Americans should already be seeing the savings. Although it's only gone down about 18 cents, the savings are starting.
And he's also directing federal agencies to use American steel and supplies for any new construction projects. On Thursday, President Biden will make a stop in Portland, and on Friday, he'll be in Seattle for an Earth Day event. Francis?
I see if they could curb that growing list of worries for so many Americans ahead of those midterms. Bree, thank you.
Breaking overnight, Arizona's rapidly spreading tunnel fire is currently 0% contained and has decimated more than 6,000 acres. The blaze, just 14 miles northeast of Flagstaff, prompted an emergency declaration for Coconino County. FEMA has granted federal funds for Arizona to help combat the fire, where more than 200 firefighters are battling those blazes. Now, according to county officials, an estimated 766 households in that area are under evacuation orders. The Coconino County Sheriff also said at least 24 structures have been lost so far, and another 250 are being threatened.
The Department of Justice says it may appeal the district court decision to lift the federal mask mandate if the CDC says it's still needed to protect public health. However, the DOJ will not ask for a stay of the decision, meaning that most Americans can continue to travel maskless while their CDC considers their options. On Monday, U.S. District Court Judge Catherine Kimball Mizell ruled that the mask mandate was unlawful. Mizell was nominated to the federal bench in 2020 by then-President Trump. She had clerked for Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas from 2018 to 2019. But her lifetime appointment was controversial because the American Bar Association rated her as not qualified, citing her lack of experience. Because of her ruling, several airlines and many major cities have now made masks optional for travel. But the country's largest public transit system, the MTA in New York City, is keeping its mandate in place for now.
Johnny Depp says he is, quote, not some maniac. The actor took the stand on Tuesday in his defamation trial against ex-wife Amber Heard. Depp alleges that he was defamed by a 2018 essay, which Heard wrote, in which she said that she, quote, became a public figure representing domestic abuse. While the article doesn't mention Depp by name, lawyers argue it indirectly refers to allegations against him. In his 3-hour testimony, Depp denied hitting his ex-wife.
Never did I myself reach the point of striking Ms. Heard in any way. It's very strange when one day you're Cinderella, so to speak, and then in 0.6 seconds you're Quasimodo.
Depp will be back on the stand today. The trial expected to last several more weeks.
Actor Ezra Miller was arrested for the second time in 3 weeks in Hawaii. Police say Miller threw a chair after being asked to leave a get-together. The chair hit a woman in the forehead. Miller was arrested for second-degree assault and released pending further investigation. In March, the actor was charged with disorderly conduct and ordered to pay a $500 fine after an incident in a karaoke bar in Hawaii.
The NBA has fined Kyrie Irving $50,000 after the Brooklyn Nets star flipped off Celtics fans during Sunday's Game 1 loss. The league says Irving, who played 2 seasons with the Celtics, also directed profane language toward the spectators during the game. Boston hosts the Nets for Game 2 tonight.
Let's turn to your midweek weather and NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns to see what's in store, especially when warm-up is on the way for some of us who've had some pretty frigid and snow, too. Frigid temperatures and snow.
Yeah, we want to melt that snow and do it in a hurry, too. We still have 200,000 people without power in New York and also Pennsylvania because of that snow event yesterday. Highest total I saw was 18 inches in the Adirondacks of New York. That's ridiculous. That's the biggest snowstorm of the year that they had. So what's in its wake? Still a very cold air mass. We have 26 million people that are in freeze warnings or frost advisories. It's going to warm up when the sun comes up here pretty quickly. Then we'll melt some of the snow. But still for April, and this time of April, it's a little bit chilly today. A lot of temperatures right now. We're in the 32 to 30 degree range, so you want the heavier coat. This afternoon, we get up into the 40s and low 50s, so in some cases, you may want to carry that coat home. That's a look at your national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. So the sun will make things feel a lot better today than yesterday. Still a little breezy in Boston to Portland up through areas of Maine, but the temperatures themselves will get into the upper 40s to low 50s. And then tomorrow and today, dangerous weather in the southern plains. Yeah, we have fire weather concerns in the plains and also severe weather concerns. I'll talk about that coming up.
Gosh, there's so much to consider here, from snow to fire danger. Thank you so much, Bill. All right, coming up on Early Today, a college is ordered to pay a professor $400,000 in a settlement over a student's preferred pronouns.
Plus, the burglary caught on camera while the homeowner was still in the house watching and talking to 911.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
New on NBCNews.com, an Ohio University professor won a $400,000 settlement after the school rebuked him for not using a trans student's preferred pronouns. Nicholas Merriweather of Shawnee State University is an evangelical Christian. He got a written warning after referring to a trans woman student as sir and refusing to use correct pronouns. He sued on First Amendment grounds and ultimately won in federal court. The university agreed to pay compensation, and he is no longer required to use preferred pronouns.
A Hollywood Hills homeowner is telling his story this morning after his home was burglarized by several suspects while he was there. The man says that he watched the whole thing unfold from his bathroom while on the phone with 911. NBC's Isa Gutierrez has the story.
Imagine watching a burglary in your home while you're hiding in the other room. It's what a Los Angeles man says happened to him Sunday night. Home security cameras catching the moment a group of masked men break into his house.
I heard some thumping and stuff going on, and I thought maybe a raccoon or something was in my house. So I checked the security cameras, and my dogs were barking, and I was watching TV. It was very evident that someone was home. And I looked on the security camera, and there happened to be one guy with a mask on sticking his head in my door and putting carpet in the door to keep it open.
The Hollywood Hills homeowner, who asked to keep his name and address private for safety reasons, telling NBC LA he was in the bathroom watching the whole thing play out. He called 911.
They stayed with me on the phone, and they sent a bunch of police, but these guys were in my house for 7 to 10 minutes. They completely ripped that part of the house apart, as well as what's in the garage. They ripped the laundry room apart.
At one point, he says the burglars were just on the other side of the wall from him as he tried to stay quiet until help arrived.
I stuck my head out of the bathroom through my living room. They saw me, and they came flying out the door.
The Los Angeles Police Department telling NBC News the video helped them identify 2 of the 4 suspects. The other 2 are still at large. It's all part of a wave of brazen crimes in the area caught on camera. Police recently investigating videos of follow-home robberies in the city. Incidents where thieves target, follow, assault, and steal from victims, often coming home from high-end shopping districts.
They tried to rob me and my child in the alley.
According to an LAPD spokesperson, robberies in Los Angeles this year are up 17.5% from the same time last year. A 2021 LAPD crime report showing that violent crime is also on the rise, up almost 4% from 2020 to 2021, although it's still much lower than a few decades ago.
Home video, even cameras, that kind of a thing certainly have helped law enforcement be able to identify people.
How common is it for a homeowner or for a person to actually be home when something like this happens?
Yeah, it's a very low percentage. When it's occupied, it's so much more dangerous for the person in the residence.
I always thought that my life was going to be peaceful for the rest of my life up here. Last night I thought maybe it's time for me to leave Los Angeles.
Ooh, that video is chilling. Thanks to Isa Gutierrez for that report.
Right after a quick break, bad news for everyone on their parents' Netflix account or your friends. The company could crack down on password sharing after its first subscriber loss in over a decade. The huge impact on the stock.
And going to bat for the history books, the women blazing new trails in baseball.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
Let's go. The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
We're celebrating greatness, redefining what it means to be a family.
They say it takes a village, and you guys actually have created your own village.
We are ready. We got a little spring in our step.
Spring!
This is quite the spring break crowd.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Wall Street is shaking off a slow start to the week. The Dow jumped nearly 500 points and the Nasdaq was up about 2% amid one of the busiest weeks of the earnings season. Though Nasdaq futures are pointing to a bit of a dip at the open due to one tech giant.
Netflix stock was sent into a tailspin. Shares are down over 25% in after-hour trading. The streaming giant reported a loss of 200,000 subscribers during the first quarter. CNBC's Karen Cho joins us now with what this could mean for Netflix and also the future of streaming. Hi, Karen. Good morning.
Francis, Corey, good morning to you both. Well, we're fast seeing Netflix become a widowmaker's trade in 2022 as the stock has been down 42% so far year to date, even before we start to factor in the after-hours trade where the stock has cratered 25%. So we're bracing for a sell-off today. It's already taken place in the Frankfurt listing, and shares in some of the rival streamers also under pressure this morning, so watching out for that on Wall Street. But just through those subscriber numbers, they were disappointing. The loss of 200,000 paid subscribers in the first quarter. This is the first time in 10 years that Netflix has lost subscribers in a quarter, and there are more losses anticipated in the second quarter, where the company is estimating 2 million subscribers could be lost. If you think about what's going on here, the company blames some password sharing. Don't forget that's been rampant, where users have been handing out login details, passwords to friends and family. But the company's turned a blind eye for many years, trying to get users hooked on the subscription service. But now we are seeing more penetration in the United States and Canada, and that there are rival services that are growing. So the company will now crack down on that, charging accounts more when there's password sharing. That is something they've tried in some of the emerging markets. And of course, there are question marks as to whether we've gone peak cost. So Netflix may consider offering ads in a lower priced service down the track. But of course, what happens with content is king here. The company expected to pull back on some of that spending as well. Francis and Corey, back to you.
What if that means like less quality stuff that we're going to watch out there? All right, we will be watching, and I mean more than just our Netflix,
That's right.
watch list. All right, thanks, Karen.
There's just too much to choose from. That's part of the problem. All right, there is one Netflix show that has millions of viewers hooked. We'll tell you which one after the break.
And check your freezer. It may have a hazardous part that's just been recalled.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The second season of Bridgerton has officially knocked its first season out of the #1 slot on Netflix's most popular English language TV series of all time. It reached over 627 million hours viewed since its launch on March 25th.
Bill, I have a theory as to why this is. We're going to bring in Bill Cairns now for the check of the weather. It's because there's so many beautiful blooms and nobody has been able to experience spring yet.
Yes, people are still waiting to see their grass in some areas of the country. But the severe weather threat is going to be the story as we go throughout the next couple days. The storm hazard, we're not worried too much about tornadoes. It's mostly going to be large hail threat from Oklahoma City to Tulsa and McAllister today. This will be less as we head towards the evening hours. And then tomorrow we take that threat into areas of Kansas, including Kansas City and Wichita. We'll be right back.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
All right, check on your refrigerator. Is it running? If it's made by GE, we have a consumer warning for you. The company is recalling over 150,000 stainless steel French door style refrigerators manufactured from February of 2020 to August of 2021 due to loose freezer drawer handles. According to the Consumer Product Safety Commission, 37 injuries have been reported due to the hazard. Consumers are encouraged to call the number on the screen to determine if their refrigerator model is included in the recall and to schedule at-home maintenance repairs.
A group of trailblazing women are stepping up to the plate, leading the way for girls and women dreaming of a career in pro baseball. Here's Katie Beck.
Good job, guys. Thank you. For girls who love baseball, the field of their dreams is opening up.
Don't let people tell you what you can't do.
More females finding the sky their new limit.
I can't hear you.
Who better to advise the next generation than Miami Marlins general manager Kim Ng, the first female GM of a major league team.
By you doing what you guys do, which is playing baseball, when a lot of people are telling you shouldn't or you can't, you're examples for others.
This month, Major League Baseball organizing an event for girls who play the game called the Trailblazers Series.
I want to play in the Major Leagues MLB, but I don't really care if I'm the first or even the last. I just want to play.
While women still make up only a small fraction of front office and coaching staffs, there are promising signs of progress. Last week, the Giants' Alyssa Nakken became the first woman to coach on field in a major league game. Kelsey Whitmore signed with an Atlantic League team as a player. And manager Rachel Balkovitz on a winning streak with her minor league Tampa Tarpons. She's the first woman to hold the job.
There's definitely the outlier.
I spoke with her back in 2020 after she became the Yankees' first female minor league hitting coach.
My end goal really is to impact and empower as many people as possible.
Women stepping up to the plate, promoting a more inclusive playing field. Katie Beck, NBC News.
All right, it's 4:20, time to celebrate people's birthdays on this Wednesday morning. Blossom actor Joey Lawrence is 46. Baywatch star Carmen Electra turns 50 years old, and actor Crispin Glover from Back to the Future is 58.
Batman and Black Panther actor Andy Serkis is 58 as well today. Academy Award-winning actress Jessica Lange is turning 73, and Love Story actor Ryan O'Neal celebrates 81. Meanwhile, Star Trek legend George Takei is 85 today, and I know how they can celebrate.
Yes, they can. That too. We'll celebrate for them. Some of us will.
Yes, exactly. Thanks for kicking off your Wednesday with Early Today. I'm Corey Hoffman.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Coming up on Today, Hoda sits down for an exclusive wide-ranging interview with Prince Harry. Have a great one.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, to mask or not to mask? That is the question a lot of Americans are asking this morning. Major airlines have officially dropped their mask mandates, but some cities are still requiring people to mask up. This as the Justice Department considers a legal battle to bring the mandate back as COVID cases rise nationwide. Extremely severe. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says the situation is growing worse and worse by the day in the city of Mariupol. People have been without food, water, and basic supplies for weeks now. The military fight to keep the city in the hands of Ukrainians and the new help the U.S. could send soon. Get your banned books here. As more books are taken off library shelves across the country, the nation's second largest public library system is doing the opposite, making sure anyone, anywhere can read them. We'll tell you how the program works. And in his own words, Prince Harry speaks to our Hoda Kotb about returning to the UK with wife Meghan Markle for the first time since their split with the royal family and his visit with the Queen.
Being with her, it was great. It was just so nice to see her. Meghan and I had tea with her, so it was really nice to catch up with her.
How Harry is adjusting to life in the States and where things stand between him and his royal relatives today. That is a conversation I know a lot of us are looking forward to hearing that we'll bring you this hour. We begin, though, this morning with the fallout from that ruling by a judge in Florida to overturn the federal mask mandate on public transportation.
The Justice Department is preparing to appeal the decision if the CDC determines masks are still necessary to protect public health. But for now, masks are optional on most airlines and forms of mass transit across the country. Some cities like New York are keeping mask mandates in place for its public transportation system. That includes subways and taxis. Well, Philadelphia is still requiring masks in all indoor settings. The different rules are creating all types of confusion for people across the country. Some are cheering the end of the mask mandates. Others are concerned about what may come next in the fight against COVID as numbers rise across the country.
I think it's too soon to drop it, personally.
I, on the other hand, am super glad that the mask mandate is dropped.
I think that you're in a confined space, and it's still, the variant is still really strong, and I don't want to get sick, so I'm going to be wearing a mask.
A lot of opinions, even among people who know each other. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins us now from a metro stop in Washington, D.C. Gary, good morning to you. So quickly, walk us through what are the guidelines for masks where you are in Washington?
Hey there, Joe. Yeah, there is no citywide mask mandate here in Washington, D.C. There's no vaccine mandate here in Washington, D.C. You could walk into the metro, no problem, no mask. You could walk into a pharmacy with no mask or no vaccine needed. But that's not the case everywhere, even just around the East Coast. Up in New York City, there's no indoor mask mandate. But to get on the MTA, to get on a bus or a subway in New York City, you do need a mask. But in Philadelphia, it's just the opposite. You can walk around on the SEPTA. You can get on to the public transportation there without a mask, but you have an indoor mask mandate in Philadelphia. And this all comes as all these cities are doing different things. But 31 states and Washington, D.C. are seeing an increase in COVID cases nationwide. So you're seeing cities making a variety of decisions here as COVID continues on.
Yeah, I mean, Gary, what is the reaction to all this from travelers, from commuters across the country? Are they happy the masks are gone? Are they anxious?
Yeah, I traveled actually from here in Washington, D.C. down to Atlanta and back to D.C. on a plane yesterday just to see what the experience was like, who was wearing a mask, who wasn't. Well, I'll tell you, when I left D.C., only about a handful of people were unmasked. But when I got back down to Atlanta, there was about half the airport, half the nation's busiest airport was unmasked. So everyone is doing something a little bit different. Here's what some folks we talked to yesterday had to say.
I think it's a little premature. Working in the health field, I think we're seeing a lot of spikes in the variants, especially in Chicago, where I'm from. We're seeing a lot of issues.
I'm not worried about it. I've had COVID. I've been vaxxed. I've been boosted.
I got underlying conditions, so I have to wear a mask. And my wife, she's going to wear a mask regardless. I think she wears a mask a bit.
Now, one thing I heard from everyone that I talked to that was happy the masks were coming off was the importance of freedom of choice. They're thrilled that they can now make a decision to wear a mask if they want to.
Also interesting to hear some of the regional differences there, Gary. So what is the Biden administration's plan here? Do we think they are going to appeal the ruling made by this judge in Florida?
Yeah, so the Biden administration has said that they're following the science. They've said this throughout the entire pandemic, and that's something that they say they continue to do. The DOJ says they're not happy with the Florida district judge ruling on this CDC mandate, but that they're only going to appeal if the CDC says that they believe the guidance should continue to be upheld. So they're continuing to follow the science. Joe?
All right, Gary Grumbach, thank you so much.
Let's now bring in Dr. Bob Lahita for more on this. He's a professor at the Hackensack Meridian Medical School and director of the Institute for Autoimmune and Rheumatic Diseases at St. Joseph Health, also the author of Immunity Strong. Dr. Lahita, always great to have you with us. So do you think now's the right time to be ending the mask mandate on public transportation? What's your opinion on this? And then also, do you think that, as Gary was just explaining, the CDC has to make this case in order for the Biden administration to appeal? Do you think they're going to be able to do so?
Well, cases are going up, Savannah, and that is our concern. The scientific data right now suggests that in all likelihood, you could probably drop the mask if you are riding an airplane, for example, because of the air filtration and the good nature of the HEPA filter. But still, those who are at risk, those with immunosuppression, those who have autoimmune diseases or cancer chemotherapy are at great risk to be infected. And then we have the vaccinated versus the unvaccinated. And you have the mask versus the unmasked. And then you have the kind of mask you're wearing, whether you're wearing an N95 or a KN95 or an N94, and the list goes on and on. So I don't think the politicians or the judicial people should make the decision here. It should be the scientists. It should be the CDC, Savannah.
So, Doctor, you mentioned the fact that these planes have these good air filtration systems. So for somebody who is making this decision right now themselves when they're on an airplane, since that's what the rule is right now, who does want to mask up, is concerned about COVID exposure, but maybe there's a lot of other people on the plane who are not wearing a mask, what should they know right now about the risk?
Well, the risk is about 54% that if somebody is in the plane and they're close to you and they have, whether they have symptoms or not, but they are infected, you're going to get infected. Now, the good news is the BA.2 variant only causes upper respiratory symptoms as a rule. So it's not as deadly as the Delta was. However, we have the option of having a new variant pop up, especially with 33 states having increased numbers. So if a new variant pops up, we're going to be very surprised, and a lot of people are going to be very, very sick.
And doctor, do you think that this could impact the case numbers that we're seeing, people having masks off on planes? And if we do see a spike, I know cases are already going up, but if it seems related to this, do you think it could mean that we see local officials start to reintroduce mask mandates?
Well, I think that is a likelihood, Savannah, and that is going to be a problem because once you let the horses out of the barn, as it were, it's going to be tough to round them up and get them back in the barn. So we're telling people, oh, okay, you can drop the mask mandate right now. You can drop the mask wearing, I should say, but you're still going to have that possibility of having everybody mask up again if the numbers spike and people start winding up in hospital emergency rooms. That's the numbers that we look at. Not people at home who self-test and never report themselves.
All right, Dr. Bob Lahita, always great to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Savannah.
Now to the latest from Ukraine. NBC News has learned the Biden administration is preparing to announce another substantial military aid package this week. According to 3 U.S. officials, the package is expected to be similar in size to the $800 million one the White House announced just last week. The news comes as Russia has launched an all-out assault on eastern Ukraine. And this morning, Ukraine says it will open a humanitarian corridor to evacuate women, children, and the elderly from what's left of the besieged city of Mariupol. We're joined now by NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez in Lviv and NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee. Carol, let's start with you. What else do we know about this new aid package, and how quickly could these resources get to Ukraine's military as the fighting there intensifies?
Well, what's remarkable about this package, Joe, is just how soon it's coming on the heels of another really large package that the White House announced last week. And that really underscores the urgency that both the Ukrainians have to get more military assistance and the U.S. has to give it to them. So this is expected to be around $800 million, could be more. These things are very much still in flux. We're told the president has not signed off on this. But one of the things that it will include is tens of thousands of artillery rounds. And that, again, underscores how quickly the Ukrainians are burning through some of this ammunition. Matt Miller, an advisor to the National Security Council, talked about this on MSNBC. Take a listen.
Of course, we are always preparing the next package of security assistance to get into Ukraine, because it is true that they are going through these stocks quickly. We've supplied them with 50 million rounds of ammunition, 40,000 artillery shells, just announced last week, as you said, and we've already seen the deliveries from that package announced last week flow into the country.
Now, one of the things that you repeatedly hear from administration officials is that they understand the Ukrainians are never going to stop asking for more. And what they're trying to do is assess what the priorities are, what exactly they need right now, how quickly they can get it to them, and also how to train Ukrainian forces on some of this new equipment because they just don't know how to use it. So their goal is to get them things that they need, that are their top priorities, and that they can learn very quickly how to use, Joe.
So, Raf, Russia made it official. Their foreign minister announced the official beginning of the new phase of the war, targeting regions that make up the Donbass in eastern Ukraine. So what is the latest on the fighting that's happening there, and what makes this battleground in the east different for the Russians?
So, Joe, the Russians gave the remaining Ukrainian forces in Mariupol until 2 p.m. Moscow time to surrender. It's about 15 minutes ago, according to my watch. As far as we know, the white flag of surrender has not been raised over that steel plant, just as it hasn't been raised with any of the previous deadlines the Russians have imposed. A Ukrainian Marine commander who is inside that factory released a video overnight. He said his forces are outnumbered 10-1. He said there are hundreds of civilians inside that factory. They say they have hundreds of wounded, but they are not planning to surrender. He did plead with the international community to try to broker a deal with the Russians to extract his soldiers and the civilians with them and move them to safety in a third country. There is no indication right now the Russians are going to agree to any kind of deal like that. They have these Ukrainian troops completely surrounded with concentric rings of their own forces. They are allegedly using very heavy bunker buster bombs, to try to clear them out of this plant. But the fighting continues in Mariupol, as it does all along this enormous 300-mile front in the east of Ukraine. The Ukrainian lines appear to be holding, but as Carol was saying, they are desperately in need of artillery. They are pleading for more weapons from the United States, from its allies. And as fast as things are moving, it is not clear whether they will be able to reach the battlefield in time to make a difference. Now, as you said, there was a little bit of good news out of Mariupol. The Ukrainian government says it has secured an agreement for a humanitarian corridor to get some women and children out of the city. We'll see if that agreement holds. Jeff?
So in addition to weapons, Carol, the White House is considering additional sanctions against Russia. How many more options does the administration have when it comes to sanctions? We know they haven't deterred Putin, but what's really the goal here?
Yeah, it's a great question because the U.S. has adopted a number of sanctions, some of the strictest sanctions that we've seen on really any country. There's a couple of things that they could still do. One is secondary sanctions. That would penalize other countries who do trade with Russia. The U.S. has not wanted to take that step. That could alienate some other countries like India or China and could hurt the U.S. economy. That's something that the administration has wanted to avoid. The other thing that they're looking at is this designation of Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism. Now, when you talk to administration officials, they say that sanctions that are mandated under that designation, and there are only 4 countries that the U.S. has designated as such, that those are something that are not even as tough as what they've already done. Well, that raises the question of, okay, well, then why not just do it for symbolic reasons? And there is an acknowledgement that this is something that might come to pass, but the U.S. really can't hurt Russia as much as they would like to without buy-in from the Europeans. They have all the leverage. This is something that the president talked about with European allies yesterday on a secure video call, and it's something that they're going to continue to try to get their allies on board with.
And Raf, the UN says more than 5 million Ukrainians have fled their home country. The train system has been vital, getting them out, bringing humanitarian aid in. I know you spoke with the CEO of the Ukrainian National Railway. Quickly, what did they tell you?
Well, Joe, the CEO told us that 95 of his staff have been killed so far. A quarter of his railway lines have been damaged, but he is still absolutely determined to keep the trains running. We also met a woman called Valentina who was going to Kyiv to try to see her dying father. She didn't get there in time. Take a listen to that conversation.
So you were trying to get to your dying father in the middle of a war.
Yeah.
How important was the train for you?
They are heroes. Just to take care of all these passengers, take care of all Ukrainians, and just support and give these trains.
Now, the train workers are known in Ukraine as the Iron People. They are hailed as heroes, just like the soldiers are. And everywhere you go, people will tell you that they owe an enormous debt to those railway workers for keeping this country moving during wartime. Jeff?
That is certainly the case, and hard to hear that so many have lost their lives. Raf Sanchez and Carol Lee, thank you both.
Let's now bring in Lester Munson. He's a senior fellow at the National Security Institute and principal in the international practice at BGR Group. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. So let's start with this potential new military aid package, because it comes just a week after a separate $800 million package. How much could this new aid help in the East? And do you think we could expect to see more aid packages like this going forward? Is this our way of helping?
Yeah, so it's hugely important. The Ukrainians have been very explicit about their needs for more ammunition, more weapon systems. Really, they have needs across the board on the military front. The Biden administration, I think, is taking a very interesting tack in announcing publicly everything it's doing to help Ukraine. Perhaps not quite everything, but a lot of the things that it's doing to help Ukraine, it is announcing publicly. The money from last week and likely for this new announcement of $800 million comes from $13 billion that Congress appropriated over a month ago for Ukraine. So there's a little bit more left in the system. But I think at a certain point here in the relatively near future, we're going to see the need for new money from Congress for assistance to Ukraine.
Let's talk about the fight and the fact that the Ukrainians have continued to outperform expectations. But in the East, it's starting to get much different than what we saw in the early part of this war. Do you think a couple things here? The Russians have either learned from mistakes in their disorganization at the beginning of this and in other regions of Ukraine, or maybe more concerningly, do you think that the Russians could intensify their warfare in a way that has so far sort of seemed to be off limits, starting to use new tactics in the region?
Well, it could be all of those things. Of course, clearly the initial Russian effort to take Kyiv quickly failed. Ukraine won the Battle of Kyiv. Russia is now falling back to a plan B, which is what, frankly, a lot of people suspected before this invasion actually happened, that Russia was seeking to build the land bridge from Donbass to Crimea. And that appears to be what is happening now. Let's remember that Russia first invaded Ukraine 8 years ago in the Donbass. There have been Russian forces in Ukraine for 8 years in both Crimea and Donbass. What Russia is now trying to do is unite them with this land bridge. It goes right through Mariupol. That is why this battle is so important. So this is kind of the baseline need for Russia from a military perspective. And it's entirely possible that what Russia is trying to do is achieve this goal by May 9th, which is the commemoration of the victory over the Nazis from World War II. It's an artificial deadline, but it appears that Russia is really scrambling to have some sort of plausible military achievement by that date.
And Mariupol seems to be the focus of that. Lester Munson, thank you so much for joining us. We so appreciate your expertise.
Thank you.
Let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Bill Cairns is with us. Hi, Bill. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. And it was just cruel yesterday. All those areas that had the heavy snow, and we still have more pictures to show you because, usually in the middle of the winter, we're kind of like, all right, that's enough. I've seen enough snow video. But snow video in April, the middle of April, is just ridiculous. And it was so heavy and wet, it just stuck to everything. Even at this hour, we still have 100,000 people without power. At the peak yesterday, it was 250,000 people without power. Highest snowfall total I saw was 18 inches in the southern Adirondacks. That's the biggest snowfall of the year. Was in the middle of April. Pretty crazy for some of these areas. So that's quickly melting, and by the time we get to about Friday, about all of that snow will be gone. So now we have a chilly start to the day. This is in the wake of our snowstorm. And if you had some of those early plants you put out in the Carolinas, northern portions of South Carolina, Virginia especially, hopefully you covered them up last night because we have had a freeze and a frost in many areas. Raleigh's one of those areas that's down to 34 degrees, Asheville 31. Charleston, West Virginia is down to 29 degrees. So yes, it was and is a cold morning, but the sun is up and it's going to do its job. The April sun is pretty strong. So this afternoon, Virginia recovers into the 60s. These temperatures are still about 5 to 10 degrees below what it should be for this time of year, even all the way up into the Great Lakes. Tomorrow is what we call an average day. Temperatures in the 60s, some hit 70, and then we get a significant warm-up. So it just snowed in Pittsburgh yesterday, and then Sunday, it could be 81 degrees in Pittsburgh. Look at Cincinnati, mid-80s by the time we get to Saturday. So a big change is coming to the east. And as far as any severe weather goes this week, today we're going to be watching areas of Oklahoma, and this will be late in the afternoon into this evening. But I do not expect a tornado outbreak. And for all our friends there that still have white covering their lawn, it won't last long. It'll be gone soon.
Good to hear.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Thank you, Bill. And coming up, the clock is ticking for a judge to decide who some New Yorkers may be voting for in the midterm elections.
The gerrymandering case that's back in court today and the impact it could potentially have on the balance of power on Capitol Hill during the midterms this November. You're watching Morning News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. All this month,
how urgent is our position as far as our climate's concerned?
Exploring innovative new steps to save our wildlife.
We're going to go find some bison
and protect our planet. Only on Today.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
In New York, a battle over redistricting maps is back in court today, and with a little more than 2 months until the state's primary elections, time is of the essence.
Yeah, Democrats are fighting to save congressional and legislative maps that a New York state court has tossed out for being unconstitutional and gerrymandered. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim joins us now to break it all down. She is always following this for us. Jane, good morning. Good to have you with us. So there have been a lot of legal twists and turns in this one. What do we know about today's court hearing?
Savannah, this court hearing is all about whether or not these maps should be used this year. So now the issue of whether they're gerrymandered or not, experts say they definitely are gerrymandered, will not be decided this court hearing or even really considered. It's whether or not they think they should use them this year. There's a lot of reasons why a court might say, you know, you might win on the merits of this case, but we're going to let this map stand. And in no small part, that's because this timeline is very condensed. The census was delayed because of the pandemic. So the redistricting process started late. And as you said, 2 months until that June 28th primary. That said, a court could say, you know, maybe we should consider moving this primary so we can discuss this further before we make this call. But this one, it's all about whether or not they should use the maps this year.
Jane, with that June 28th date quickly approaching, what does it mean for the candidates who are already in office and those who plan to run?
Yeah, great question, Joe. I mean, there are candidates who are campaigning on these lines right now as we speak. And so Republicans have a very high bar to try and prove that these maps are so gerrymandered that the court must step in. Now, we know that courts tend to be pretty loath to interfere in ongoing elections. But of course, experts say these maps are pretty gerrymandered and that there is an argument with the state's new constitutional reforms against gerrymandering. There's an argument to be made here.
And Jane, also, if the lower court's ruling is allowed to stand, what does that mean happens next?
So we're in the appellate court right now, and the lower court's ruling has been stayed temporarily. They'll decide that stay again today. And so the court will go forward. Now, of course, this is the middle court here in New York. We expect this case and the stay, whether or not to use these maps this year, will likely end up in the highest court, the Court of Appeals here in New York, before too long. But again, it's a tight timeline. So really the question is, can they get everything done, all those legal T's and I's crossed before these deadlines to get it done quickly? But I would expect one more appeal before we are done with this stay suit.
All right. A lot of updates to come there then. Jane Tim, thank you so much. And coming up, a new warning for parents about what your young kids may try to eat.
Yeah, snacks that might look normal but are actually marijuana edibles. What parents need to watch out for next in our weekly checkup.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
We're celebrating greatness, redefining what it means to be a family.
They say it takes a village, and you guys actually have created your own village.
We are ready, ready, ready. We got a little spring in our step.
Spring!
This is quite the spring break crowd.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going. 2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Virtual worlds like Facebook's metaverse are exploding in popularity, and now virtual reality could soon be coming to your office. Many companies are shifting their corporate training sessions away from PowerPoint presentations to virtual reality instead, especially for training seminars about sexual harassment. Using a VR headset, employees are immersed in fictional scenarios and asked to identify what they're witnessing, such as gaslighting, racial profiling, or sexism, and how to diffuse the situation. The goal is to engage and help increase an employee's chance of identifying harassment in the workplace. But according to the Washington Post, some are skeptical, questioning if the new technology may end up being a trigger for victims of harassment or racism. Crucial debate is happening in France ahead of the country's presidential election.
Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and what else is making news around the world this morning. Hey, Claudio, good to see you.
Good morning, guys. Yes, tonight, the French President Emmanuel Macron and Marine Le Pen, who is the leader of the far-right party National Assembly or National Front, whatever you want to call it, will face off in a televised debate ahead of Sunday's second and last round of the French presidential elections. Now, Marine Le Pen is still behind in the polls, but the televised debate is a make-or-break moment for both candidates that can sway a lot of votes. And in other news, a political activist has become the first person to be officially charged with sedition in Hong Kong since 1997. Tam Tak Chi, a former DJ and politician, was found guilty of uttering anti-police slogans as well as phrases commonly used during pro-democracy protests in 2019, such as "Liberate Hong Kong, Revolution of Our Times." Last but not least, today, 4 million residents of Shanghai will be allowed to leave their homes at last after the latest COVID-19 lockdown rules are slowly being lifted there. It follows a first round of easing last week, bringing the total number of people out of lockdown in China's biggest city to 12 million. Now the city went back into lockdown on March 28 after a surge, once again, of COVID-19 cases, guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Time now for your weekly checkup.
NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins us to discuss the latest health headlines that you might have missed. Hey, Dr. Torres, great to have you with us. So let's start with the one we teased, this new study warning people, especially parents, about the dangers of some marijuana edibles being made to look just like popular snacks. These copycat edibles pose a serious risk to children, of course, in particular. Tell us about this.
And Savannah, this is pretty incredible and can be pretty scary for parents in particular, but NYU actually did a survey and people answered questions anonymously, sent in pictures of their edible products, and they looked at these pictures and found out that some of them looked almost identical to the real products. We're talking things like Doritos, Gushers, Sour Patch Kids, things that children would really be attracted to. As a matter of fact, what's happening is children are getting into these, and nearly 4,000 cases of children under 10 were called into poison control centers because they consumed edible cannabis in the past year. And the Missouri Poison Control said over the last couple years, since 2018, the numbers have doubled in what they're getting called into for children getting into these supplements under the age of 5. And you saw there too, the average amount inside those containers, like let's say a bag of what they're calling Doritos, 459 milligrams, shouldn't be more than 100 milligrams by regulation. So what does this mean? What are the doctor's orders? Well, there's a few things you want to do if you have children. Number one, store them. So keep the products out of sight and the reach of children. Treat them like alcohol or any medicines you have in the house. Lock them away. Number two, model cuddling. Try not to use these products in front of your children because children like to do what their parents do, and so they will go after these things. And then number 3, especially for older children, talk to your children about cannabis use, and particularly about these edibles and what they mean, how much there might be in there, and what happens if they eat the whole thing, which could be dangerous in some cases. And last but not least, remember to have that poison control number with you just in case something happens. And I'll give it out here. It's 1-800-222-1222. Again, that's 1-800-222-1222 in case you need that number.
Another story, doctor, for parents. Our next study focused on a poll from the University of Michigan. Many parents deal with their picky eaters by giving them things like multivitamins and omega-3 pills. So how many parents are doing this, and is it safe? What should they be doing?
You know, if you're a parent with a picky eater, you want to make sure your child gets what they need in order to continue growing. And they found out that half the parents say that with these picky eaters, with the survey, they end up giving their children dietary supplements. By dietary supplements, they mean multivitamins, probiotics, things like omega-3. Parents in the survey, which was interesting, said they think it's more expensive to provide their child with a healthy diet than it is to give these supplements or try to get them to eat the other things. So what are doctor's orders here? Well, doctor's orders are essentially, you know, number one, realize your child is going to be picky, and that happens with children. They typically outgrow it, particularly by the time they reach 5. Supplements are not a substitute for a balanced diet, and for the most part, children don't need supplements. If you think they do, talk to your doctor about them. And remember, they're not regulated by the FDA, so it's kind of the Wild West with supplements, but get creative with their diets as well, because you know we all like, you know, variety is the spices of life, as we say, and children like that just as much. So get creative. And as a parent, I can tell you the one thing you don't want to do is you don't want to turn into a short order cook, and so you can't constantly cook everything for everybody. So try and get them to eat what's on the table if you can.
Absolutely, that's really good advice. All right, doctor, last one. Not a lot of people enjoy going to the dentist. I'm one of these people. I do not like the dentist, but a new study from the CDC shows during the pandemic, dental visits dropped even more than usual. What can you tell us?
They did, and on average, even before the pandemic, 1/3 of us ended up not going to the dentist on the average year. That was even worse during the pandemic itself, and so less people were going. Part of that was because the dentist offices were shut down, but now they're all up and running, and they're doing very well at keeping you safe. The other thing is we see this decline across the country, the spectrum of the country, so it doesn't matter who you are, less people are going to the dentist. So what does that mean for doctors' orders? Well, first and foremost, realize that the quality of your teeth can affect your overall health, and there are some indications that could even affect your heart health, increasing your risk of heart attacks or stroke. So be careful there with your teeth. Regular checkups are still important. You want to catch these things, as we all know. You want to catch the cavities before they become cavities, and if they do become cavities, you want to get them taken care of before they become rotten teeth, et cetera, et cetera. So just be careful there.
All right, Dr. Torres, appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, with hundreds of books being pulled from library shelves around the country, there's a new way to access banned books anywhere.
Yeah, the president of the New York Public Library joins us next with his systems plan to make sure anyone can read banned books, even if they're not in New York City.
Plus, changing the genre, Black musicians are trying to make the country scene more diverse. Next, we'll introduce you to the group known as the Black Opry.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Libraries across the country say efforts to ban books have reached unprecedented levels. More than 1,500 books were challenged to be removed from libraries, schools, and universities last year. That's according to the American Library Association. It's the most since the organization began keeping track back in 2000. That has prompted the New York Public Library to launch a new effort to make those books available to everyone anywhere in the country. Joining us now is the president of the New York Public Library, Tony Marks. Tony, good to have you with us this morning. So you've named this program Books for All. Tell us how it works and why you felt this was so important to do, especially right now.
Well, Joe, as you said, we see a massive rise in book banning in this country, and all of us understand that everyone has to have access to books. If they disappear from the shelves, we are taking choice away. No one has that right. America stands for the ability to have access to information. That's what libraries have always been here. Now with this challenge, we've said anyone in the country can come to our Simply E app. You can find it on the App Store. You don't need a library card. You don't need to be from New York. And you can get access to these books and hundreds of thousands, in fact, millions of other books that are on our Simply E app. But we wanted to highlight these 4 books just as examples of what has been banned to say, we can't do this in America. This is not how we should be responding. I know we're all scared. We're all exhausted from being scared. But, blocking kids from being able to read novels, to learn about themselves, to help them with their issues, that's just not right. And, Dwight Eisenhower knew that wasn't right when this was tried in the McCarthy era. So the libraries are all stepping up, and we thought this was one way to reach out to the rest of the country to say, we're here to help.
Tony, when we look over the list of books that are being challenged right now, I think some themes emerge. What are some of the themes they seem to have in common?
Well, a lot of the themes are just issues that are hot button, culture wars issues, particularly around kids figuring out their racial identity, their gender and sexual identity, dealing with the complications that we've all lived through, and some much more extremely in high school can be so challenging. Kids are looking for ways to learn about these issues, to learn about the history that they're hearing debated throughout the country at this point. We can't block them from learning. The library is not in the business of insisting that you read anything, but we are in the business of being sure that you can. And if it's books about race or gender or, Catcher in the Rye, we've got classics that are being banned. Huck Finn is banned. There are even attempts to ban the Bible in this country. This is not right. It's not right for America. It's, think about what folks are fighting for in the Ukraine at this point. They're fighting for these rights we should not take them away from ourselves and from our fellow citizens.
Tony, real quickly, I want to ask you, what's the response been like? Are you hearing from people outside of New York who need something like this?
Sure, we've seen about, we've just launched this. It'll be up for a couple of months. Lots of libraries are doing lots of varied efforts, as is the American Library Association. We've seen 11,000 people join us in our Simply E app and start to take out the books there. We need help getting the word out so that folks know that these books are available. But it's also, we need to talk to each other across the divides in this country. We need to use the media to help us have these conversations, not just to divide the flames. And, that's what we're trying to do here. And we hope more folks will join us and join the conversation about what our values are and what's at stake at this.
Maybe realize that those books can actually help bring us together in many ways. All right, Tony, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Joe.
Now, there's a push by some black country musicians from across the U.S. to make the genre more diverse and inclusive. They founded a group called the Black Opry. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson got to talk to them in Nashville, the country music capital of the world, of course, and here she is with their story.
Guitars, boots, and whiskey, hallmarks of a country music jam session. But this one looks a little different. All the artists are black.
What is the reaction that you get when you tell people that you're a country artist?
There's usually like a, I don't really see you as country.
Some people are like, why?
There's a difference between being fine and holding it together.
Some say making their voices heard in the predominantly white and conservative world of country music has never been easy.
There is a feeling of, what are you doing here?
Just last week, a far-right reporter slammed the Country Music Awards for having too much diversity.
Country music's different. It's not Wakanda.
Of the more than 11,000 songs played on country music radio from 2002 to 2020, only about 1% were by black artists, a recent study found.
Like, I've been told several times that they didn't know how to market me because I was so different. Like, you can be gay or you can be black, but you can't be both.
That tension felt not only by black musicians, but also black fans.
My experience was that of an outsider. As a black person, when you see like a rebel flag or a Confederate flag, that sends a message, and it's not a good message, and it makes you feel like you're not welcome. And I'm like, I'm not safe there.
Holly G set out to change that experience for both artists and fans last year when she founded the Black Opry, a space for black people in country music to connect.
We've made it explicitly clear that black people, whether they be fans, artists, whoever wants to come into our space, they're welcome here.
And the response has been astounding. The group, which began online, is now packing venues across the country, from Philly to Chicago to Austin. Now, the Black Opry is hitting the stage in Nashville with more than a dozen black artists expected to perform, and the audience looking back at them will be just as diverse.
They got everybody fooled, but I'm not gonna do this anymore.
In recent years, the country music world has placed an emphasis on representation.
The CMT Equal Play Initiative are dedicated to increasing opportunities for all women in music.
Country Music Television has committed to equal play on the airwaves and launched initiatives aimed at developing diverse artists and managers. Bringing the Black Opry to Nashville, the country music capital of the world, what does this moment mean?
This is a huge moment. It's a new day in country music.
Is a more diverse industry what country music fans want?
We have to actually be the tastemaker to show them, here's another artist that you could be turned on to.
When you present country music in the way that we do, with such a diversity and different stories and perspectives, people that would not call themselves country music fans in 100 years see that and go, oh, I love this.
Our thanks to Priscilla Thompson for that report. And now, during the first 6 months of 2020, consumption of country music grew by 11% compared to the same time in 2019. So good time for this.
Absolutely. Coming up, Prince Harry sits down with NBC News, talk family, life in the U.S., and his recent visit with the Queen.
What it was like for him returning to the UK and how he says his grandmother is doing as her Platinum Jubilee approaches after the break.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
All this month, how urgent is our position as far as our climate's concerned?
Exploring innovative new steps to save our wildlife.
We're going to go find some pricing.
And protect our planet. Only on Today.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Prince Harry is in the Netherlands celebrating the incredible achievements of his fellow veterans at the Invictus Games.
That's where Today Show anchor Hoda Kotb had the chance to sit down with the Duke of Sussex for an exclusive one-on-one interview where Harry also talked about his life in the U.S. and his recent visit with the Queen.
At the Invictus Games, displays of courage and perseverance are everywhere you look.
What they are proving to the rest of the world is that whatever you come up against, whether it's physical or mental trauma, that you can actually get through it.
Invictus, are you ready? It's a message Prince Harry hopes everyone will hear as he cheers on sick and wounded servicemen and women as they compete, like Joel Rodriguez, a retired U.S. Army Staff Sergeant.
Nice.
When you had your accident, a lot of people would have thought these are the cards I'm dealt, and maybe have taken it kind of slowly through life. You did the total opposite, man.
You said cards, and that's funny because when my wife came to see me, probably a day after my surgery, she was like, "Are you okay?" I said, "Well, these are the cards I have, so I have to play them." And I said, "So I'm just gonna do what I can to be the best person I can in this situation," and I'm still doing it. That's all we can do.
Joel is one of hundreds of athletes from around the world empowered by the Games, all supporting each other. There was one woman who came up to me yesterday, and she said something that totally struck me in my soul. She said, "The Invictus Games saved my life." How does that land for you?
It feels amazing. But every single games that I go to, I hear the same thing from so many of them, and that it feels amazing that we've managed to play a part in their recovery, but it also makes me incredibly sad to know that that's how dark it was for them.
You've spoken about, obviously, mental health issues. When you put that heavy backpack down, like people are lugging stuff around, when you finally put it down, do you feel yourself like peaceful?
Yeah, I think everyone ends up feeling lighter, I think is the best way to describe it. For so many people, it's about management. You know the things that trigger you, therefore you try and stay away from that. But what I do know is that there is a light at the end of the tunnel for absolutely everyone.
Everybody. I don't know if you feel the same way. The only thing I want in my life is to feel like peaceful. You've lived in the United States for 2 years.
2 years already, yeah.
Do you feel peaceful now?
I don't know how many people feel truly peaceful. You know, at times I feel massively at peace, but with everything that's going on in the world and trying to help and trying to use the platform and the influence to try and steer people to trying to help. And again, like, I think the biggest concern or the biggest issue that people wrestle with on a daily basis that does provide more anxiety for me and for them is the helplessness. We as human beings are compassionate people, but when your life becomes really hard, it can be, for some, harder to find the compassion for other people. But what I've learned over the years is, certainly for myself, I find healing in helping others. And I think that's what we should really be focusing on.
I love that. You know, I feel like life happens on a random Wednesday. Like, here's an example. Some people say, oh my God, I'm going to go on a vacation. My life's going to be great. And it's like exclamation points. The vacation, the graduation, the marriage, the baby, those are all up here. The other exclamation marks are down here. It's like sad things that happen, loss, divorce, whatever. Most of life is Wednesday. It doesn't have the highs and it doesn't have the lows. It's just Wednesday. What's a Wednesday like for you? Random.
What's a Wednesday like? Like it revolves around the kids as much as humanly possible. Like this whole working from home stuff is not all it's cracked up to be. Certainly post-COVID, because it's really hard. But when your kids and you are in the same place, it's really hard to separate the work from them because they kind of overlap. So, I mean, Archie spends more time interrupting our Zoom calls than anybody else.
Does he have your personality?
But he also gets us off them as well, so that's also a nice thing.
Is he kind of like you? He's got a little bit of your thing.
What's my thing?
Your cheeky thing, that thing you do.
Yeah, no, I think so. He's look, I always try and keep that. I think that, the cheekiness is something that keeps you alive. As I said, there's so much to be happy about in the outside world, but there's also so much to worry about. My sort of mantra now every day is, and it's a dangerous one because I need to make sure that I don't have burnout, but is trying to make the world a better place for my kids. Otherwise, what's the point in bringing kids into this world, right? It's a responsibility that I feel as a parent, that you probably feel as a parent as well, and we can't fix everything. We know that. But what we can do is be there for each other.
You obviously made a lot of news recently. You came home to the UK. You saw your grandmother. How was that?
It was great. It was really nice to see her. Be able to see her in some element of privacy was nice. I hadn't had a chance to go back to the UK for a couple of years, apart from those 2 times, one for my grandfather's funeral and one for unveiling a statue of my mum.
How did it feel being back? Being with her?
Being with her, it was great. It was just so nice to see her. She's on great form. She's always got a great sense of humour with me, and I'm just making sure that she's, protected and got the right people around.
Well, you make her laugh. That's what she always says. Did you do it again?
Yes, I did. Both Megan and I had tea with her, so it was really nice to catch up with her. And home for me now is for the time being, it's in the States, and it feels that way as well.
Does it?
Yeah. We've been welcomed with open arms, and it's got such a great community up in Santa Barbara. So
you feel like that's home more for you?
Yeah.
Is that weird to say?
No, but I'm sure it'll become a thing.
Your grandmother's going to be 96.
Yeah.
What's the best thing about her?
It's her sense of humour and her ability to see the humour in so many different things. We have a really special relationship. We talk about things that she can't talk about with anybody else.
I love that.
So that's always a nice piece to it. But I think after a certain age you get bored of birthdays.
You do? You think she's bored of her 96? She won't be bored of the Jubilee, will she?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so. she's had a few Jubilees now, so everyone is slightly different, but I'm sure she's looking forward to it.
Do you think you'll come?
I don't know yet. There's lots of things with security issues and everything else, so this is what I'm trying to do, trying to make it possible that I can get my kids to meet her.
March marked 2 years since Harry stepped back as a senior royal. Your family at home, do you miss them?
Yes, I think, especially over the last 2 years, for most people, have they not missed their family, right? The inability to be able to get home and see them. Of course, that's a huge part of it.
But do you miss your brother, your dad?
Look, I mean, for me, at the moment, I'm here focused on these guys and these families and giving everything I can, 120% to them to make sure that they have the experience of a lifetime. That's my focus here. And then when I leave here, I get back and my focus is my family, who I miss massively.
You do, I bet.
Of course I do. They're two little people,
I was thinking about a new life. Like, you got a whole restart. You have a whole new focus, a whole new nucleus. How does that land with you?
No, I think the focus is very much the same. Right?
Is it?
Yeah, certainly from my and my wife's point of view. Yeah. For the two of us, this was a life that she signed up for, and that we were committed to doing together as a couple forever. Because of the circumstances, we've now moved that life of service to the States, and we'll continue to do what we were doing before. So in that regard, nothing's changed for us. It's just a little bit more complicated to have to sort of restart.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
What do you love about fatherhood?
Oh, what I love about fatherhood? Yeah. All of it. The chaos, the learning, the reminder of just every element of yourself, your soul, right? Just when you're not a parent, you can get sucked into all sorts of different stuff, and you maybe sometimes forget who you are. And suddenly, as a parent, especially now Archie at the age he's at, asking all the questions.
What does he ask?
Just those questions of the why.
Yeah.
He's into the why stage.
Yeah.
Why this? Why that? Why that? And instead of just trying to move it on, I give him the most honest answer that I can, and then it goes on and on and on until he's satisfied, and then that's it. It's done. Yeah. Otherwise, it ends up with, because the world is round and that's the way that life is.
That's just the way it goes.
So it's like I love it. I love every part of it. I've always wanted to be a dad. I've always wanted to have my own kids, and now I've got two little people who I'm responsible for.
Do you tell them, or do you tell Archie, since he's old enough, about your mom?
Yes, yeah, very much so. I don't tell him all the stuff that happened, but certainly that this is, Grandma Diana, and we've got a couple of photos up in the house.
In these moments, do you ever feel your mom's presence?
Yeah, no, for me, it's constant. It has been over the last 2 years, more so than ever before. It's almost as though she's done her bit with my brother, and now she's very much like helping me. Got him set up, now she's helping me set up. That's what it feels like, He's got his kids, I've got my kids. The circumstances are obviously different, but no, I feel her presence in almost everything that I do now. But definitely more so in the last 2 years than ever before, without question. So she's watching over us.
I'm sure she's proud of you.
I'm sure she is.
Prince Harry carrying on his mother's commitment to making the world a better place as he honors those who triumph.
To be able to see Joel and his family just flourish in moments like this, it means everything. But it comes back to the very simple thing, which is the power of sport. Not just physical, but the mental rehabilitation that it takes is phenomenal. But none of it would be possible without the mindset. They are proving that the impossible is entirely possible, mainly with the strength of a mindset saying, I can achieve anything. I've done this before, I'm going to do it again.
Well, that was amazing, and you can see even more of Hoda's interview with Prince Harry starting at noon today on Today All Day.
Hearing him talk about his mom like that was quite powerful. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, mixed messages. Just one day after a federal judge struck down the CDC's mask mandate on public transportation, the Biden Justice Department announced it's considering a challenge to that decision. But what does that mean for you if you travel? Your questions answered in a moment. The battle for Donbass, a stepped-up rebuilt offensive from Moscow this morning, hammering what's left of the besieged city of Mariupol. Russian forces are now attempting to root out the last of Ukraine's defenses there. This focus intensifies on the industrialized Donbass region in the country's east. President Zelensky warns the West the situation has grown extremely severe. As NBC News learns, the White House is considering another military aid package for Ukraine. We're on the ground in Kyiv with the latest. In his own words, famed actor Johnny Depp taking the stand in his defamation trial against ex-wife Amber Heard. It's all over a Washington Post essay written by Heard, which Depp says alluded to abuse allegations during their brief marriage.
Never did I myself reach the point of striking Ms. Heard in any way.
We're going to take you inside the courtroom with what's next. And Field of Dreams, the next generation of baseball's shining stars are now on deck. the women who are stepping up to the plate and blazing their own trails in America's oldest pastime. Good to have you with us on this Wednesday morning. We begin this hour with more on that mixed messaging surrounding masks as the federal requirement to wear them on public transportation comes to an end.
Yeah, most major airlines and several mass transit systems across the country have now made masks optional. But one of the largest transit centers here in New York City, we're keeping the mask mandate in place for now. And it comes as the Department of Justice prepares to appeal the ruling made by that Florida judge that overturned the mask mandate earlier this week. Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello with the latest.
Yeah, good morning. So a shrinking number of cities still requiring the mask mandate, notably New York City. But here in Washington, D.C., they've dropped the mandate. Still, we've talked to people in bus stations, train stations, also airports nationwide, and many of them say the mask has kept them healthy for 2 years. They're not ready to drop it yet.
For better or worse, after 14 months of a federal transportation mask order,
feel free to exercise your freedom this morning.
This morning, the country is at a pandemic turning point.
I'd prefer not to wear the mask if I don't have to, so I'm glad that it's dropped.
For millions of travelers, it's reason to celebrate.
I think it's great, yeah. I think everyone's ready. I think it's about time.
But others are worried about a new COVID variant spreading fast, with 2,600 deaths just last week.
Coronavirus is really spreading, and I just feel safer around people with masks.
In Houston, transit crews have removed their mask up to ride signs, while New York remains the largest city holdout, still requiring facial coverings on trains, buses, and taxis.
Can we continue to encourage New Yorkers to wear masks if they're in an environment where it's unknown the status of the persons or individuals they are around?
But nationally, Uber and Lyft are dropping the mask.
I might still wear mine, but if the passengers don't want to wear it, I'm not, I'm okay with it.
But the patchwork of changing rules is still causing confusion in some places. In Philadelphia, for example, you can fly on a plane unmasked, but in the airport terminal, mask goes back on. Take the subway or an Uber, mask can come off, but go grab dinner or do some shopping in the city, mask up again. A Trump-appointed federal judge struck down the federal mandate, ruling it exceeded the CDC's authority. The White House COVID response coordinator, Dr. Ashish Jha, tweeting, CDC scientists had asked for 15 days to make a more data-driven, durable decision. We should have given it to them. Health experts remain concerned about the immunocompromised and children under 5 who aren't yet vaccinated.
Is this the type of precedence we want to set, that the CDC can be undermined by a federal judge in Florida? Is that the type of precedence here? I think that is terrible precedence.
Yeah, talking about the precedent, the Justice Department says it will appeal if the CDC believes that the mask mandate is still appropriate. CDC isn't commenting yet. Justice, though, would be unlikely to request a stay. The cat's out of the bag. People don't want to mask up again, and it's viewed as a political liability for the president. But they are concerned about the precedent that a single judge in Florida could overrule a CDC health initiative in the event of another pandemic or another health emergency. Back to you.
Tom Costello, thank you.
Let's now bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Azar, always great to have you with us. So now we know the next steps here mean that the CDC presents this case if we still need the mask to stay safe, and then that would allow the Department of Justice to appeal this ruling by this judge in Florida. So what do you think will happen here, especially with that little bit that Tom mentioned at the end, sort of the precedent that this sets, that this one judge would be able to overturn something from the CDC?
Right. Well, actually navigating through the legality of this is pretty murky, Savannah, and challenging to say the least. Listening to other legal analysts and experts discuss this, it doesn't appear that one federal judge in one jurisdiction, she actually has done what she set out to do, which is to essentially have a stay to this mandate. But there are other federal judges who can also appeal and everything. So it gets really right. Complicated. And for us, as the consumer, as the person wondering what to do, it certainly creates a chaotic existence right now. What I have been encouraging folks to do over the last 24 hours since this news broke is just to, if you're not sure, you err on the side of caution. You got to keep a really close tab on the news. I think people will be checking their smartphones on a very regular basis to see what kinds of guidelines have been updated in real time.
Absolutely, which again just leads to all this confusion so many times over the course of this pandemic now. Doctor, now the CDC also released a new report indicating there is a new strain of Omicron spreading across the U.S. What can you tell us about it, and do you think it might contribute to higher caseloads across the country? What should we be worried about here?
Right, so this is another sublineage that is a branch off of BA2, which as we know, originated from the BA1 or the original Omicron that spread over this past winter. What we know right now is that it probably is about 25% more transmissible than BA2, which was at least 50% more transmissible than BA1. What does this say to me? It says, well, the virus is doing exactly what we expected it to do, and that is to continue to mutate so that it can spread more easily. Remember, it is to the virus's advantage not to mutate to become more lethal. Otherwise, it will just die off with the hosts that it unfortunately kills. At this point, we have no, indication that it is more virulent. There was so much exposure, Savannah, to BA1. Roughly 45% of this country was exposed to BA1, which gave us a tremendous amount of protection and immunity to BA2. So I don't think we're going to see a significant rise, by that I mean we are going to see a rise in hospitalizations and cases in a few weeks, but hopefully not nearly to the degree that we saw over the winter time, and we won't strain our healthcare resources.
Dr. Azar, can I just say I love it when you nerd out and you tell us all about what's going to happen as it continues to mutate. Love it, love it, love it. Speaking of variants, by the way, Moderna announced this week that its latest booster shot designed to combat some of these specific variants did produce a strong immune response among patients in trials. But let's back up here and just kind of tell us what these vaccines mean. Does it mean that there's going to be a different type of shot that doctors would recommend we all get? And how does it work if they kind of come out after a variant has already swept through?
Right. So this was interesting data yesterday. This was actually not an Omicron-specific vaccine. It was what's called a bivalent, so it covered two strains, the original 2 years ago ancestral strain plus the beta strain, you may recall, originated in South Africa. And what they found was that it generated a really, really, really good antibody response, better than if you just took the original Moderna shot. And it did cover Delta and Omicron. We don't have clinical data. We don't know if it offered more protection against infection or more severe disease, et cetera, et cetera. Moderna, as Pfizer, they are studying Omicron-specific vaccines to see whether or not only do they generate higher antibody levels. Of course, we like higher antibody levels, but we like that to translate into increased protection from actual infection. And they are studying that. I don't think Moderna is going to move forward with this vaccine, but it's just kind of they're releasing the data as they get it. We'll see if we need to get a variant-specific vaccine yearly. All of this is to be determined, Savannah.
All right, as much of this is. Dr. Azar, thank you so much. Always great to have you with us.
Now to the latest from Ukraine. The White House is expected to announce another military aid package as Russia begins its new offensive in the Donbas region. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now from the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Ukrainian officials say they're working furiously to try to establish a humanitarian corridor to the besieged city of Mariupol, where a Ukrainian commander says the Russian forces are outnumbering his troops 10-1. He says they could have just hours left to live.
In the battered port of Mariupol, a last stand at the old steel plant. The military saying hundreds of civilians remain trapped inside. The Ukrainian commander pleading with the international community for help. Meanwhile, outside the plant, more desperation. Cut off by Russian forces for weeks, people here say they lack the basics to survive. How can we live without water, this woman says. It's horrible. The day after Makar's 7th birthday, he insisted his family visit their bombed-out Mariupol home for his annual birthday portrait. This is my house. Thanks to the saviors in Russia for doing this, he says sarcastically.
How do you make sense of this to a 7-year-old?
I told him, don't worry, we will have a house better than this one, his mom says. In the east, the battle for Donbas rages on. This as more help is on the way for Ukraine. President Biden is expected to send more military aid, similar to the $800 million package announced last week, including heavy artillery, according to 2 U.S. officials. Ukrainians insist that military support is needed to stop atrocities like the horror in Bucha, where 33-year-old Marina Tanyuk was buried today. Her husband says she died from stress and starvation while sheltering in their basement, the only place they could hide from the Russian assault. Every day, her 6-year-old son Vlad visited her makeshift grave in the family's backyard. But today, Vlad mourned at home. The reality of his mom's final resting spot, too much for him to bear. He tells us he remembers what happened to her and how Ukrainian soldiers saved them from the Russians. Ukraine is strong, he says.
You're very strong. This week, Russian President Vladimir Putin awarded honorary titles to the brigade that was operating here in Bucha. He praised their courage. Now, Ukrainian officials, as well as members of the international community, allege that same brigade has committed war crimes here, crimes that are currently being investigated. Guys.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much for your reporting. For more on the situation in Ukraine, we want to bring in Jamil Jaffer. He's the founder and executive director of the National Security Institute. He's also the former associate White House counsel to President George W. Bush. Jamil, good to have you with us. So I want to start with something the New York Times is reporting, saying the White House has held back on supplying some weapons that could strike Russian forces across the border, like rocket artillery, ground attack planes, and medium-range drones. So do you think the U.S. has been too cautious? The White House should be supplying Ukraine with those kinds of weapons, or is this a wise strategy?
Look, I think we haven't done enough here. Obviously, we're seeing the huge amounts of refugees, 12 million around the globe, 7 million inside of Ukraine, 7+ million outside of Ukraine, 5 million outside of Ukraine, thousands of civilians killed, schools, hospitals targeted by the Russian military. We've heard the reports of rape and forced killings. I mean, we have got to do more. And yes, allowing the Ukrainians to directly push back against the Russians in Russia who are attacking Ukraine needs to be something we need to be supplying to them immediately. The idea that it's going to up the ante in the war, we're already supplying them with tons of weapons. We need to allow them to defend themselves effectively.
Beyond weapons, intelligence is also at the center of some debate. For example, about how much information the U.S. should give Ukrainians about bases inside Russia. Why isn't the U.S. sharing everything it can with Ukraine?
Well, look, I think the president and his national security advisor are concerned about upping the ante in this war and getting the Russians more engaged. But the reality is the Russians began to see illegal invasion of Ukraine. They're the ones who've doubled down. They're the ones who attacked civilians. If we're really going to be on the side of the Ukrainians and defend the Ukrainian people and help them defend themselves, we have to give them every advantage. That means weapons, that means intelligence, and it may mean at some point, enough is enough. We need to get involved militarily. We haven't been willing to go down that road yet. We need to do more then if we're not going to do that in terms of intelligence and weapons. We're not doing enough now.
There's also always the possibility, this new push by Russia into eastern Ukraine, that it fails or that it stalls. If that happens, then what can we expect next from Russia?
Well, one of the big concerns is that Vladimir Putin is going to continue to double and triple down on his current strategy, which is to starve the Ukrainian people out, try to bring the penalties of this war, their own heroic defense of their own nation, to them individually. You heard the reports of people being starved out with water and food being cut off. Right, you're likely to see more of that to come, and you're likely to see more of the targeting of civilian population. This is something we simply cannot accept happening in the heart of Europe. We have got to push back. Simply imposing sanctions and calling these words out is not enough. The American people and our government need to do more to help the Ukrainian people and bring this conflict to a rapid end.
What more can be done, though, do you think? I mean, what's the number one thing you would like to see done right now?
Well, look, I think that we should have long been involved on the ground ourselves, providing direct support to Ukrainians. Clearly, the president is not prepared for that. So short of that, we need to provide them the kind of intelligence you were talking about, the kind of weaponry that you just heard Aaron report about, and the like, the kind of things that we have not yet been willing to give them, even as we've increased our support to them. Look, Vladimir Putin has set the tone for this conflict all the way through. We need to take the advantage back. The Ukrainian people have done that on behalf of the world. It's now up to us to really give them the support they need to help them heroically defend their nation as they have thus far.
Jamil Jaffer, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Now, the battle between media giant Disney and the state of Florida is heating up. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has announced a new effort to potentially end Walt Disney World's special self-governing status, something that's been in place for more than 50 years now. It comes after the Disney company voiced its opposition to Florida's so-called Don't Say Gay bill that bans discussion of sexual orientation and gender identity in schools. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders joins us now with the latest on this battle. Hey, Carrie, good morning.
Well, good morning. Disney is the largest single-site employer in the state. Millions of tourists come here, generating more billions of dollars in revenue. What most people don't really know when they come to visit Disney is that they have their own self-governance, their own sort of government that runs that property there. And it's really been in place since 1967. But now, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis wants to undo that. Critics say this is all about political payback because of the very public opposition that Disney has made to what the critics call Florida's Don't Say Gay law. This morning, Republican Governor Ron DeSantis escalating his fight against the house that Mickey built, pressuring state lawmakers to repeal Disney World's unique self-governing authority, the little-known Reedy Creek Improvement District that dates back to the late 60s.
They will be considering the congressional map, but they also will be considering termination of all special districts that were enacted in Florida prior to 1968, and that includes the Reedy Creek Improvement District.
How unprecedented is it for a governor to take on Disney in Florida?
It's highly unusual to see an out-and-out fight between one of the most powerful and important companies in the state.
Political insiders say the battle is really over Florida's new parental rights and education law, which opponents, including some vocal Disney employees, call the Don't Say Gay law. Disney's CEO Bob Chapek, initially non-committal, saying after the governor signed the bill into law, our goal as a company is for this law to be repealed by the legislature or struck down in the courts.
This state is governed by the interests of the people of the state of Florida. It is not based on the demands of California corporate executives.
Disney's special self-governance, which covers 40 square miles, allows the company to provide many of its own services, like fire departments, road construction, and building and zoning.
Today, I want to share with you some of our ideas for Disney World.
Without Reedy Creek, historians believe it's unlikely Uncle Walt would have realized his dream in Florida.
It's clearly political. The governor and Republicans in the legislature, at least many of them, seem to be trying to punish Disney.
Disney World is about twice the size of Manhattan, and so if they were to lose the Reedy Creek Improvement District, the property sits on both Orange County and Osceola County. So we reached out to them to say, could you handle, for instance, picking up the fire service, road construction, all the things that currently the Reedy Creek Improvement District handles? And the managers in those counties said essentially that this is hypothetical to them right now, so really no comment. Savannah?
Right. Carrie Sanders, thank you so much.
Time to get a check on your morning News Now weather.
Bill Cairns is back with us this hour. Hi, Bill.
Hey, well, I know you love your weekend forecast on Wednesday, so we're going to get to that at the end of this. But first, we have to show you our next weather concern. I know, these spring weekends we look forward to, especially if they're going to be nice. So let's get into this next storm. This one's coming on to the west coast today. Going to bring some unsettled weather, some cold rain in some spots in the northwest, and the highest of elevations we get a little bit of snow, but that shouldn't be a huge issue. So we love California getting any wet weather, so that'll be from San Francisco northwards through this evening. So if you're driving up the interstate there along the coast, you're going to get some damp weather. And then it's going to be an ugly Thursday morning in areas of the northwest. So this storm system will eventually slowly send some wet weather into the middle of the country as we head towards the upcoming weekend. But for today, we're concerned with this area of severe weather. Slight risk, not expecting a lot of tornadoes, maybe one or two, but large hail is a big threat for damage. Oklahoma City's included in this, Tulsa, McAllister, and heading towards Joplin, Missouri. And then tomorrow, we take our severe weather threat, we're bringing it up into Kansas. Areas from Manhattan to Wichita, Topeka, Kansas City, Emporia, all included in tomorrow's slight risk. Again, large hail is the biggest threat. So for today's forecast, warm and windy in areas of Texas. We have to watch out for that fire danger. Areas that snowed yesterday in the Northeast, today in the 40s and 50s. So that snow will be melting pretty quickly. And then tomorrow, we watch the temperature still very warm from Phoenix all the way to Dallas, San Antonio near 90 degrees. And then we'll watch that storm system in the west and look at San Francisco to Seattle with all that wet weather. This takes us into your weekend outlook. So let's get there first. Friday, we watch some of that wet weather heading into the Midwest. It does look really nice, though. Beautiful weather on Friday. Look at that, 80 degrees in southern Ohio. D.C. is going to be 77 degrees. Savannah is going to be running around enjoying the streets of New York. Happy hour, like 70 degrees and sunny. And Joe probably would join her if he could. Saturday will be pretty nice, too, on the eastern seaboard, but we will be watching a little bit of snow. I lost this whole train of thought.
Why can't I join her? Am I not
no,
allowed to run around the streets of New York?
I don't know. I mean, Savannah and I have our plans, and I kind of invited Joe without asking her, so we'll have to iron this all out.
Our plans, running around New York. I love it, Bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. All right, coming up, finding a little slice of home after fleeing a war zone.
Yeah, the organization that's helping refugees in Lviv relocate to a safer life with help from Airbnb. That story's after the break.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
Since the war in Ukraine began, displaced civilians have escaped the eastern and southern parts of the country, flooding the west, and many have landed in Lviv, their final stop before embarking on a new life abroad.
An organization called Ukraine Friends is on the ground in that city. It's been helping evacuate refugees to safety with the help of Airbnb.
We're joined now by Michael Sinensky, the co-founder of Ukraine Friends, and Joe Gebbia, co-founder and chairman of Airbnb. Good morning to both of you. Thank you for joining us to talk about this. Michael, I'm going to start with you. It's been almost 2 months since the Russian invasion began. Give us a sense of just how great the need is in Lviv right now.
Well, right now, you're seeing a humanitarian crisis that you'd see in movies and History Channel of like World War II, yet we're in 2022. And you have people rushing to the border with really only their bag and hope, but no real way to get to the next step of their lives after they've been displaced.
Oh, only their bag and hope. What a way to put it. And Joe, then tell us what happens next. How did Airbnb get involved, and what is it bringing to the table for these people who are just coming with some of their belongings and don't know where to go?
Well, good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me. I mean, this is such a devastating situation since February, and we believe the business community has a responsibility to step up. So we made a commitment to house 100,000 people fleeing Ukraine on Airbnb.org, and we do that through partners. Like some of the amazing partners we have, like friendsofUkraine.org. And through the partners, we're able to actually help place people who, as Michael mentioned, are fleeing with a bag and looking for a safe place to make a plan to figure out what's next.
So, Michael, that number there, 100,000, is that how many people you've been able to help so far? And what are you hearing from the people who you are able to help?
So we have 7 buses every single day that we hire drivers and bus coordinators, taking out around 500 women, children, elderly, and disabled Ukrainians. And we have gotten out around 5,000 people. And of those 5,000, we've housed, with our partnership of Airbnb.org, 3,000. So there's a great need of, based on the proportion. And we think we're projecting that we're going to get to 20,000 temporary housed Ukrainians within the next 30 to 60 days.
And Joe, tell us how this works and what it means for Airbnb hosts, but then also what you're hearing from them. What's the response been like from them?
Well, it's such an easy way to give back and to make a difference. Anyone with an extra room down the hall or a guest house can sign up on Airbnb.org to offer, a safe, warm, comfortable place to stay. And through UkraineFriends.org, we've had some incredible stories already, and it's even just early. We had an evacuated woman who had just given birth to her 10-day-old baby from the Donbass region, and they were able to safely cross the border and are now both in an Airbnb listing in Poland. And the host and her are heroes, and our support and UkraineFriends.org support will help her and her infant regroup and really start over.
Michael, this is something, a conflict that we expect to last months. Some people even wonder if it could last years. How much need are you going to have for how long? What's your message to people about this as it continues to just unfold for so long?
So right now, they're sending 18-year-old kids, unfortunately, into war with a Band-Aid and a rifle. So we really have to get them the proper medical supplies and protective gear into the front lines, which was what we're doing. So we're getting in medical supplies, protective gear, getting out evacuees, but they are so short. 1 out of 20 newly appointed soldiers, average age in their early 20s, have the proper equipment. So we're getting them IFAKs, they're called individual first aid kits specific for combat, and also protective vests and helmets. That is the need. We need donations. We really need help.
Absolutely. And Joe, for someone right now who's listening who does have that extra room, are you looking for people from anywhere? What's this process like for these refugees to get around the world? And if somebody does have that extra room, what should they do?
So anybody watching with an extra room can go to Airbnb.org. It's very easy to sign up. Hosts are protected by our air cover program, $1 million in insurance, our customer service support line, all the affordances of being an Airbnb host. And we do need more hosts. There are more than 5 million people who have fled Ukraine just in the last 2 months here. And we need more people, especially in Europe, Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Germany. If you're in Europe right now watching this, we need you. The people of Ukraine need you as well.
Joe and Michael, thank you so much, both for what you're doing and for your time this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
This morning, at least one person was killed after police in Sri Lanka fired live bullets at protesters.
Yeah, Claudio Lavanga is back with us from Rome with that and what else is making news around the world this morning. Hey, Claudio.
Good morning, guys. Yes, there's a lot of footage on social media in Sri Lanka that seems to prove that the police fired live bullets at those protesters, causing outrage all across the country. Now there were tens of thousands of protesters demonstrating against a few things. One is the skyrocketing prices of commodities. The other one is shortage of medicine and fuel and electricity. Well, they've been calling for the president of Sri Lanka to resign. And moving on to other stories, a British judge has approved the extradition of Julian Assange to the United States. The U.S. wants to try the founder of WikiLeaks on spying charges after the website published a huge trove of classified documents you may remember more than a decade ago. The final decision on whether to extradite Assange is now in the hands of the British Interior Minister. And last but not least, people in South Korea may soon become a year younger. Until now, when a baby is born in the country, he's already considered 1 year old. Now the government is considering changing the centuries-old rule and resolve what it called the persistent confusion in age calculation there. Now you may think that everybody's jumping to the opportunity of becoming 1 year younger overnight, but the country apparently is split between those who want to stick to tradition and those who want to align themselves with the rest of the world, guys.
I think we should consider doing that just because, even though we don't have that same rule there.
Yeah, exactly. We'll do the opposite. All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Interesting.
Coming up, actor Johnny Depp in his own words.
Yeah, we'll bring you his emotional testimony against former spouse Amber Heard in their highly publicized defamation battle. That's next.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
Okay, let's go. The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
We're celebrating greatness, redefining what it means to be a family.
They say it takes a village, and you guys actually have created your own village.
We are ready, ready, ready. We got a little spring in our step.
Spring!
This is quite the spring break crowd.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're hearing from actor Johnny Depp as he speaks out in court responding to allegations he was abusive toward his ex-wife Amber Heard.
Yeah, Depp sued her for $50 million for defamation following an op-ed Heard wrote several years ago. She's filed her own defamation lawsuit against Depp for $100 million in this high-stakes civil trial. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now with the latest on this. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Savannah, Joe, good morning. This is the first time we're hearing directly from Johnny Depp in court on explosive allegations you just outlined that surfaced years ago. Now, this, guys, was a far cry from the persona we've seen on the big screen for years. Depp speaking incredibly slowly and carefully, denying he's ever struck Heard or any woman for that matter. But this is only day one of his testimony, with cross-examination coming soon.
Nature. But never did I myself reach the point of striking Miss Heard in any way, nor have I ever struck any woman in my life.
Before a captivated courtroom, Johnny Depp defended himself from accusations of abuse made by ex-wife Amber Heard, who in 2016 was granted a protection order after telling the court the actor hit her in the face with a cell phone, pulled her hair, screamed at her, and hit her repeatedly.
Ms. Heard brought these disturbing criminal acts against me that were not based in any species of truth.
Depp was never charged criminally, and it was this 2018 op-ed in the Washington Post that prompted his $50 million defamation lawsuit. Heard wrote she had become a public figure representing domestic abuse. Even though the article never mentioned Depp by name, his attorneys say the damage to his reputation was enduring. The last time he appeared in a major studio film was 2018.
The studios basically view him as a huge liability now because of the domestic abuse accusations against him.
Legal experts say the point of Tuesday's testimony was to make Depp seem relatable and sincere.
Depp's first day on the stand was an important opportunity to show emotion, to show us that he is vulnerable and that he can suffer harm.
But now, Depp is set to face cross-examination, with Heard also expected to testify. The 35-year-old actress filed her own defamation lawsuit to the tune of $100 million for Depp's attorneys characterizing her claims as a hoax. Depp has already suffered a defeat in court. In 2018, he sued the publisher of The Sun newspaper based in London for calling him a wife-beater, with the judge finding, quote, overwhelming evidence he assaulted Heard repeatedly. The drama of the civil trial, featuring A-list celebrities and tens of millions of dollars at stake, only just beginning. And in a trial that has already grabbed headlines, Tesla CEO Elon Musk, who dated Amber Heard, and actor James Franco are also expected to testify virtually on her behalf. Actor Paul Bettany is going to testify on behalf of Depp. Another issue hanging over all of this, guys, is a possible litmus test for the Me Too movement, with legal experts worried right now that defamation lawsuits like this could prevent other women from coming forward in the future. Time, of course, will tell.
All right.
Savannah and Joe.
Sam, thanks so much.
And joining us now to break down the trial is NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos. Danny, always great to have you with us on something like this. So let's first get your reaction to Johnny Depp's testimony yesterday. I mean, we heard Sam mention in his piece there the point, to be relatable, to be sincere. What were some of your takeaways, and did he represent himself well on the stand?
My major takeaway is, what the heck was that? I mean, it was to be expected. Johnny Depp is known to be a little eccentric. And I can imagine if I were his lawyers, I'm sure his lawyers got him in a room and said, listen, Johnny, whatever you do, just make yourself as relatable as you humanly can. And that's what he comes up with. You know, that all black three-piece suit, the baubles, on the rings all over his finger, and that really eccentric way of talking, which you've kind of gotten from interviews with him. But in terms of making himself relatable to a jury of lay people, I'm not so sure that he did a whole lot to go that way. And the other thing to consider, too, is that in cases like this, where each side is telling such different stories that they don't even bear a resemblance to each other, I think a lot of times juries at the end of the day will say, you know what, these two, they can have each other. So it makes for a difficult case for both sides.
So, Danny, I mean, direct is the easy part. Depp now expected to be cross-examined today. What do you think the strategy is going to be as he takes the stand again?
Oh, I can't wait. And I'll tell you why. Because I'm guessing that Johnny Depp is the kind of client that you sit down to prepare for deposition and you say, listen, the rules of evidence create an uneven battlefield. You cannot spar with the opposing attorney. You cannot defeat them. You cannot dunk on them. The attorney will always win if you try to fight. The best thing to do is to be calm, don't fight back, and just answer questions. And some clients listen. They say, oh, this is good for my case. Other clients say, you know what, I hear what you're saying, but I'm going to do it my way. And I suspect that Johnny Depp is going to be a my way kind of guy when it comes to cross-examination, and it won't work for him.
Hey, I want to ask you about something else that we heard in Sam's piece. It's actually Depp's second attempt to sue over the abuse allegations. He lost a libel suit against the Sun newspaper in the UK, where Heard had called him a, quote, wife beater. That was back in 2018 in an article about the couple. Does that hurt his chances this time around?
Not necessarily, because now he's essentially going to the source, to Amber Heard herself. And he's alleging that when she made that statement in the Washington Post in an opinion column, an opinion piece, that is what that was relatable to him, and therefore it caused him money damages. And by the way, this is the rare defamation case where I think if he can prove the first part of his case, that what she said was defamatory, you might actually have positive damages. In other words, you might be able to prove that those words that Amber Heard spoke resulted in him losing, say, the Jack Sparrow job, which is clearly worth millions and millions of dollars.
Right. Interesting case. Danny, thanks for helping us understand it. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much. And coming up, the housing market is still red hot for prospective buyers, but that's not necessarily a good thing.
Yeah, mortgage rates are sky high along with labor costs, and inventory is at its lowest point in decades. But could there be signs of a cool down on the horizon? We've got some insight next.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
Let's go. The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
We're celebrating greatness, redefining what it means to be a family.
They say it takes a village, and you guys actually have created your own village.
We are ready, ready, ready. We got a little spring in our step.
Spring!
This is quite the spring break crowd.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
All this month, how urgent is our position as far as our climate's concerned?
Exploring innovative new steps to save our wildlife.
We're going to go find some bison
and protect our planet. Only on Today.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The cost of buying a home continues to rise, and from the climbing mortgage rates to problems with getting construction equipment, this is all leaving buyers wondering if there is any relief in sight. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has more.
Hey there. Well, evidence of the supply chain crunch, and one of the influencing factors on the housing market is the number of houses started versus completed. The gap between the two has reached the highest level since 1984. Traditionally, spring means sales, marking real estate agents' busiest time of the year. But with mortgage rates at their highest point in more than a decade, economists say the hot housing market could be starting to cool.
So now we're seeing more like 3 or 4 really solid offers, maybe even 1 great offer, but definitely not 10, 20 or more.
Homes today are much more expensive than even just a few months ago, with borrowing rates currently climbing above 5%, up nearly 2 points from January. On a $400,000 loan, that's a difference of nearly $370 a month. The surging mortgage rates are on top of record high home prices, increasing by 20% in the past year. The costly combo has prompted families like the Golepalus to press pause on their search after struggling to land a home despite making 10 offers, even going $50,000 above asking price.
If we didn't lose out on the pricing, we lost sometimes on the terms.
The housing inventory is the lowest since 1999, as builders continue to be bogged down by lack of labor, lagging delivery times, and the soaring cost of materials.
Everything is going up unbelievably due to the supply chain problems we have.
For wannabe homeowners, experts say consider expanding your search, both location and type of home. Improve your credit score, and if you can tolerate mortgage rate hikes, hang tight. Competition should start to thin out in the months ahead, but only by so much.
The market is definitely still a seller's market.
Buyers navigating a spring selling season unlike any before. And analysts say the demand for rental properties will rise as mortgage rates continue to do so. New research from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York shows the percentage of renters hoping to eventually buy a home has fallen to the lowest level in the survey's history. Certainly a sign that this tumultuous housing market is shaking people's confidence. Back to you.
All right, Emily, thank you. And actually, mortgage and technology and data provider Black Knight just reported that the typical American household, get this, will now have to spend 31% of their monthly income on mortgage payments, which is up from 24% in just December.
Let's stay on your money and turn to Wall Street now, where shares of Netflix took a big hit after that brutal earnings report yesterday.
Yes, CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and more. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. Yeah, so Netflix shares are tumbling, losing a quarter of their value. The company reporting it lost 200,000 subscribers in the first quarter. That's the first decline in more than a decade. Netflix also expects to lose another 2 million subscribers this quarter. The company blaming increased competition, password sharing by members, as well as inflation. Netflix says it's exploring a cheaper version of its service that would be supported by ads similar to what's already offered by Hulu, Peacock, and others. Apple says its products were made with 50% more recycled material last year. The company is touting its eco-friendliness ahead of Earth Day. Several new products had at least 20% recycled material, including the gold in the main boards and cameras of the iPhone 13. Apple also says it cut nearly all use of plastics in its packaging. It has said it aims to make its products and supply chain carbon neutral by 2030. Grubhub could be under new management again. Just Eat Takeaway, the European food delivery service, says it's exploring a sale of Grubhub, which it just bought last year for $7.3 billion at the height of the pandemic-driven delivery boom. Several shareholders have stepped up the pressure on the company to sell Grubhub, which has about 14% of the U.S. market share, guys.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
And coming up, it's a field of dreams for the next generation of women in Major League Baseball.
That's right. The sky's the limit. And while there is still some work to be done, you could say the glass ceiling has been shattered by a home run ball. That story next.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. A wedding dress is going viral on TikTok, not just for its looks, but also for its $47 price tag. That's right, 47 bucks. In fact, newlyweds Kira and Joel Broken Bro achieved the nearly impossible. Not only did she save big on her wedding dress, but the entire wedding itself only cost them $500. The couple decided early on to have a low-cost wedding in efforts to avoid going into debt before starting their marriage. So they cut costs where they could. They found a free location for the ceremony. Family members gifted them various items like flowers, and guests paid for their own food and drinks. What made it all possible, they said, was having supportive loved ones who also understood the end goal was to simply celebrate their love and marriage. That does not look like a budget wedding. It is beautiful, but I can say as someone planning a wedding, I truly cannot wrap my head around how that's possible.
Well, but suddenly you're rewriting all your plans, and it's going to be $500 or whatever.
Exactly.
Thanks, Savannah.
Yeah.
All this week, NBC News is taking a closer look at our climate challenge. Our planet is warming. One big reason is our use of fossil fuels, but there is an alternative. NBC News Now anchor Aaron Gilchrist has been looking at one solar energy idea. He joins us now with more. Hey, Aaron.
Hey, Joe, good morning. You know, there's a growing movement really around the country and all around the world to reduce our carbon footprint and to create renewable energy. The Biden administration now making good on a plan to offer our public-owned deserts as a landscape for clean energy. Harnessing the power of the sun and energizing efforts to save the planet. Solar energy projects are popping up all over the country, including here in the California high desert.
This property is about a 200 megawatt project itself.
Clearway Energy owns and operates this facility about 2 hours north of L.A. The company just getting a green light from the Interior Department to build a solar farm on federal land outside Palm Springs.
So our Victory Pass Erica project, when it's complete, will be 465 megawatts of solar and 400 megawatts of battery on BLM land.
The farm coming to this land is the Bureau of Land Management's first development approval as part of its Desert Renewable Energy Conservation Plan.
President Biden and Secretary Haaland have asked us to ensure that we deliver a carbon-free future for the country, that our electricity in 2035 is carbon-free. And that means we need to turn to renewables and turn fairly quickly.
The Bureau is looking at dozens of proposals for clean energy projects on public lands. Last year, about 20% of all electricity generated in this country came from renewable sources, and that number is projected to tick up every year.
So we get reflection off the ground that hits really the bottom of the module.
Sort of underneath.
Underneath, exactly.
Okay. We walked through one of Clearway's solar farms, similar but about half the size of the new generation and storage project BLM just advanced, a project that will create enough energy to power 132,000 homes. This project is being built on about 2,600 acres here in Riverside County, but the federal government is opening up a much larger piece of land, almost 11 million acres, for farming, clean energy farming. The Desert Energy Plan in California targets land in 7 counties for development of clean energy, but also protects ecosystems and recreation space. Stone Manning calls the plan a model for the country.
About being really smart from the start and having our values laid out on a map about how we power our society, how we protect our lands for the future.
Solar development doesn't come without some controversy. The industry recently blasted the Commerce Department for launching an inquiry into whether imports of solar panels from Southeast Asia circumvent rules that limit imports from China.
There's a bit of a cognitive dissonance between the goals that we have and sort of the on-the-ground policymaking making that's being made.
Clean energy leaders say the commerce action could cost thousands of jobs and put 80% of planned solar projects at risk. One industry group saying the inquiry could be apocalyptic.
The damage, to a certain extent, is being done as we speak, insofar as shipments are getting delayed, and that will only compound on itself and create further supply chain issues.
The agency offering up federal land to build renewables isn't involved in the investigation and doesn't expect it to stop development.
I have incredible faith in American ingenuity that if we have to, we'll start building the solar panels here. The demand is clearly there for solar power, which means that the supply is going to come.
That demand coming from places like Ojai, California, where mother of two Michelle Ellison helped lead the charge to make renewable energy the first choice for her community.
I really became compelled to take action and do everything I could to protect my children's future. I'm concerned about what they're inheriting.
Ellison's family is working to reduce its carbon footprint with their own solar panels and electric car. And like many of her neighbors now, she has 100% renewable energy coming into her house. She's happy to see the government moving in a cleaner direction.
The magnitude, the urgency of the climate crisis necessitates policy-level change at all levels of government.
The type of change that would turn a seemingly barren wasteland into fertile ground for the future of our planet. Now, the Clearway project is expected to come online in 2024. And Joe, just like we said, this is just the first project that the Bureau of Land Management has approved. There are more than 50 utility-scale onshore clean energy proposals that are in the pipeline right now out west. They're waiting for a green light.
Very interesting. Thanks for giving us a look at that, Aaron. Appreciate it. Finally this hour, the baseball season is just getting started, but it's already one for the history books.
NBC News correspondent Katie Beck introduces us to trailblazers who are leading the way for girls and women dreaming of careers at the sport's highest levels.
Good job, guys. Thank you. For girls who love baseball, the field of their dreams is opening up.
Don't let people tell you what you can't do.
More females finding the sky their new limit.
Can't hear you.
Who better to advise the next generation than Miami Marlins general manager Kim Ng, the first female GM of a major league team.
By you doing what you guys do, which is playing baseball, when a lot of people are telling you shouldn't or you can't, you're examples for others.
This month, Major League Baseball organizing an event for girls who play the game called the Trailblazers Series.
I want to play in the Major Leagues MLB, but I don't really care if I'm the first or even the last. I just want to play.
While women still make up only a small fraction of front office and coaching staffs, there are promising signs of progress. Last week, the Giants' Alyssa Nacken became the first woman to coach on field in a major league game. Kelsey Whitmore signed with an Atlantic League team as a player. And manager Rachel Balkovitz on a winning streak with her minor league Tampa Tarpons. She's the first woman to hold the job.
There's definitely the outlier.
I spoke with her back in 2020 after she became the Yankees' first female minor league hitting coach.
My end goal really is to impact and empower as many people as possible.
Women stepping up to the plate, promoting a more inclusive playing field. Katie Beck, NBC News.
We had Kelsey Whitmore on last week, and she was truly an inspiration, wasn't she?
She really was. Oh, my goodness, what a fun conversation with her, and just so amazing to see. It's funny how you don't really think about it until you see how much of a barrier they are breaking. It's very cool.
Doing that. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, to mask or not to mask? That is the question a lot of Americans are asking this morning. Major airlines have officially dropped their mask mandates, but some cities are still requiring people to mask up. This as the Justice Department considers a legal battle to bring the mandate back as COVID cases rise nationwide. Extremely severe. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says the situation is growing worse and worse by the day in the city of Mariupol. People have been without food, water, and basic supplies for weeks now. The military fight to keep the city in the hands of Ukrainians and the new help the U.S. could send soon. Get your banned books here. As more books are taken off library shelves across the country, the nation's second largest public library system is doing the opposite, making sure anyone, anywhere can read them. We'll tell you how the program works. And in his own words, Prince Harry speaks to Arhoda Kotb about returning to the UK with wife Meghan Markle for the first time since their split with the royal family and his visit with the Queen.
Being with her, it was great. It was just so nice to see her. Meghan and I had tea with her, so it was really nice to catch up with her.
How Harry is adjusting to life in the States and where things stand between him and his royal relatives today. That is a conversation I know a lot of us are looking forward to hearing that we'll bring you this hour. We begin, though, this morning with the fallout from that ruling by a judge in Florida to overturn the federal mask mandate on public transportation.
The Justice Department is preparing to appeal the decision if the CDC determines masks are still necessary to protect public health. But for now, masks are optional on most airlines and forms of mass transit across the country. Some cities like New York are keeping mask mandates in place for its public transportation system that includes subways and taxis. Well, Philadelphia is still requiring masks in all indoor settings. The different rules are creating all types of confusion for people across the country. Some are cheering the end of the mask mandates. Others are concerned about what may come next in the fight against COVID as numbers rise across the country.
I think it's too soon to drop it, personally.
I, on the other hand, am super glad that the mask mandate is dropped.
I think that you're in a confined space, and it's still, the variant is still really strong, and I don't want to get sick, so I'm going to be wearing a mask.
A lot of opinions, even among people who know each other. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins us now from a metro stop in Washington, D.C. Gary, good morning to you. So quickly, walk us through what are the guidelines for masks where you are in Washington?
Hey there, Joe. Yeah, there is no citywide mask mandate here in Washington, D.C. There's no vaccine mandate here in Washington, D.C. You could walk into the metro, no problem, no mask. You could walk into a pharmacy with no mask or no vaccine needed. But that's not the case everywhere, even just around the East Coast. Up in New York City, there's no indoor mask mandate. But to get on the MTA, to get on a bus or a subway in New York City, you do need a mask. But in Philadelphia, it's just the opposite. You can walk around on the SEPTA. You can get on to the public transportation there without a mask, but you have an indoor mask mandate in Philadelphia. And this all comes as all these cities are doing different things. But 31 states and Washington, D.C. are seeing an increase in COVID cases nationwide. So you're seeing cities making a variety of decisions here as COVID continues on.
Yeah, I mean, Gary, what is the reaction to all this from travelers, from commuters across the country? Are they happy the masks are gone? Are they anxious?
Yeah, I traveled actually from here in Washington, D.C. down to Atlanta and back to D.C. on a plane yesterday just to see what the experience was like, who was wearing a mask, who wasn't. Well, I'll tell you, when I left D.C., only about a handful of people were unmasked. But when I got back down to Atlanta, there was about half the airport, half the nation's busiest airport was unmasked. So everyone is doing something a little bit different. Here's what some folks we talked to yesterday had to say.
I think it's a little premature. Working in the health field, I think we're seeing a lot of spikes in the variants, especially in Chicago, where I'm from. We're seeing a lot of issues.
I'm not worried about it. I've had COVID. I've been vaxxed. I've been boosted.
I got underlying conditions, so I have to wear a mask. And my wife, she's going to wear a mask regardless. I think she wears a mask a bit.
Now, one thing I heard from everyone that I talked to that was happy the masks were coming off was the importance of freedom of choice. They're thrilled that they can now make a decision to wear a mask if they want to.
Also interesting to hear some of the regional differences there, Gary. So what is the Biden administration's plan here? Do we think they are going to appeal the ruling made by this judge in Florida?
Yeah, so the Biden administration has said that they're following the science. They've said this throughout the entire pandemic, and that's something that they say they continue to do. The DOJ says they're not happy with the Florida district judge ruling on this CDC mandate, but that they're only going to appeal if the CDC says that they believe the guidance should continue to be upheld. So they're continuing to follow the science. Joe?
All right, Gary Grumbach, thank you so much.
Let's now bring in Dr. Bob Lahita for more on this. He's a professor at the Hackensack Meridian Medical School and director of the Institute for Autoimmune and Rheumatic Diseases at St. Joseph Health, also the author of Immunity Strong. Dr. Lahita, always great to have you with us. So do you think now's the right time to be ending the mask mandate on public transportation? What's your opinion on this? And then also, do you think that, as Gary was just explaining, the CDC has to make this case in order for the Biden administration to appeal? Do you think they're going to be able to do so?
Well, cases are going up, Savannah, and that is our concern. The scientific data right now suggests that in all likelihood, you could probably drop the mask if you are riding an airplane, for example, because of the air filtration and the good nature of the HEPA filter. But still, those who are at risk, those with immunosuppression, those who have autoimmune diseases or cancer chemotherapy are at great risk to be infected. And then we have the vaccinated versus the unvaccinated. And you have the mask versus the unmasked. And then you have the kind of mask you're wearing, whether you're wearing an N95 or a KN95 or an N94, and the list goes on and on. So I don't think the politicians or the judicial people should make the decision here. It should be the scientists. It should be the CDC, Savannah.
So, Doctor, you mentioned the fact that these planes have these good air filtration systems. So for somebody who is making this decision right now themselves when they're on an airplane, since that's what the rule is right now, who does want to mask up, is concerned about COVID exposure, but maybe there's a lot of other people on the plane who are not wearing a mask, what should they know right now about the risk?
Well, the risk is about 54% that if somebody is in the plane and they're close to you and they have, whether they have symptoms or not, but they are infected, you're going to get infected. Now, the good news is the BA2 variant only causes upper respiratory symptoms as a rule. So it's not as deadly as the Delta was. However, we have the option of having a new variant pop up, especially with 33 states having increased numbers. So if a new variant pops up, we're going to be very surprised, and a lot of people are going to be very, very sick.
And Doctor, do you think that this could impact the case numbers that we're seeing, people having masks off on planes? And if we do see a spike, I know cases are already going up, but if it seems related to this, do you think it could mean that we see local officials start to reintroduce mask mandates?
Well, I think that is a likelihood, Savannah, and that is going to be a problem because once you let the horses out of the barn, as it were, it's going to be tough to round them up and get them back in the barn. So we're telling people, oh, okay, you can drop the mask mandate right now. You can drop the mask wearing, I should say, but you're still going to have that possibility of having everybody mask up again if the numbers spike and people start winding up in hospital emergency rooms. That's the numbers that we look at. Not people at home who self-test and never report themselves.
All right, Dr. Bob Lahita, always great to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Savannah.
Now to the latest from Ukraine. NBC News has learned the Biden administration is preparing to announce another substantial military aid package this week. According to 3 U.S. officials, the package is expected to be similar in size to the $800 million one the White House announced just last week. The news comes as Russia has launched an all-out assault on eastern Ukraine. And this morning, Ukraine says it will open a humanitarian corridor to evacuate women, children, and the elderly from what's left of the besieged city of Mariupol. We're joined now by NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez in Lviv and NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee. Carol, let's start with you. What else do we know about this new aid package, and how quickly could these resources get to Ukraine's military as the fighting there intensifies?
Well, what's remarkable about this package, Joe, is just how soon it's coming on the heels of another really large package that the White House announced last week. And that really underscores the urgency that both the Ukrainians have to get more military assistance and the U.S. has to give it to them. So this is expected to be around $800 million, could be more. These things are very much still in flux. We're told the president has not signed off on this, but one of the things that it will include is tens of thousands of artillery rounds. And that, again, underscores how quickly the Ukrainians are burning through some of this ammunition. Matt Miller, an advisor to the National Security Council, talked about this on MSNBC. Take a listen.
Of course, we are always preparing the next package of security assistance to get into Ukraine, because it is true that they are going through these stocks quickly. We've supplied them with 50 million rounds of ammunition, 40,000 artillery shells, just announced last week, as you said, and we've already seen the deliveries from that package announced last week flow into the country.
Now, one of the things that you repeatedly hear from administration officials is that they understand the Ukrainians are never going to stop asking for more. And what they're trying to do is assess what the priorities are, what exactly they need right now, how quickly they can get it to them, and also how to train Ukrainian forces on some of this new equipment, because they just don't know how to use it. So their goal is to get them things that they need, that are their top priorities, and that they can learn very quickly how to use, Joe.
So, Raf, Russia made it official. Their foreign minister announced the official beginning of the new phase of the war, targeting regions that make up the Donbass in eastern Ukraine. So what is the latest on the fighting that's happening there, and what makes this battleground in the east different for the Russians?
So, Joe, the Russians gave the remaining Ukrainian forces in Mariupol until 2 p.m. Moscow time to surrender. It's about 15 minutes ago, according to my watch. As far as we know, the white flag of surrender has not been raised over that steel plant, just as it hasn't been raised with any of the previous deadlines the Russians have imposed. A Ukrainian Marine commander who is inside that factory released a video overnight. He said his forces are outnumbered 10-1. He said there are hundreds of civilians inside that factory. They say they have hundreds of wounded, but they are not planning to surrender. He did plead with the international community to try to broker a deal with the Russians to extract his soldiers and the civilians with them and move them to safety in a third country. There is no indication right now the Russians are going to agree to any kind of deal like that. They have these Ukrainian troops completely surrounded with concentric rings of their own forces. They are allegedly using very heavy bunker buster bombs, to try to clear them out of this plant. But the fighting continues in Mariupol, as it does all along this enormous 300-mile front in the east of Ukraine. The Ukrainian lines appear to be holding, but as Carol was saying, they are desperately in need of artillery. They are pleading for more weapons from the United States, from its allies. And as fast as things are moving, it is not clear whether they will be able to reach the battlefield in time to make a difference. Now, as you said, there was a little bit of good news out of Mariupol. The Ukrainian government says it has secured an agreement for a humanitarian corridor to get some women and children out of the city. We'll see if that agreement holds. Jeff?
So in addition to weapons, Carol, the White House is considering additional sanctions against Russia. How many more options does the administration have when it comes to sanctions? We know they haven't deterred Putin, but what's really the goal here?
Yeah, it's a great question, because the U.S. has adopted a number of sanctions, some of the strictest sanctions that we've seen on really any country. There's a couple of things that they could still do. One is secondary sanctions. That would penalize other countries who do trade with Russia. The U.S. has not wanted to take that step. That could alienate some other countries like India or China, and could hurt the U.S. economy. That's something that the administration has wanted to avoid. The other thing that they're looking at is this designation of Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism. Now, when you talk to administration officials, they say that sanctions that are mandated under that designation, and there are only 4 countries that the U.S. has designated as such, that those are something that are not even as tough as what they've already done. Well, that raises the question of, okay, well, then why not just do it for symbolic reasons? And there is an acknowledgement that this is something that might come to pass, but the U.S. really can't hurt Russia as much as they would like to without buy-in from the Europeans. They have all the leverage. This is something that the president talked about with European allies yesterday on a secure video call, and it's something that they're going to continue to try to get their allies on board with.
And Raf, the UN says more than 5 million Ukrainians have fled their home country. The train system has been vital, getting them out, bringing humanitarian aid in. I know you spoke with the CEO of the Ukrainian National Railway. Quickly, what did they tell you?
Well, Joe, the CEO told us that 95 of his staff have been killed so far. A quarter of his railway lines have been damaged, but he is still absolutely determined to keep the trains running. We also met a woman called Valentina who was going to Kyiv to try to see her dying father. She didn't get there in time. Take a listen to that conversation.
So you were trying to get to your dying father in the middle of a war.
Yeah.
How important was the train for you?
They are heroes. Just to take care of all these passengers, take care of all Ukrainians, and just support and give these trains.
Now, the train workers are known in Ukraine as the Iron People. They are hailed as heroes, just like the soldiers are. And everywhere you go, people will tell you that they owe an enormous debt to those railway workers for keeping this country moving during wartime. Joe?
That is certainly the case, and hard to hear that so many have lost their lives. Raf Sanchez and Carol Lee, thank you both.
Let's now bring in Lester Munson. He's a senior fellow at the National Security Institute and principal in the international practice at BGR Group. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. So let's start with this potential new military aid package, because it comes just a week after a separate $800 million package. How much could this new aid help in the East? And do you think we could expect to see more aid packages like this going forward? Is this our way of helping?
Yeah, so it's hugely important. The Ukrainians have been very explicit about their needs for more ammunition, more weapon systems. Really, they have needs across the board on the military front. The Biden administration, I think, is taking a very interesting tack in announcing publicly everything it's doing to help Ukraine. Perhaps not quite everything, but a lot of the things it is doing to help Ukraine, it is announcing publicly. The money from last week and likely for this new announcement of $800 million comes from $13 billion that Congress appropriated over a month ago for Ukraine. So there's a little bit more left in the system. But I think at a certain point here in the relatively near future, we're going to see the need for new money from Congress for assistance to Ukraine.
Let's talk about the fight and the fact that the Ukrainians have continued to outperform expectations. But in the East, it's starting to get much different than what we saw in the early part of this war. Do you think a couple of things here? The Russians have either learned from mistakes in their disorganization at the beginning of this and in other regions of Ukraine, or maybe more concerningly, do you think that the Russians could intensify their warfare in a way that has so far sort of seemed to be off limits, starting to use new tactics in the region?
Well, it could be all of those things. Of course, clearly the initial Russian effort to take Kyiv quickly failed. Ukraine won the Battle of Kyiv. Russia is now falling back to a plan B, which is what, frankly, a lot of people suspected before this invasion actually happened, that Russia was seeking to build the land bridge from Donbass to Crimea. And that appears to be what is happening now. Let's remember that Russia first invaded Ukraine 8 years ago in the Donbass. There have been Russian forces in Ukraine for 8 years in both Crimea and Donbass. What Russia is now trying to do is unite them with this land bridge. It goes right through Mariupol. That is why this battle is so important. So this is kind of the baseline need for Russia from a military perspective. And it's entirely possible that what Russia is trying to do is achieve this goal by May 9th, which is the commemoration of the victory over the Nazis from World War II. It's an artificial deadline, but it appears that Russia is really scrambling to have some sort of plausible military achievement by that date.
And Mariupol seems to be the focus of that. Lester Munson, thank you so much for joining us. We so appreciate your expertise.
Thank you.
Let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Bill Cairns is with us. Hi, Bill. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. And it was just cruel yesterday. All those areas that had the heavy snow, and we still have more pictures to show you because, usually in the middle of the winter, we're kind of like, all right, that's enough. I've seen enough snow video, but snow video in April, the middle of April is just ridiculous, and it was so heavy and wet, it just stuck to everything. Even at this hour, we still have 100,000 people without power. At the peak yesterday, it was 250,000 people without power. Highest snowfall total I saw was 18 inches in the southern Adirondacks. That's the biggest snowfall of the year was in the middle of April. Pretty crazy for some of these areas. So that's quickly melting, and by the time we get to about Friday, about all of that snow will be gone. So now we have a chilly start to the day. This is in the wake of our snowstorm. And if you had some of those early plants you put out in the Carolinas, northern portions of South Carolina, Virginia especially, hopefully you covered them up last night, because we have had a freeze and a frost in many areas. Raleigh's one of those areas that's down to 34 degrees, Asheville 31. Charleston, West Virginia is down to 29 degrees. So yes, it was and is a cold morning, but the sun is up and it's going to do its job. The April sun is pretty strong. So this afternoon, Virginia recovers into the 60s. These temperatures are still about 5 to 10 degrees below what it should be for this time of year, even all the way up into the Great Lakes. Tomorrow is what we call an average day. Temperatures in the 60s, some hit 70, and then we get a significant warm-up. So it just snowed in Pittsburgh yesterday, and then Sunday, it could be 81 degrees in Pittsburgh. Look at Cincinnati, mid-80s by the time we get to Saturday. So a big change is coming to the east. And as far as any severe weather goes this week, today we're going to be watching areas of Oklahoma, and this will be late in the afternoon into this evening. But I do not expect a tornado outbreak. And for all our friends there that still have white covering their lawn, it won't last long. It'll be gone soon.
Good to hear.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Thank you, Bill. And coming up, the clock is ticking for a judge to decide who some New Yorkers may be voting for in the midterm elections.
The gerrymandering case that's back in court today, and the impact it could potentially have on the balance of power on Capitol Hill during the midterms this November. You're watching Morning News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. All this month,
how urgent is our position as far as our climate's concerned?
Exploring innovative new steps to save our wildlife.
We're going to go find some bison
and protect our planet. Only on Today. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
In New York, a battle over redistricting maps is back in court today, and with a little more than 2 months until the state's primary elections, time is of the essence.
Yeah, Democrats are fighting to save congressional and legislative maps that a New York state court has tossed out for being unconstitutional and gerrymandered. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim joins us now to break it all down. She is always following this for us. Jane, good morning. Good to have you with us. So there have been a lot of legal twists and turns in this one. What do we know about today's court hearing?
Savannah, this court hearing is all about whether or not these maps should be used this year. So now the issue of whether they're gerrymandered or not, experts say they definitely are gerrymandered, will not be decided this court hearing or even really considered. It's whether or not they think they should use them this year. There's a lot of reasons why a court might say, you know, you might win on the merits of this case, but we're going to let this map stand. And in no small part, that's because this timeline is very condensed. The census was delayed because of the pandemic. So the redistricting process started late. And as you said, 2 months until that June 28th primary. That said, a court could say, you know, maybe we should consider moving this primary so we can discuss this further before we make this call. But this one, it's all about whether or not they should use the maps this year.
Jane, with that June 28th date quickly approaching, what does it mean for the candidates who are already in office and those who plan to run?
Yeah, great question, Joe. I mean, there are candidates who are campaigning on these lines right now as we speak. And so Republicans have a very high bar to try and prove that these maps are so gerrymandered that the court must step in. Now, we know that courts tend to be pretty loath to interfere in ongoing elections. But of course, experts say these maps are pretty gerrymandered and that there is an argument with the state's new constitutional reforms against gerrymandering. There's an argument to be made here.
And Jane, also, if the lower court's ruling is allowed to stand, what does that mean happens next?
So we're in the appellate court right now, and the lower court's ruling has been stayed temporarily. They'll decide that stay again today. And so the court will go forward. Now, of course, this is the middle court here in New York. We expect this case and the stay, whether or not to use these maps this year, will likely end up in the highest court, the Court of Appeals here in New York, before too long. But again, it's a tight timeline. So really the question is, can they get everything done, all those legal T's and I's crossed before these deadlines to get it done quickly? But I would expect one more appeal before we are done with this stay suit.
All right. A lot of updates to come there then. Jane Tim, thank you so much. And coming up, a new warning for parents about what your young kids may try to eat.
Yeah, snacks that might look normal but are actually marijuana edibles. What parents need to watch out for next in our weekly checkup.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
All this month,
How urgent is our position as far as our climate's concerned?
exploring innovative new steps to save our wildlife
We're going to go find some bison
and protect our planet. Only on Today. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Virtual worlds like Facebook's metaverse are exploding in popularity, and now virtual reality could soon be coming to your office. Many companies are shifting their corporate training sessions away from PowerPoint presentations to virtual reality instead, especially for training seminars about sexual harassment. Using a VR headset, employees are immersed in fictional scenarios and asked to identify what they're witnessing, such as gaslighting, racial profiling, or sexism, and how to diffuse the situation. The goal is to engage and help increase an employee's chance of identifying harassment in the workplace. But according to the Washington Post, some are skeptical, questioning if the new technology may end up being a trigger for victims of harassment or racism. Crucial debate is happening in France ahead of the country's presidential election.
Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and what else is making news around the world this morning. Hey, Claudio, good to see you.
Good morning, guys. Yes, tonight, the French President Emmanuel Macron and Marine Le Pen, who is the leader of the far-right party National Assembly or National Front, whatever you want to call it, will face off in a televised debate ahead of Sunday's second and last round of the French presidential elections. Now, Marine Le Pen is still behind in the polls, but the televised debate is a make-or-break moment for both candidates that can sway a lot of votes. And in other news, a political activist has become the first person to be officially charged with sedition in Hong Kong since 1997. Tam Tak Chi, a former DJ and politician, was found guilty of uttering anti-police slogans as well as phrases commonly used during pro-democracy protests in 2019, such as "Liberate Hong Kong, Revolution of Our Times." Last but not least, today, 4 million residents of Shanghai will be allowed to leave their homes at last after the latest COVID-19 lockdown rules are slowly being lifted there. It follows a first round of easing last week, bringing the total number of people out of lockdown in China's biggest city to 12 million. Now the city went back into lockdown on March 28 after a surge, once again, of COVID-19 cases, guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Time now for your weekly checkup.
NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins us to discuss the latest health headlines that you might have missed. Hey, Dr. Torres, great to have you with us. So let's start with the one we teased, this new study warning people, especially parents, about the dangers of some marijuana edibles being made to look just like popular snacks. These copycat edibles pose a serious risk to children, of course, in particular. Tell us about this.
And Savannah, this is pretty incredible and can be pretty scary for parents in particular, but NYU actually did a survey and people answered questions anonymously, sent in pictures of their edible products, and they looked at these pictures and found out that some of them looked almost identical to the real products. We're talking things like Doritos, Gushers, Sour Patch Kids, things that children would really be attracted to. As a matter of fact, what's happening is children are getting into these, and nearly 4,000 cases of children under 10 were called into poison control centers because they consumed edible cannabis in the past year. And the Missouri Poison Control said over the last couple years, since 2018, the numbers have doubled in what they're getting called into for children getting into these supplements under the age of 5. And you saw there too, the average amount inside those containers, like let's say a bag of what they're calling Doritos, 459 milligrams, shouldn't be more than 100 milligrams by regulation. So what does this mean? What are the doctor's orders? Well, there's a few things you want to do if you have children. Number one, store them. So keep the products out of sight and in reach of children. Treat them like alcohol or any medicines you have in the house. Lock them away. Number two, modeling. Try not to use these products in front of your children because children like to do what their parents do, and so they will go after these things. And then number three, especially for older children, talk to your children about cannabis use, and particularly about these edibles and what they mean, how much there might be in there, and what happens if they eat the whole thing, which could be dangerous in some cases. And last but not least, remember to have that poison control number with you just in case something happens. And I'll give it out here. It's 1-800-222-1222. Again, that's 1-800-222-1222 in case you need that number.
Another story, doctor, for parents. Our next study focused on a poll from the University of Michigan. Many parents deal with their picky eaters by giving them things like multivitamins and omega-3 pills. So how many parents are doing this, and is it safe? What should they be doing?
You know, if you're a parent with a picky eater, you want to make sure your child gets what they need in order to continue growing. And they found out that half the parents say that with these picky eaters, with the survey, they end up giving their children dietary supplements. By dietary supplements, they mean multivitamins, probiotics, things like omega-3. Parents in the survey, which was interesting, said they think it's more expensive to provide their child with a healthy diet than it is to give these supplements or try to get them to eat the other things. So what are doctor's orders here? Well, doctor's orders are essentially, number one, realize your child is going to be picky, and that happens with children. They typically outgrow it, particularly by the time they reach 5. Supplements are not a substitute for a balanced diet, and for the most part, children don't need supplements. If you think they do, talk to your doctor about them. And remember, they're not regulated by the FDA, so it's kind of the Wild West with supplements. But get creative with their diets as well, because we all like variety is the spice of life, as we say, and children like that just as much. So get creative. And as a parent, I can tell you the one thing you don't want to do is you don't want to turn into a short order cook, and so you can't constantly cook everything for everybody. So try and get them to eat what's on the table if you can.
Absolutely, that's really good advice. All right, doctor, last one. Not a lot of people enjoy going to the dentist. I'm one of these people. I do not like the dentist, but a new study from the CDC shows during the pandemic, dental visits dropped even more than usual. What can you tell us?
They did, and on average, even before the pandemic, a third of us ended up not going to the dentist on the average year. That was even worse during the pandemic itself, and so less people were going. Part of that was because the dentist offices were shut down, but now they're all up and running, and they're doing very well at keeping you safe. The other thing is we see this decline across the country, the spectrum of the country, so it doesn't matter who you are, less people are going to the dentist. So what does that mean for doctor's orders? Well, first and foremost, realize that the quality of your teeth can affect your overall health, and there are some indications that could even affect your heart health, increasing your risk of heart attacks or strokes. So be careful there with your teeth. Regular checkups are still important. You want to catch these things, as we all know. You want to catch the cavities before they become cavities, and if they do become cavities, you want to get them taken care of before they become rotten teeth, et cetera, et cetera. So just be careful there.
All right, Dr. Torres, appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, with hundreds of books being pulled from library shelves around the country, there's a new way to access banned books anywhere.
Yeah, the president of the New York Public Library joins us next with his systems plan to make sure anyone can read banned books, even if they're not in New York City.
Plus, changing the genre, Black musicians are trying to make the country scene more diverse. Next, we'll introduce you to the group known as the Black Opry.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Libraries across the country say efforts to ban books have reached unprecedented levels. More than 1,500 books were challenged to be removed from libraries, schools, and universities last year. That's according to the American Library Association. It's the most since the organization began keeping track back in 2000. That has prompted the New York Public Library to launch a new effort to make those books available to everyone anywhere in the country. Joining us now is the president of the New York Public Library, Tony Marks. Tony, good to have you with us this morning. So you've named this program Books for All. Tell us how it works and why you felt this was so important to do, especially right now.
Well, Joe, as you said, we see a massive rise in book banning in this country, and all of us understand that everyone has to have access to books. If they disappear from the shelves, we are taking choice away. No one has that right. America stands for the ability to have access to information, and that's what libraries have always been here. Now with this challenge, we've said anyone in the country can come to our Simply E app. You can find it on the App Store. You don't need a library card. You don't need to be from New York. And you can get access to these books and hundreds of thousands, in fact, millions of other books that are on our Simply E app. But we wanted to highlight these 4 books just as examples of what has been banned to say, you know, we can't do this in America. This is not how we should be responding. I know we're all scared. We're all exhausted from being scared. But, you know, blocking kids from being able to read novels, to learn about themselves, to help them with their issues, that's just not right. And, you know, Dwight Eisenhower knew that wasn't right when this was tried in the McCarthy era. So the libraries are all stepping up, and we thought this was one way to reach out to the rest of the country to say, we're here to help.
Tony, when we look over the list of books that are being challenged right now, I think some themes emerge. What are some of the themes they seem to have in common?
Well, a lot of the themes are just issues that are hot button, you know, culture wars issues, you know, particularly around kids figuring out their racial identity, their gender and sexual identity, dealing with the complications that we've all lived through, and some much more extremely in high school can be so challenging. Kids are looking for ways to learn about these issues, to learn about the history that they're hearing debated throughout the country at this point. We can't block them from learning. The library is not in the business of you know, insisting that you read anything, but we are in the business of being sure that you can. And if it's books about race or gender or, you know, Catcher in the Rye, we've got classics that are being banned. Huck Finn is banned. There are even attempts to ban the Bible in this country. This is not right. It's not right for America. It's, you know, think about what folks are fighting for in the Ukraine at this point. They're fighting for these rights. We should not take them away from ourselves and from our fellow citizens.
Tony, real quickly, I want to ask you, what's the response been like? Are you hearing from people outside of New York who need something like this?
Sure. We've seen about, we've just launched this. It'll be up for a couple of months. Lots of libraries are doing lots of varied efforts, as is the American Library Association. We've seen 11,000 people join us in our Simply E app and start to take out the books there. We need help getting the word out so that folks know that these books are available. But it's also, you know, we need to talk to each other across the divides in this country. We need to use the media to help us have these conversations, not just to divide the flames. And, you know, that's what we're trying to do here. And we hope more folks will join us and join the conversation about what our values are and what's at stake at this.
Maybe realize that those books can actually help bring us together in many ways. All right, Tony, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Joe.
Now, there's a push by some Black country musicians from across the U.S. to make the genre more diverse and inclusive. They founded a group called the Black Opry. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson got to talk to them in Nashville, the country music capital of the world, of course, and here she is with their story.
Guitars, boots, and whiskey, hallmarks of a country music jam session. But this one looks a little different. All the artists are Black. What is the reaction that you get when you tell people that you're a country artist?
There's usually like a, I don't really see you as country.
Some people are like, why?
There's a difference between being fine and holding it together.
Some say making their voices heard in the predominantly white and conservative world of country music has never been easy.
There is a feeling of, what are you doing here?
Just last week, a far-right reporter slammed the Country Music Awards for having too much diversity.
Country music's different. It's not Wakanda.
Of the more than 11,000 songs played on country music radio from 2002 to 2020, only about 1% were by black artists, a recent study found.
Like, I've been told several times that they didn't know how to market me because I was so different. Like, you can be gay or you can be black, but you can't be both.
That tension felt not only by black musicians, but also black fans.
My experience was that of an outsider. As a black person, when you see like a rebel flag or a Confederate flag, that sends a message, and it's not a good message, and it makes you feel like you're not welcome. And I'm like, I'm not safe there.
Holly G set out to change that experience for both artists and fans last year when she founded the Black Opry, a space for black people in country music to connect.
We've made it explicitly clear that black people, whether they be fans, artists, whoever wants to come into our space, they're welcome here.
And the response has been astounding. The group, which began online, is now packing venues across the country, from Philly to Chicago to Austin. Now, the Black Opry is hitting the stage in Nashville, with more than a dozen black artists expected to perform, and the audience looking back at them will be just as diverse.
We got everybody fooled, but I'm not gonna do this anymore.
In recent years, the country music world has placed an emphasis on representation.
The CMT Equal Play Initiative are dedicated to increasing opportunities for all women in music.
Country Music Television has committed to equal play on the airwaves and launched initiatives aimed at developing diverse artists and managers. Bringing the Black Opry to Nashville, the country music capital of the world, what does this moment mean?
This is a huge moment. It's a new day in country music.
Is a more diverse industry what country music fans want?
We have to actually be the tastemaker to show them, here's another artist that you could be turned on to.
When you present country music in the way that we do, with such a diversity and different stories and perspectives, people that would not call themselves country music fans in 100 years see that and go, oh, I love this.
Our thanks to Priscilla Thompson for that report. And now, during the first 6 months of 2020, consumption of country music grew by 11% compared to the same time in 2019. So good time for this.
Absolutely. Coming up, Prince Harry sits down with NBC News, talk family, life in the U.S., and his recent visit with the Queen.
What it was like for him returning to the UK and how he says his grandmother is doing as her Platinum Jubilee approaches after the break.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
Let's go. The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
We're celebrating greatness, redefining what it means to be a family.
They say it takes a village, and you guys actually have created your own village.
We are ready, ready, ready. We got a little spring in our step.
Spring!
This is quite the spring break crowd.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Prince Harry is in the Netherlands celebrating the incredible achievements of his fellow veterans at the Invictus Games.
That's where Today Show anchor Hoda Kotb had the chance to sit down with the Duke of Sussex for an exclusive one-on-one interview where Harry also talked about his life in the U.S. and his recent visit with the Queen.
At the Invictus Games, displays of courage and perseverance are everywhere you look.
What they are proving to the rest of the world is that whatever you come up against, whether it's physical or mental trauma, that you can actually get through it.
Invictus, are you ready? It's a message Prince Harry hopes everyone will hear as he cheers on sick and wounded servicemen and women as they compete, like Joel Rodriguez, a retired U.S. Army Staff Sergeant.
Nice.
When you had your accident, a lot of people would have thought these are the cards I'm dealt, and maybe have taken it kind of slowly through life. You did the total opposite, man.
You said cards, and that's funny because when my wife came to see me, probably a day after my surgery, she was like, "Are you okay?" I said, "Well, these are the cards I have, so I have to play them." And I said, "So I'm just gonna do what I can to be the best person I can in this situation," and I'm still doing it. That's all we can do.
Joel is one of hundreds of athletes from around the world empowered by the Games, all supporting each other. There was one woman who came up to me yesterday, and she said something that totally struck me in my soul. She said, "The Invictus Games saved my life." How does that land for you?
It feels amazing. But every single games that I go to, I hear the same thing from so many of them, and that it feels amazing that we've managed to play a part in their recovery, but it also makes me incredibly sad to know that that's how dark it was for them.
You've spoken about, obviously, mental health issues. When you put that heavy backpack down, like people are lugging stuff around, when you finally put it down, do you feel yourself like peaceful?
Yeah, I think everyone ends up feeling lighter, I think is the best way to describe it. For so many people, it's about management. You know the things that trigger you, therefore you try and stay away from that. But what I do know is that there is a light at the end of the tunnel for absolutely everyone.
Everybody. I don't know if you feel the same way. The only thing I want in my life is to feel like peaceful. You've lived in the United States for 2 years.
2 years already, yeah.
Do you feel peaceful now?
I don't know how many people feel truly peaceful. You know, at times I feel massively at peace, but with everything that's going on in the world and trying to help and trying to use the platform and the influence to try and steer people to trying to help. And again, like, I think the biggest concern or the biggest issue that people wrestle with on a daily basis that does provide more anxiety for me and for them is the helplessness. We as human beings are compassionate people, but when your life becomes really hard, it can be, for some, harder to find the compassion for other people. But what I've learned over the years is, certainly for myself, I find healing in helping others. And I think that's what we should really be focusing on.
I love that. You know, I feel like life happens on a random Wednesday. Like, here's an example. Some people say, "Oh my God, I'm going to go on a vacation. My life's going to be great." And it's like exclamation points. The vacation, the graduation, the marriage, the baby, those are all up here. The other exclamation marks are down here. It's like sad things that happen, loss, divorce, whatever. Most of life is Wednesday. It doesn't have the highs and it doesn't have the lows. It's just Wednesday. What's a Wednesday like for you? Random.
What's a Wednesday like? Like it revolves around the kids as much as humanly possible. Like this whole working from home stuff is not all it's cracked up to be. Certainly post-COVID, because it's really hard. But when your kids and you are in the same place, it's really hard to separate the work from them because they kind of overlap. So, I mean, Archie spends more time interrupting our Zoom calls than anybody else.
Does he have your personality?
But he also gets us off them as well, so that's also a nice thing.
Is he kind of like you? He's got a little bit of your thing.
What's my thing?
Your cheeky thing, that thing you do.
Yeah, no, I think so. He's look, I always try and keep that. I think that, the cheekiness is something that keeps you alive. As I said, there's so much to be happy about in the outside world, but there's also so much to worry about. My sort of mantra now every day is, and it's a dangerous one because I need to make sure that I don't have burnout, but is trying to make the world a better place for my kids. Otherwise, what's the point in bringing kids into this world, right? It's a responsibility that I feel as a parent, that you probably feel as a parent as well, and we can't fix everything. We know that. Yeah. But what we can do is be there for each other.
You obviously made a lot of news recently. You came home to the UK. You saw your grandmother. How was that?
It was great. It was really nice to see her. Be able to see her in some element of privacy was nice. I hadn't had a chance to go back to the UK for a couple of years, apart from those 2 times, one for my grandfather's funeral and one for unveiling a statue of my mum.
How did it feel being back? Being with her?
Being with her, it was great. It was just so nice to see her. You know, she's on great form. She's always got a great sense of humour with me, and I'm just making sure that she's, you know, protected and got the right people around.
Well, you make her laugh. That's what she always says. Did you do it again?
Yes, yeah, I did. Both Megan and I had tea with her, so it was really nice to catch up with her. And you know, home for me now is you know, for the time being, it's in the States, and it feels that way as well.
Does it?
Yeah. We've been welcomed with open arms, and it's got such a great community up in Santa Barbara. So
you feel like that's home more for you?
Yeah.
Is that weird to say?
No, but I'm sure it'll become a thing.
Your grandmother's going to be 96.
Yeah.
What's the best thing about her?
It's her sense of humour and her ability to see the humour in so many different things. We have a really special relationship. We talk about things that she can't talk about with anybody else.
I love that.
So that's always a nice piece to it. But I think after a certain age you get bored of birthdays.
You do? You think she's bored of her 96? She won't be bored of the Jubilee, will she?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so. she's had a few Jubilees now, so everyone is slightly different, but I'm sure she's looking.
Do you think you'll come?
I don't know yet. There's lots of things with security issues and everything else. So this is what I'm trying to do, trying to make it possible that, you know, I can get my kids to meet her.
March marked 2 years since Harry stepped back as a senior royal. Your family at home, do you miss them?
Yes, I think, especially over the last 2 years, for most people, have they not missed their family, right? The inability to be able to get home and see them. Of course, that's a huge part of it.
But do you miss your brother, your dad?
Look, I mean, for me, at the moment, I'm here focused on these guys and these families and giving everything I can, 120% to them, to make sure that they have the experience of a lifetime. Yeah. That's my focus here. And then when I leave here, I get back and my focus is my family, who I miss massively.
You do, I bet.
Of course I do. They're two little people, you know.
I was thinking about a new life. Like, you got a whole restart. You have a whole new focus, a whole new nucleus. How does that land with you?
No, I think the focus is very much the same. Right?
Is it?
Yeah, certainly from mine and my wife's point of view. Yeah. For the two of us, you know, this was a life that she signed up for and that we were committed to doing together as a couple forever. Because of the circumstances, we've now moved that life of service to the States, and we'll continue to do what we were doing before. So in that regard, nothing's changed for us. It's just a little bit more complicated to have to sort of restart.
Sure.
If you know what I mean.
What do you love about fatherhood?
Oh, what I love about fatherhood? Yeah. All of it. The chaos, the learning, the reminder of just every element of yourself, your soul, right? Just when you're not a parent, you can get sucked into all sorts of different stuff, and you maybe sometimes forget who you are. And suddenly, as a parent, especially now Archie at the age he's at, asking all the questions.
What does he ask?
Just those questions of the why. Yeah. He's into the why stage. Yeah. Why this? Why that? Why that? And instead of just trying to, like, I don't know, move it on, I give him the most honest answer that I can, and then it goes on and on and on until he's satisfied, and then that's it. It's done. Yeah. Otherwise, it ends up with, because the world is round and that's the way that life is.
That's just the way it goes.
So, you know, it's like, I love it. I love every part of it. I've always wanted to be a dad. I've always wanted to have my own kids, and now I've got two little people who I'm responsible for. You know?
Do you tell them, or do you tell Archie, since he's old enough, about your mom?
Yes, yeah, very much so. I don't tell him all the stuff that happened, but certainly that this is, you know, Grandma Diana, and we've got a couple of photos up in the house.
In these moments, do you ever feel your mom's presence?
Yeah, no, for me, it's constant. It has been over the last 2 years, more so than ever before. It's almost as though she's done her bit with my brother, and now she's very much like helping me. Got him set up. Now she's helping me set up. That's what it feels like, you know. He's got his kids. I've got my kids. You know, the circumstances are obviously different, but no, I feel her presence in almost everything that I do now. But definitely more so in the last 2 years than ever before, without question. So she's watching over us.
I'm sure she's proud of you.
I'm sure she is.
Prince Harry carrying on his mother's commitment to making the world a better place as he honors those who triumph.
To be able to see Joel and his family just flourish in moments like this, it means everything. But it comes back to the very simple thing, which is the power of sport. You know, not just physical, but the mental rehabilitation that it takes is phenomenal. But none of it would be possible without the mindset. They are proving that the impossible is entirely possible, mainly with the strength of a mindset saying, I can achieve anything. I've done this before, I'm going to do it again.
Well, that was amazing, and you can see even more of Hoda's interview with Prince Harry starting at noon today on Today All Day.
Hearing him talk about his mom like that was quite powerful. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, mixed messages. Just one day after a federal judge struck down the CDC's mask mandate on public transportation, the Biden Justice Department announced it's considering a challenge to that decision. But what does that mean for you if you travel? Your questions answered in a moment. The battle for Donbass, a stepped-up rebuild offensive from Moscow this morning, hammering what's left of the besieged city of Mariupol. Russian forces are now attempting to root out the last of Ukraine's defenses there. This focus intensifies on the industrialized Donbass region in the country's east. President Zelensky warns the West the situation has grown extremely severe. As NBC News learns, the White House is considering another military aid package for Ukraine. We're on the ground in Kyiv with the latest. In his own words, famed actor Johnny Depp taking the stand in his defamation trial against ex-wife Amber Heard. It's all over a Washington Post essay written by Heard, which Depp says alluded to abuse allegations during their brief marriage.
Never did I myself reach the point of striking Ms. Heard in any way.
We're going to take you inside the courtroom with what's next. And Field of Dreams, the next generation of baseball shining stars are now on deck. The women who are stepping up to the plate and blazing their own trails in America's oldest pastime. Good to have you with us on this Wednesday morning. We begin this hour with more on that mixed messaging surrounding masks as the federal requirement to wear them on public transportation comes to an end.
Yeah, most major airlines and several mass transit systems across the country have now made masks optional. But one of the largest transit centers here in New York City, we're keeping the mask mandate in place for now. And it comes as the Department of Justice prepares to appeal the ruling made by that Florida judge that overturned the mask mandate earlier this week. Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello with the latest.
Yeah, good morning. So a shrinking number of cities still requiring the mask mandate, notably New York City. But here in Washington, D.C., they've dropped the mandate. Still, we've talked to people in bus stations, train stations, also airports nationwide, and many of them say the mask.
With the having to do with the boots coming off and breaking routine. Her attitude, or the way that she would begin to speak to me, things started coming up, and I was suddenly just wrong about everything. If I made a statement about something that I had been familiar with, for example, in my work that I'd been chopping away at for a good 30-something years, I was suddenly wrong. And then beyond that, if you tried to explain yourself and correct the problem, the misunderstanding, it would then begin to heighten as Ms. Heard was unable to be wrong. It just didn't happen. She couldn't be wrong. So these little digs and it would commence with sort of demeaning, name-calling, berated, sort of to be made a fool of, and those would escalate into a full-scale argument. And in the beginning, as one does, one sticks up for oneself in a debate, as it were, or an argument over something to try to prove the point. But when it escalates, and then it's hard to explain, but the argument would start here, and then it would roll around and become this circular thing of its own. So you get back to the beginning, essentially, of the argument. Now it's heightened even more, but it's still circular, and there's no way in or out. If there's a dialogue between two people, both people need to speak, but there was no way to fit a word in. It was a sort of a rapid fire, sort of endless parade of insults and you know, looking at me like I was a fool, and I just couldn't. I was having difficulty in my mind, of course, and in my heart, dealing with that sort of barrage. And part of that is I was confused as to the fact that whatever her age was at the time of these various arguments, she was mid-20s to late 20s and into 30s. I couldn't understand how I had somehow arrived at where I'd arrived from where I came from in the beginning of my life, and worked for 30 plus years doing these things. It was astounding how wrong I was about everything that I'd experienced within the movie, within the film industry, or in just life itself. No, I was sort of not allowed to be right, not allowed to have a voice. So at a certain point, when what enters your mind is, you start to slowly realize that you are in a relationship with your mother, in a sense. And I know that sounds perverse and obtuse, but the fact is that some people search for weaknesses in people. That is to say, sensitivities. And when you've told that person your life and what you've lived through and what you've been through, just as happens in relationships, the more that became ammunition for Ms. Heard to either verbally decimate me or to send me into a kind of tailspin of confusion and depression and well, it's not a happy day. It's not a happy week. It's not a happy month when you're constantly being told how wrong you are about this or that, what an idiot you are, or anything. It just then it increased, and it became an endless. It became that endless circle. Like, so as it escalated and continued to escalate, I went straight to what I had learned as a youth, which was to remove myself from the situation so that it couldn't continue, because there's only so much your ears can hear and never forget. So I would remove myself from the situation, as I'd done as a youth, as much as possible. Because I certainly didn't believe that there was any need for these various subjects or arguments to come up and travel the distance that they did so very quickly, to ramp up so fast. It was like you were pinned to a wall and had to just listen to it and take it. So I found the only way to find any sort of peace was to try to walk away. If she didn't allow me to walk away, there were times when I would just go and lock myself in, the bathroom or anywhere that she couldn't get into, and that happened constantly over the years.
What would happen when the fights would escalate, other than going and hiding in the bathroom?
I'm sorry? What would happen? Well, if they continued to escalate, if I continued to try to present my version or my side of the story, when you're approached in a kind of when you're approached with such anger and hatred, it seemed like pure hatred for me. If I stayed to argue that, eventually I was sure that it was going to escalate into violence, and oftentimes it did. Many times it did.
And when you say violence, what are you referring to specifically?
Ms. Heard, in her frustration and in her rage and her anger, she would strike out. She would. It could begin with a slap. It could begin with a shove. It could begin with throwing a TV remote at my head. It could be throwing a glass of wine in my face. But all in all, it was just it was a constant. There was a built-in list of as I said, my personal experiences which I gave to Miss Heard, those things were, those facts were used against me as weapons, especially when when it came to my kids. So yeah, I did. There was no need for it. There was no need for it. Too many lines were crossed. You couldn't see the lines anymore.
You mentioned that Ms. Heard would use information you gave her against you like a weapon. Can you explain that a little bit?
I mean, I've said this before in various interviews, but certainly in life. If I have one ambition, and ambition for me, when you equate it with Hollywood, has become an ugly word in a sense, because ambition means I want to be famous at any cost. I don't care what for, I just want to be famous. That's one thing, that's one part of it. If you have hunger or a need or a drive to present your work, that to me is the way to go about it. Fame has nothing to do with it. So I was more, basically, the only ambition that I've ever had in my life arrived the second that my first child arrived. And in the instant, which was to be a good parent, to be a great father, to be the best father I could. And there were several occasions where Ms. Heard would tell me what a bad father I was, and that I had no idea how to parent. And again, it falls into the same category as before. I couldn't understand how in 52 years, or however old I was at the time, how I could be so wrong about everything. One learns along the road. The result of the road is not important. It's the road that's important, because we don't know exactly what's going to happen in 10 years. We don't know. So the road is what I pay attention to, and paying attention to trying to spend as much time with my children as possible. Even that would that could send Miss Heard into a monumental tailspin, where I could hardly ever go and see my kids and spend time with my kids, because she had to have me there at all times for her own needs. And that was something that, once you realize that that's happening, and then there are hassles between the children and her, the situation starts to get a little more grim and a little more dire, and that I was not prepared to take. I would not hear the words, "You're a bad father, you're a terrible father, you're an awful father." So one can only take so much of that before it bits of your brain start to just, bits of your brain, bits of your heart begin to, the valve gets shut off because you can't hear it anymore. And you know that it's not true. And you know that it's meant as a weapon. It's to slice you up. It's to bring you down. It's to demean you. It's to bring you into a place where you start to believe that there's something wrong with you. And there's plenty wrong with me. There's plenty wrong with a lot of people. But in all of these situations, my main goal was to retreat, because I think in life, most important is pick your battles. If there's a battle to be fought that is grave and important, then that must be dealt with. But small insults and kind of teenage sort of high school tactics, this bullying, if you will, was becoming too much to take.
So why did you stay with Ms. Heard given this type of behavior?
That's a very complicated answer. I can only say that I stayed through all that. I'm sure that it's somehow related to my father remaining stoic as my mother would beat him to death. I'm sure it had a lot to do with having been in a beautiful, wonderful 14, 15-year relationship with Vanessa, the mother of my children. Raising those kids was, I had no interest in being a, the words that they use that I dislike very much, a celebrity or an entertainer, or fame is a strange word because I could never equate it with myself. I pumped gas, I worked construction, I printed T-shirts, I dug in, I had many, many jobs before any of this happened to me. So I've been able to live both sides of that life, of life. I know the very lows, and I know the very highs of where my life has gone, and it's not, I don't, again, it would be pure idiocy for me to sit up here as an actor who's been very, very fortunate over the years, and I can only say it's luck in the sense that someone hands you the ball in the beginning, and you run with it, and you run as far as you can before you get tackled. So that's what I've always done. But what happens is when the word celebrity or when you are a, what do they call it, a public figure, that's what it is, a celebrity or a public figure, again, not complaining, but there are things that are very uncomfortable, and that is to say that at that point anybody can say anything they want to about you. And that's happened to me over 36 years or more, that things can be printed in the newspaper that are utterly false. This is even early on. So this is where that privilege privilege, I suppose, that they call the privilege of celebrity, that's where that sticks a knife in you. Because it's one of those, that's one of those situations where your arms are too short to box with God, you know. There are too many of them coming at you. So yes, I don't know what her motivations were, if there was some species of jealousy, or there was some species of maybe just hatred. I don't know. But in any case, the elevation and the escalation of these day-to-day arguments were simply unnecessary. It was not to help the relationship. It did not help the relationship. It wasn't meant to help the relationship. It was meant to feed her need for conflict. She has a need for conflict. She has a need for violence. It erupts out of nowhere, and what I learned, the only thing I learned to do with it is exactly what I did as a child. Retreat. Just take a step back, which I told her, we need to remove ourselves from each other, even for an hour, a day, anything. Because this can't go on. No one can live like this, you know. But why did I stay? I stayed, I suppose, because my father stayed. I suppose because I had been in that relationship with Vanessa, and that was lost, and I didn't want to fail. I wanted to try to make it work. I thought maybe I could help her. I thought maybe I could bring her around, because the Amber Heard that I knew for the first year and a half was not this suddenly this opponent. It wasn't my girl. It was she had become my opponent, and everything that I did just didn't fit her. It wasn't, she didn't accept it. So I stayed because, of course, I didn't want to fail. I didn't want to hurt anyone, especially Miss Heard. I didn't want to break her heart. I remember very well that when my father left and my mother, Betty Sue, had that first attempt at suicide that I woke up to, and that visual in my head, and that was a direct result of my father's leaving. Ms. Heard had spoken of suicide on a couple of occasions, so that also becomes a factor. That's also something that always lives in the back of your brain, and that you fear. Because when I would leave sometimes, many times when I would try to leave, she would, stop me at the elevator with the security guards crying, screaming, I can't live without you. I'm gonna die. But you had to get out. There were even a couple of times when I did escape and I got to my house, arrived at my house in Sweetser, and then 5 minutes later she would arrive in the I don't know what car she was driving at the time, but she would arrive in her nightgown, screaming in the parking lot in front of my house. screaming to high heavens, and it'd be 4 in the morning, 3 in the morning. It was ludicrous. It was out of control. It was uncontrollable.
Did there come a time when you and Ms. Heard started recording your arguments?
Yes. In fact, I was the first person of the two of us to record conversations, and it was for this reason. We would have been talking the night before or arguing the night before, and she would say something. There would be these demeaning, berating insults. There would be these jabs. There would be anything to make me feel small and like nothing. So what I thought was, I'm going to record the conversation, and I told her this. I'm going to record. I'm going to get my phone and I'm going to record our conversation because I want you to hear what you've said to me tomorrow. So that because she would deny having said those things. What are you talking about? You know, it was surreal. She had completely denied things she'd said directly to my face in a heated and volatile way. And she denied it, so I went to her and I said, I'm going to record us. And I did, and we recorded the conversation, which, when she was on tape, the first time, it escalated a bit, but she was, well, it was clear that she was performing for the tape because it was being recorded. So that was another clue that something was slightly rotten in the state of Denmark, as it were.
What did Ms. Heard say to you about you recording the conversations between you and her?
I mean, initially she said, sure, go ahead.
Did that ever change?
No, then then she started recording, but surreptitious, without telling me that she was recording something, which is fine, but not so fine, if you know what I mean. Even in those tapes, it never took me to a place where I would go switch into some other entity, which is, as she has used the term, monster. Never switched to violence. Violence is unnecessary. Why would you hit someone to make them agree with you? I don't think it works.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned the term monster, and I think we heard about that in the opening statements.
Yes.
What does the term monster mean to you?
Well, the term monster means to me, you know, in the beginning, she had used a different word to explain the same thing, and she would use the word demons, that my demons were coming out, that she had noticed that there was a great change in my attitude or my aggressive nature, or she would say that the demons had come out and they had control of me and that sort of thing. I don't remember exactly how monster came out, but that word stuck and it stayed, well, until this day. What I believe the monster was in Ms. Heard's mind was her intense,
Objection, Your Honor.
intense.
His belief about what monster meant in Miss Heard's mind is not relevant. There's no foundation.
Let me ask a different question.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Go ahead.
When you used the term monster, what were you referring to in your conversations with Ms. Heard?
When I used the term monster with Ms. Heard, I was placating. If she had referred to me as being a monster, there was no way that I was going to sit there and go through a 45-minute argument about, you know, you're a monster. No, I'm not. You're a monster. No, I'm not. You're a monster. No, I'm not. It was an impossibility. So what do? You accept her vernacular. You accept what the word that she uses, and then you use that word to placate her so that it would at least calm part of the aggression. It would lessen the attacks, you know. So explaining the monster was for me I mean, she had told me many times that the monster was only me when I was using drugs and alcohol. But even when I was stone cold sober off of alcohol and substances aside from my meds, the term the monster was still there. When she accused me of being high on cocaine or you know, drinking like a, you know, some sort of drinking like I was a, you know, some kind of 19th century sailor. It's that was the word she clung to describe, but it was in her mind, not mine.
How did your relationship with Ms. Heard affect your substance use?
Well, for example, when we were on the road, you know, when you're traveling from, if you're on a press tour, or if you're making a film and you're staying in hotels or this or that, I would always have to get a different, or we would always have to book an extra room that I was able to escape to, so I didn't have to lock myself in another bathroom. It breaks you down. The constant haranguing breaks you down. And, you know, there's a part of you that says, listen, if I'm going to be accused of this, might as well just do it. But it never exceeded, it never, my substance abuse or use, the alcohol that I used or drank was, again, purely, it's that little boy who didn't want to hear or didn't want to feel the pain of his mother turning him into some kind of ball of insecurity and pain. So, yes, I was more inspired by Miss Heard to reach out for a numbing agent because of the constant clashes, because of I mean, maybe a few days here and there, but there wasn't a day that you'd wake up and you'd expect something was going to hit the fan, and it, pretty much like clockwork, it did. So yes, I had to have something to distance me and distance my heart from those verbal attacks. I had to have something to be able to maintain me, and I'm afraid for a while, because of placation, because I didn't want to rock the boat, as it were. Again, you pick your battles. So placation seemed the best route if I was unable to escape her clutches.
How, if at all, did Ms. Heard try to support you in abstaining from the drugs and alcohol as she requested?
Well, I mean, verbally, and she had been quite clear verbally and pretty bullish and brutish about wanting me to, telling me that I needed to stop drinking. But drinking was basically drinking wine with her, and I suppose maybe from youth, I don't know, but I've always had a pretty high tolerance for alcohol, and especially it's not spirits, you know. I had a pretty good tolerance for alcohol, substances, and things of that nature, but there was no. I had no. I've worked with therapists, drug counselors, who have actually said the words to me, because I wanted to know. I wanted to know, am I an alcoholic? Am I an alcoholic? Or is this just the same thing that I did as a kid when I took my mom's nerve pill? Do I have a drinking problem? And it essentially came down to this. Do you have a drinking problem, Johnny?
Objection. Calls for hearsay. What the doctors told him.
I'm not sure he's saying what the doctors told him.
I think that's what's about to be testified to.
I don't know. If you can make that clear, I guess.
Let me ask you a different question, Mr. Depp.
Yes. Let's let him object to another one.
How often would Miss Heard drink in your presence while you were in a relationship?
Always. Well, yeah. Miss Heard drank, she took a shine to a very nice Spanish wine called Vega Sicilia. She and all her friends did. Yeah, the wine would come out, and Miss Heard could very easily drink 2 bottles of wine per night. Well, not a problem. What I found strange was when I did get sober from the I was off the opiates that I had been addicted to prior to a year or so before, a couple of years before. She asked me if I would stop drinking to save the relationship, of course. And I stopped drinking. And I always found it odd that in support of me not drinking, that she might stop drinking. But she did not. She continued. And I didn't make a big deal about it. In fact, I would open her wine, I would pour her a glass, and that went on for many, many months, you know, in my sobriety. Like I said, I think I was sober for around 18 months. Then there was a time when I was asked to, and I'd been off of alcohol, I'd been off of drugs, everything, except for the medication that I'm prescribed. I had to go to London to give a Lifetime Achievement Award to a dear old friend who was an elderly man, a great actor called, his name's Christopher Lee. And he was a dear friend. And I was surprised, he was being surprised by my showing up on stage. I'd just flown in from the States, and he was surprised by me arriving to give him this award. And Christopher came up and accepted the award. We walked, they brought us backstage to this beautiful library where I was with Christopher and his wife, and a waiter came up and had 3 glasses of champagne. And Christopher handed one to his wife, he handed one to me, and then he had the other. And there was a photographer there. And the glass came up to toast. And I just, in my head, I thought, it's just champagne, you know, a little bit tink to toast Christopher and his Lifetime Achievement Award. And so I'd had half a glass of champagne with Christopher Lee and his wife. After that, immediately after that award ceremony, I went to pick up Miss Heard and take her to dinner at a restaurant. And I told her that I'd had a half a glass of champagne with Christopher. And I thought, listen, it's not like, you know, you're sitting in a pub guzzling pints of snake bites or Guinness or doing shots of Jägermeister, or it wasn't even, at that point, it wasn't even for need to bury feelings or emotions. It was literally a joyous occasion for Christopher. And I said to her, I I enjoyed it, you know. It gave me the opportunity to enjoy the actual champagne, the drink, and my appreciation for wine and winemaking, and that I've been fascinated with for years and years. And I saw nothing wrong in it, and I said I'd like to have a glass of champagne. As she was sitting there with a glass of wine, and we were in the restaurant, and she absolutely lost it and got up and stormed to the ladies' room. And I told my security and driver, I said, I think we have to go. I think we're gonna have to leave. So we left the restaurant and went home. And the mere suggestion of me sipping a glass of champagne or having one glass or two glasses of wine, she went apoplectic. It was, I was weak. I was a complete mess. I was an alcoholic. I was gonna ruin everything. Your kids are not proud of you. They can't stand what you're doing to yourself. So at that point, I said to her, okay, listen, how about this? You want to support me not drinking? I've never asked you this before. How about you stop drinking? How about you get sobriety and share this sobriety with me to support me and help me through this?
What did she say to that?
No. No. She said no. She said she didn't have a problem. But I've never had a physical addiction to alcohol. I don't.
How often have you seen Ms. Heard use other illicit drugs in your presence?
Several times.
And what drugs were those?
She was always quite fond of MDMA, which is ecstasy, and mushrooms, and she had some medications that she was on already that were, one in particular was quite a high velocity speed, if you will, called, I don't know if I can say the name. Am I allowed to say the name? It doesn't matter.
That's not necessary. How often did you see Ms. Heard take MDMA?
A dozen times, 20 times, over the course of the years, during the course of the years.
And what about mushrooms?
Mushrooms a little less. Mushrooms probably 6, 7 times.
Mr. Depp, do you recall at the beginning of her opening, Ms. Heard's counsel mentioned that the first time you supposedly struck Ms. Heard was in response to a comment about one of your tattoos?
Yes, I remember.
And what is your response to that?
It didn't happen. I've never struck Miss Heard. As I said yesterday, I've never struck Miss Heard. I've never struck a woman in my life. I'm certainly not going to strike a woman if she decides to make fun of a tattoo that I have on my body. It's like going into someone's journal and picking out things you don't like. She had made mention. There was no incident of argument when the tattoo thing had been brought up many times, and I mean, there's really nothing I can do. I've always thought of my body as a journal, if you will, to mark experiences, to mark life experiences. You know, for example, when my first child was born, I had her name tattooed over my heart, which is where her little head used to be when I rock her to sleep. I marked my boy's birth by tattooing myself for him. So no one can go back, or no one should go back and rewrite their journals. Why would I take such great offense to someone making fun of a tattoo on my body? That allegation never made any sense to me whatsoever.
Good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. You have been watching live coverage of actor Johnny Depp testifying in a Virginia courtroom today. Depp is being questioned by his legal team here. This is a $50 million defamation lawsuit against his ex-wife, Amber Heard. You see there in the live pictures. Depp is suing Heard for over a 2018 Washington Post op-ed in which she wrote about her experience with domestic abuse. She did not name Depp in that piece, but he claims it jeopardized his career. Heard is actually countersuing Depp for $100 million. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson. He has been tracking this story for a while now. Steve, while this trial is certainly very high profile because it involves Johnny Depp, an actor who is famous the world over, talk to us about what specifically makes this trial so significant. What's at stake here?
Well, significant for a number of reasons. And first, you can't ignore the fact that these are two A-list celebrities and just the machinery of the way Hollywood works. We don't often see cases like this, an A-list celebrity suing another one, ex-partner, for an enormous sum of money and then a countersuit right back. Usually things like this get buried. They never make it to trial. And there are so many people in their orbits that are counting on them to succeed because of how much money they generate as brands, that something like this usually doesn't happen. So it may change the way things like this happen in Hollywood. But secondly, and I think more importantly, this sets a precedent in a way for survivors of domestic abuse, or it may. And we may not be talking about legal precedent, but because this is centered on an op-ed that was written, as you mentioned, in 2018, talking about domestic violence, if Johnny Depp is successful as a plaintiff in a defamation suit, it may prevent other domestic abuse survivors from speaking out. It may change the way that operates. It may lead to people feeling more hesitant about saying something to the media, to a journalist, which may change the relationship that people have with the press in speaking about how they feel, and then change that survivor relationship. And then the abuser now may have another legal avenue to combat or silence victims. And then on the other side, you know, somebody that is claiming that they never abused anybody, if Depp is unsuccessful in this trial, it may make that harder in a defense situation or in a plaintiff situation like you're seeing now. So a lot at stake here, more than just the vanity of these two stars that battled after a failed relationship, Aaron.
So, Steve, as we said, you've been watching this for a while now. Talk to us a little bit about some of the testimony that we've heard in court today as Johnny Depp continues on the stand here.
So Johnny Depp on the stand, day two of his testimony. Day one was really almost establishing his entire biography. His attorneys wanted to essentially establish him as a character in this trial in his own words, from his time in childhood, dealing with abuse that he saw in his own home, to his drug use, to moving to Hollywood, to meeting Amber Heard. And I think today what we've heard so far is Johnny Depp categorically denying that he ever abused Heard, that he ever thought about abusing Heard, and that the conflicts in their relationship were a byproduct of Heard instigating all the fights, that in some way Johnny Depp was the victim, not Amber Heard. Johnny Depp was the victim of physical violence, not Amber Heard, that Johnny Depp was the victim of mental and emotional abuse that Herb would put out time and time again over the course of their relationship. That is the establisher that the team is trying to bring forward. But we may hear the cross-examination today, so that story could come under extreme scrutiny as this goes on. That's what we expect as the trial continues, Aaron.
And Steve, what about Amber Heard? Do we expect that she might take the stand as well before this is all said and done?
You know, we've talked about the cavalcade of celebrity witnesses that may take the stand, including Elon Musk, Paul Bettany, James Franco. And yes, Amber Heard herself is on the witness roll. It is very likely that we will hear directly not only from Johnny Depp, but also Amber Heard, Aaron.
All right, we've been listening today as Johnny Depp has made some accusations about the lifestyle of Amber Heard, and so we might expect that we would hear a counter to some of what he's had to say today. Steve Patterson for us, tracking this trial that's happening in Virginia today. Steve, thank you for that. We will continue to follow this breaking story throughout the day across the platforms of NBC News. For now, I'm Aaron Gilchrist in New York. The news continues right now. On NBC News Now, facing confusion, questions swirling as some COVID mask mandates end, but others in place. What health experts say about the changing rules and what you need to know. Breaking right now, critical fight. Ukrainian forces outgunned and outnumbered, desperate to maintain control of a steel plant. The tense moments unfolding on the front lines. Man versus mouse. Florida's governor launching a new attack on Disney. Why he's saying he's trying to end Walt Disney World's special self-governing status. And royal revelations. Prince Harry sits down with NBC News to talk about love, loss, and family.
Do you ever feel your mom's presence?
Yeah, no, for me, it's constant. It has been over the last 2 years, more so than ever before.
What the Duke of Sussex is also saying about his mental health and the rift among the royals. And good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is on assignment today. We begin with the pandemic today and the growing confusion over mask mandates. Mask rules have fallen like dominoes since Monday when a Florida judge overturned the CDC's mandate for public transportation. The Justice Department says it will appeal that ruling if the CDC decides masking is still needed. Now, several major airlines have lifted mask requirements as well. Rideshare companies Uber and Lyft won't ask passengers or drivers to wear masks. And this is all happening just as cases are starting to go up across parts of the U.S. In just the last 2 weeks, 33 states and Washington, D.C. have seen an increase in cases. Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber and Justice correspondent Pete Williams. Ellison, I know you're at the ferry terminal here in New York City where masks are required. Actually, it looks like you might be on a boat there. Talk to us about the mask rules and how they're different than the rest of the country at this point.
They are located in Martin Block.
Hey, Aaron. Yeah, we just got on the Staten Island ferry, and as you said, this is one of the places in New York City where masks are technically still required. It's a little bit of an odd predicament, I think, for people, and a little confusing at times, because even when you're outside here in the open air on the deck, they say that masks are still required here. Since the Florida ruling came down, we have been on New York City subways. We have been in an Uber here. We have been at one of the New York City airports. We have been to the Amtrak station. We have now been on the ferry, and at every single different place, the rules there a little bit different. You are still required to wear a face mask on New York City subways, but you're not required to wear them on Amtrak trains or in the terminal where Amtrak leaves from in the city. There are 3 different major airports in the area, all of them under control, supervised by Port Authority. In 2 of them, JFK and LaGuardia, masks are still required in the terminal itself, even though when you get on the airplane, they're largely not required by most airlines. At Newark, though, you don't have to wear a mask in the terminal at all if you don't want to. Uber, nationally, they say masks are still optional, but here in New York City, ride shares are overseen, controlled by the New York taxi and limousine service, and they say masks are still required. This sort of patchwork of rules in New Jersey, on New Jersey Transit, you don't have to wear a mask if you don't want to anymore, but the second, say, you come into Penn Station, which is New York State, you're supposed to then put a mask on. All of it is leading to a lot of confusion where people tell us they just aren't entirely sure if they have to wear a mask, where they are. About half of the people we've spoken to, they say they'd rather not wear a mask when on public transportation. The other half, they say they'll wear it either way. Aaron?
You know, Ellison, I got to applaud you for being able to get through all that information and keeping it all straight. It's not been easy, as you say, for a lot of folks. I think we have some sound from some folks you talked to. We'll play that and I'll talk about it with you on the other side.
Tell me, what do you think of the new mask rules? You still have to wear them in some places in New York, like on the subway, but Amtrak, no. What do you make of it?
I think it's good. Like, it's good for everyone. Like, I've been waiting for the mask to come off because I think it's a little bit of a hassle when it's on your face.
I don't want to wear a mask. I think this is it's way overdue that we get them off.
I was surprised. As someone who is immunocompromised, I'm going to be wearing a mask for quite some time.
I think the change is kind of despicable. Actually, I don't think we're ready to be in a place where that's optional.
So, Ellison, did the folks you talked to see any sort of end to the confusion? Have they suggested that they don't expect that they're going to be doing anything different regardless of what they may hear down the line?
Yeah, you know, one person that I talked to on the subway, she talked to me about how she is going to wear a mask, she says, on the subway just for the foreseeable future because she feels like it prevented her from getting a cold, flu, other things like that. But when I was asking her, is it confusing as a New Yorker right now to sort of move about the city on public transportation? She said, yeah, it really is. But she said, I feel like even if I understand the rules right now, it's very windy out here, by the way. Yeah. She said, I feel like they're going to change next week. And for a lot of people, I think they feel like they're in a bit of a limbo where they don't really know, are they doing the right thing or not? And that is sometimes the problem with patchwork rules, is if you don't know what they are, it's hard to follow them. Aaron?
All right, Ellison Barber for us on the Staten Island Ferry. You're going to need a bigger coat out there today, Ellison. Thank you. I want to bring in NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams now in D.C. So, Pete, the Justice Department says that it's open to appealing this district court decision. What needs to happen before that would happen, and what would be the government's argument here?
Well, before I answer that question, I think it's important to point out this. If the government does decide to appeal this decision, nothing is going to change for months. So no one should think that an appeal here would bring masks back. Certainly not for the many months it would take for this appeal to go through. And even then, if the government wins, who knows whether masks would even be needed. So at this point, the question of whether the Justice Department would appeal or not is largely academic or confined to the legal world about whether the judge's ruling will be allowed to stand as a potential ruling that could interfere with the government's efforts to do something in the future. So I think that's the way to think of this. So the government is not going to seek a stay of the judge's order. That's quite clear. It would be too late for that anyway. If they got a stay blocking the effect of the judge's order, I think it's inconceivable that TSA would now tell the airlines people have to wear masks again. So that's not going to happen. So what the government would simply argue is that the judge's ruling here was wrong, that the CDC does have the authority to do this, that the government didn't violate the Administrative Procedures Act when it moved to shut this down without, or impose these mask mandates without seeking public comment. Those are the two, that's the guts of her ruling. They would go to the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals and say that she got it wrong and see what the 11th Circuit says. And that normally that process takes, you know, almost a year or so. So it might do this because it thinks the judge's ruling is wrong and they don't want it to stay on the books. I will say this, there is a danger when you go to an appeals court that you could lose. And then the Justice Department would have not just a single federal judge's ruling in one courthouse in Tampa, but you'd have the whole 11th Circuit Court, which controls 3 states. That's a higher level appeals court. You may not want that either. So I'm not sure the government's going to appeal, but even if it does, nothing is going to change.
So let me ask you this. You said that this is a bit academic, right? So we know there's not going to be a stay. The Justice Department won't ask for that. The CDC rule was probably going to be ending in 2 weeks anyway, in early May. How much of this, any potential legal challenge, would be about protecting the authority of the Centers for Disease Control to make these sorts of rules in the future when there might be a pandemic or something of that sort?
How much would it be that? 100% it would be that. That's what this case is all about. And just to get down to the granular level of detail here, what the judge said is that the CDC's authority comes from the Public Health Services Act. And it allows the CDC to do certain things, to stop people from traveling interstate if they're infected, to quarantine ships, to order the fumigation of known contaminated areas, and so forth. And then it also has authority to order sanitation. And so the judge said, what is a mask? Is it making things clean? What does sanitation mean? Does it mean to make things clean or keep things clean? If it means to make things clean, masks don't do that. If it means to keep things clean, well, you could argue they do, but she said that's not the best understanding of that word. She goes through what contemporary dictionaries were saying in 1940 when the law was passed, how the word was used, and she said for that reason the CDC didn't have the authority. So that is the guts of the ruling. You could certainly see the government challenging that on appeal. Who knows how that would go? But again, that's the grounds on which the government would appeal if it's going to. Now, I still haven't answered your initial question. What the Justice Department says here is if the CDC decides that they do need masking authority again, then justice will appeal. But again, I don't see the two. I understand what the government's saying. I don't see the two related.
No, you answered the question very well, Pete. I appreciate you walking us through that. It's an interesting argument that could be made here. Pete Williams in Washington, thank you.
You bet.
Now to some breaking news in Ukraine. The top military commander in Mariupol now saying that city is facing its final days, if not hours. Ukraine's national police saying 12 settlements, including Mariupol, have been shelled by Russian forces in just the last 24 hours. At least 30 of what are being termed civilian objects have been destroyed. Meanwhile, the UN says we've passed a grim milestone in the humanitarian crisis. More than 5 million people have left Ukraine now. The mark is far beyond the worst expectations that were laid out when Russia first invaded. Our NBC News team is monitoring all of the developments for you at this hour. Let's begin with Aaron McLaughlin in Kyiv, Ukraine, again for us today. Aaron, what more do we know about these new attacks across Ukraine today?
Hey, Aaron. Well, the Pentagon says that Russian forces are engaging in what's called shaping operations, which are sort of lightning strikes in a number of locations throughout the Donbass or industrial heartland of this country. They say that it's meant to lay the groundwork for an even further escalation. This is all eyes continue to be locked on the besieged city of Mariupol, where Ukrainian forces are furiously trying to organize some sort of humanitarian corridor to allow the hundreds of civilians trapped inside a steel plant safe passage out, as the Ukrainian commander, also trapped inside that plant, says that his forces could have just hours left to live.
In the battered port of Mariupol, a last stand at the old steel plant. The military saying hundreds of civilians remain trapped inside. The Ukrainian commander pleading with the international community for help. Meanwhile, outside the plant, more desperation. Cut off by Russian forces for weeks, people here say they lack the basics to survive. How can we live without water, this woman says. It's horrible. The day after Makar's 7th birthday, he insisted his family visit their bombed-out Mariupol home for his annual birthday portrait. This is my house. Thanks to the saviors in Russia for doing this, he says sarcastically.
How do you make sense of this to a 7-year-old?
I told him, don't worry, we will have a house better than this one, his mom says. In the east, the battle for Donbass rages on. This as more help is on the way for Ukraine. Ukrainians insist that military support is needed to stop atrocities like the horror in Bucha, where 33-year-old Marina Tanyuk was buried today. Her husband says she died from stress and starvation while sheltering in their basement, the only place they could hide from the Russian assault. Every day, her 6-year-old son Vlad visited her makeshift grave in the family's backyard. But today, Vlad mourned at home. The reality of his mom's final resting spot, too much for him to bear. He tells us he remembers what happened to her and how Ukrainian soldiers saved them from the Russians. Ukraine is strong, he says.
You're very strong. It was heartbreaking to see the scenes in Bucha today. Marina, Vlad's mom, was buried alongside 2 strangers. They were told that was necessary to speed the process up. 420 civilians have been killed. The priest there was absolutely exhausted, and they're still working to process and investigate each one of those deaths. Aaron.
All right, Aaron, thank you for that. I want to bring in our global security reporter, Dan DeLuce, now in Washington. Dan, what are officials at the Pentagon saying about how Russia plans to operate in this new phase of the war?
Aaron, the expectation is the Russians will be using the kind of brute force that we've seen in Mariupol and just described there. That means they're going to be using artillery, tanks, and missiles to try to hammer away at the Ukrainian forces there in the east. They say that terrain is more favorable to the Russians. It's more open terrain. And so that's why you have the Ukrainians now really desperately asking for more weapons. And you had the Biden administration now announcing more weapons on the way, including artillery that will give them some more long-range firepower. But there's no question the Russians are trying to use their superior numbers and their superior firepower to use just really brute force and hammer away there at the Ukrainians in the east. And we'll just have to see if the Ukrainians can hold on. This is a more difficult, challenging battle they're going to face. And that's why you keep seeing them appealing for more weapons. They're also getting Russian-made tanks from their Eastern European allies, NATO members providing those, and also trying to help the Ukrainians maintain their Russian-made aircraft. But the question is, can the weapons flow keep up with the pressure coming from the Russians in the east? And we have only just seen the beginning of that offensive in the Donbass region.
All right, Dan DeLuce for us in Washington, Aaron McLaughlin for us in Ukraine today. Thank you both. I want to bring in NBC News senior digital White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece now. Shannon, NBC News is reporting the U.S. is preparing a new round of aid for Ukraine. What do we know about that package?
Well, to Dan's point, the U.S. is trying to keep up this flow of equipment into Ukraine to meet this assault that they anticipate coming from Russia. There was a $800 million aid package announced last week. Officials tell NBC News they expect a package this week to be of similar size and equipment. That package last week included things like tens of thousands of artillery rounds, artillery equipment, protective vehicles, even sophisticated things like boats that are unmanned that can protect the coastline. So those are some of the things that have already been committed. Administration officials say they're still sorting out this latest package, but we do expect something to be announced this week. That would bring the U.S. total commitment to about $3 billion since February to Ukraine. A big question out there is around how long the U.S. can keep up at this pace and how quickly they can get that equipment in there. That continues to be one of the big challenges. And of course, another one of the challenges out there the U.S. says they're trying to address is training Ukrainian forces to be able to use some of this equipment, something that they say they will be doing, but outside of Ukraine.
All right, Shannon Pettypiece for us in Washington today. Shannon, thank you. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is going after Disney. He wants to end Disney's special self-governing status, which has been in place for decades now. This comes after Disney's public criticism of Florida's Don't Say Gay law. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders is joining us now with more on that story. Hi, Carrie.
Hey, good afternoon. You know, Disney is the largest single-site employer in the state of Florida. Millions of tourists come here, and of course, Disney World generates billions of dollars. But they also have a long-standing kind of special status that was established back in 1967, where they're essentially self-governing. Well, now the governor wants to take away that authority, but critics say this really has nothing to do with that special status, but rather this is political payback because Disney decided to take on Governor DeSantis on what the critics call the Don't Say Gay law. This morning, Republican Governor Ron DeSantis escalating his fight against the house that Mickey built, pressuring state lawmakers to repeal Disney World's unique self-governing authority, the little-known Reedy Creek Improvement District that dates back to the late 60s.
They will be considering the congressional map, but they also will be considering termination of all special districts that were enacted in Florida prior to 1968, and that includes the Reedy Creek Improvement District.
How unprecedented is it for a governor to take on Disney in Florida?
It's highly unusual to see an out-and-out fight between one of the most powerful and important companies in the state.
Political insiders say the battle is really over Florida's new parental rights in education law, which opponents, including some vocal Disney employees, call the Don't Say Gay law. Disney's CEO Bob Chapek, initially non-committal, saying after the governor signed the bill into law, our goal as a company is for this law to be repealed by the legislature or struck down in the courts.
This state is governed by the interests of the people of the state of Florida. It is not based on the demands of California corporate executives.
Disney's special self-governance, which covers 40 square miles, allows the company to provide many of its own services, like fire departments, road construction, and building and zoning.
Today, I want to share with you some of our ideas for Disney World.
Without Reedy Creek, historians believe it's unlikely Uncle Walt would have realized his dream in Florida.
It's clearly political. The governor and Republicans in the legislature, at least many of them, seem to be trying to punish Disney.
So, Carrie, Disney World, we know, straddles 2 counties in Florida. Have either of those counties or Disney itself commented at all on this move by DeSantis?
Well, we reached out to both Osceola and Orange County because imagine if they get rid of the Reedy Creek Improvement District, the responsibilities like road construction, building and zoning, all of those sort of things that they currently handle themselves would have to be handled by both Orange and Osceola County staff. Sort of curious, do they even have the staff to handle something like that? But when we reached out, both county management systems told us, and the managers told us, at the end of the day, right now, this is hypothetical because the legislature hasn't passed anything. So at this point, they have no comment. But clearly, they're watching this very closely because it will put a lot of pressure on those local governments to pick up the responsibility that right now is handled essentially by the self-governance of Disney World. Aaron?
All right, Carrie Sanders for us in Florida today. Carrie, thank you. Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is fighting for her political career in court. She's facing a lawsuit from voters in her own state now. They want to stop her re-election bid because of her alleged role in the Capitol riot. Greene denies the allegation. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard has been looking into this legal battle for us. Vaughn, walk us through it.
Aaron, we have a hearing just 24 hours from now when Marjorie Taylor Greene is set to face a state court that could ultimately make the determination of whether she will be on the ballot in 2022.
Now they're coming after me to remove my name off the ballot.
On Friday, Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Republican congresswoman from Georgia, is set to face questions under oath about her involvement in the January 6th insurrection. That hearing could potentially lead the court to prevent her from running for re-election.
We aren't going to let this election be stolen by Joe Biden and the Democrats. This is our 1776 moment.
Greene has consistently promoted the lie that the 2020 presidential election was stolen and found an ally in former President Trump along the way.
We're going to send our favorite president right back where he belongs, in the White House.
But a group of Georgia voters, represented by a legal advocacy group, filed a challenge to her candidacy, citing a section of the 14th Amendment that says no person shall be a senator or representative in Congress engaged in insurrection or rebellion or given aid or comfort to the enemies. The group's legal director.
The evidence shows that Marjorie Taylor Greene, in the days leading up to January 6th, played a significant role in facilitating the events of that day.
Greene tried to stop the challenge, but a federal judge on Monday, in a 73-page report, cleared the way for the case to be heard this Friday. Greene, subpoenaed to testify, will face questions under oath about the extent of her involvement.
But what does that mean, participation in an insurrection? There's not a lot of case law in that area.
The levers of power in Washington, D.C. are controlled by dark forces.
Just last month, a federal judge in North Carolina blocked a similar effort to remove Madison Cawthorn, another Republican member of Congress, from the ballot this year.
The federal judge in Georgia who's being asked to decide whether this Georgia proceeding can go forward wasn't very compelled by the decision in the Cawthorn case.
Greene's office and her lawyer have not responded to NBC News for comment, but she has denied involvement in the violence on January 6th. And late Tuesday, Greene appealed the judge's ruling to the 11th Circuit.
Who will ultimately make this case whether Marjorie Taylor Greene is on the ballot?
That administrative law judge won't have the final word. Either party can appeal a final order into the Georgia state courts. And so there could be a proceeding going all the way up to the Georgia Supreme Court, which one suspects will have the final say.
So, Vaughn, what's the burden of proof here in this case that could actually stop Greene from seeking re-election?
Exactly. It's actually, Aaron, going to be on these voters, on that legal advocacy group, to prove to the court that, in fact, they have the evidence that shows that Marjorie Taylor Greene, quote, was engaging in an insurrection or rebellion. But again, that gets at the heart of what exactly does engaging in insurrection or rebellion mean. Of course, Marjorie Taylor Greene has denied any violent involvement on January 6th, but the question is, to what extent was whether her rhetoric or direct planning lead ultimately to the events that took place that day. Now, we should note that just last night, Marjorie Taylor Greene's legal team appealed that 73-page ruling from the federal judge to the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals. As of right now, there has been no stay issued by the appeals court, which, if that holds through the rest of the day, would lead to tomorrow's state court hearing in which Marjorie Taylor Greene is set to testify under oath. Aaron?
All right, Vaughn Hilliard for us today. Vaughn, thank you. We're following more breaking news right now. A jury has just found an Ohio doctor not guilty on 14 counts of murder. A doctor is accused of causing the deaths of multiple patients by ordering them large doses of the powerful painkiller fentanyl. NBC News writer Eric Ortiz joins us now. He's been tracking this story. Eric, walk us through what we know about this case and about the verdict.
Yeah, so Aaron, each of the counts against William Husel represented a patient of his in the ICU, people who were given high doses of fentanyl to help with their pain. The prosecutors in Franklin County really went all in by accusing him of murder. Essentially, they argue that he hastened their deaths by ordering 10 times the normal amount of fentanyl to patients in the ICU. Now, a lot of these patients were older, on ventilators, and near death. Husel's defense argued that he was merely giving these patients who were in extreme pain these drugs, and they made a point that there is no legal limit to how much fentanyl in a hospital setting is too much, and that's a point that appears to have worked on the jury.
And Eric, this case was one of the biggest cases against a healthcare professional really ever in this country. Do we have a sense of what this verdict could mean potentially for other doctors?
Yeah, I mean, you hear a lot about these so-called doctor death cases where medical professionals are accused of helping patients die or killing them. But it's really rare for a doctor to be accused of murder because there are good faith laws in places like Ohio, where if a doctor says they're acting in good faith, you have to take them at their word. So that's why it's so interesting that prosecutors thought they had a winnable case here. This case is going to be looked at for how doctors are treating patients in end-of-life care with high doses of drugs like fentanyl. And maybe it's not a crime, but they're going to ask, is it ethical?
All right, Eric Ortiz for us today. Eric, thank you. Appreciate it. Russia is rolling out what it calls bunker-busting bombs. Coming up, the Ukraine region bracing for what could be the biggest tank battle since World War II. Stay with us.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Making news right now, hundreds of Arizona residents are evacuating their homes because of a fast-moving wildfire. The tunnel fire was first reported on Sunday. Since then, it's destroyed 24 structures and forced the evacuation of more than 700 homes. Firefighters say windy conditions have contributed to the flames' rapid spread. Actor Ezra Miller is under arrest after allegedly throwing a chair that injured a woman. Police say Miller became irate after being asked to leave a gathering at a private residence in Hawaii. He was charged with assault. This is Miller's second arrest in Hawaii in the last month. He had already been arrested for disorderly conduct and harassment at a bar. And parts of an Illinois highway are back open today after a crash left a number of cows loose. Police say a semi crashed into a cattle hauler on Interstate 80 near Joliet, Illinois. The driver of the cattle hauler was taken to the hospital. Several cowboys had to be called in to round up those cows. Bottom of the hour now, and here's the latest headlines on the war in Ukraine. The U.S. preparing a new military aid package for Ukraine. It's expected to be similar in size to the $800 million package announced just last week. Ukraine's president now calling the situation in Mariupol extremely severe. An evacuation route was agreed to today for women, children, and the elderly. That's according to the country's deputy prime minister. But Ukraine's Donbas region remains front and center in the war right now. We begin our coverage this half hour with Sky News correspondent Mark Stone.
We're just outside the Russian-held city of Donetsk. The front in this war stretches more than 300 miles.
Well, we're just approaching the small town of Pisky, and it's right on the front line. The Russian soldiers are a kilometre or two ahead of us.
We're with a unit holding one tiny part of a long line. Dotted all along it are towns and villages like Pisky. Not that there's much left of this place anymore, though.
This is artillery?
Yes. Mortar.
This was home to two of the few civilians who have held out here. 2 days ago it was hit. One woman was injured, but she survived. Nearby, this is the very limit of the Ukrainian resistance. The unit's platoon commander is Denis Gordiv.
First position to enemy, about 800 meters.
In trenches from a different century, they have the simplest of weapons and a few of the most sophisticated too.
So this is a British weapon?
Yeah, it's British weapon. Yeah.
An anti-tank missile?
Yeah, it's British weapon. Like name NLAW. NLAW, yeah. It's very good weapon for me.
Each one of these shoulder-fired missiles can take out a Russian tank. The mines, too, they hope, will stop a Russian advance here, but they can't stop the artillery.
No. It's normally. Look, that all time. Like I said, all time. Now it's normally.
Here in the Donbass, the lines were drawn many years ago. Since the Russians took Crimea in 2014, this has been contested, but they're digging deeper this time.
It's my life. It's life my children's, my kids. my mother, my wife, and my people, because I am Ukrainian. Enemy won't destroy it, my country. Yeah. Not only cities, not killing people, destroyed my nation.
The Russians have regrouped on the land beyond. All their forces are now concentrated in this part of the country.
It's not my country.
Давайте сейчас підемо до бліндажа.
Now we must change place.
Okay. But this new offensive won't be quick. The assessment here is that these are just preliminary strikes for a much larger assault in the weeks ahead. Some of the soldiers have been here fighting and sleeping for the last year, tired and short of weapons, but on their own land, up against an invader. They believe they will win. Mark Stone, Sky News in Pisky, Ukraine.
In Russia, the Kremlin has relied on propaganda and censorship trying to shield Russians from the realities of the war in Ukraine. Russian opposition activist Vladimir Karamurza was recently arrested in Moscow after speaking out against the war. We are joined now by his wife, Evgenia Karamurza. We appreciate you making time for us today. I want to ask you first how your husband is doing. Have you been able to speak with him?
Thank you very much for having me here today and for giving me this opportunity, this very important opportunity to speak out on behalf of Vladimir, who has been speaking out on behalf of so many oppressed Russians over the years. My husband, as you know, has recently joined the ever-growing list of prisoners of conscience in the Russian Federation. He's not alone serving an unlawful jail sentence. There have been over 50,000 detentions since the beginning of this war, and hundreds of Russians are currently serving unlawful jail sentences for saying no to this war, for protesting against it in any way they can. The arrests are happening everywhere, and the stories that come from everywhere are absolutely terrifying. This Russian artist from St. Petersburg got arrested and is now facing a prison sentence of up to 10 years for switching price tags at a local supermarket with anti-war messages. Similar actions have been carried out in other Russian cities like Kazan. One person in Ufa and one in Moscow got arrested for holding peaceful, silent actions with a copy of Leo Tolstoy's War and Peace in the streets. In Khabarovsk, a man just got recently arrested for holding up a slogan, for going out in the street with the slogan, "I'm not afraid." Several people gathered around him and started chanting, "We are not afraid." All of them got detained and are now facing jail sentences.
Do you have...
And Putin himself has publicly attacked Russians who emigrate to oppose the invasion of Ukraine as traitors and scum. And the purpose of this is very clear, is to threaten, to scare people into silence. And many Russians have been forced to leave the country, but they continue speaking out from outside, and they continue helping in any way they can. They help with refugees, or they join important initiatives by Russian citizens.
I do want to ask you just two other thoughts before we have to let you go. First, I'm wondering if you have any indication when your husband or potentially others might be released, and how much do you think people in Russia actually understand about the realities of what's happening in Ukraine right now?
I think it is very important to say that the West should not trust those opinion polls that are being conducted in a totalitarian state that Russia has become over the last 2 months. People are deprived of objective information. Everything living and breathing in Russia, Putin's regime is just trying to erase, to kill, to throw in prison. The last independent opposition, not opposition, but independent media outlet, the Echo of Moscow radio station, was shut down on the government's orders at the beginning of the war. Since then, people are trying to find objective information. They're trying to find ways to access to that objective information. And I know many people, and I myself, read Telegram channels that are being launched by many journalists that were either forced to leave Russia or continue living in Russia, but are trying to get and spread this truthful information about what's happening in Ukraine. We have to understand that Putin's propaganda machine has been working relentlessly for over 20 years to create this image, warped reality in Russia for the Russian population. And the older population, who is not as tech savvy as the younger population, has long relied on TVs as the main source of information. State propaganda works through TVs. You switch on the TV and you get the same message from one channel to another to another. We're surrounded by enemies. NATO wants Russia's demise. Everyone wants to put Russia on its knees. And if you hear this message year after year after year, yeah, I think you begin believing in some of it.
Well, we appreciate you helping us to understand what's actually happening in Russia, what your people are dealing with right now. Yevgenia Karamurza, we appreciate your time today. Thank you. The states across the country are racing now to lock down their legislative maps ahead of the November midterms. But in key states like Ohio and New York, battles are playing out between the legislatures and the courts. Our reporters are following the developments in both states now and what they'll mean for voters as well. Let's begin with NBC News senior digital reporter Jane Tim. She's following the developments in New York State for us today. So Jane, there's been a lot of back and forth on New York's proposed maps. Where do things stand right now?
So what we're hearing about today, the big question is whether or not they're going to use the maps that have been enacted by New York Democrats in this year's election. So as we know, this is a really condensed process. The census was delayed, so the redistricting happened later, and we're running right up against that primary. And what a court is considering today is whether or not they should use these maps. A lower court said the maps were too gerrymandered and unconstitutional and tossed them. Now, the Democrats, of course, appealed, and this middle court, the appellate court, is going to consider whether or not they should continue staying that order, continue saying, you know what, we're going to use the maps while this case continues, or if they agree with that lower court and toss those maps and move forward with this. That would be, of course, a frenzied position to put the state into. Campaigns are already running in these districts, so Republicans will have an absolutely high bar as they try and prove that these maps are too gerrymandered to be used in the June 28th primary.
So speaking of that primary, Jane, June 28th, what are the implications for the candidates who are running in this race right now for that primary?
I mean, redistricting changes so much in a state. It moves complete towns, counties all over the state as people try and figure out what district they're actually campaigning to run in. So it would have a pretty big effect. I do think that if they did toss these maps, there's a good chance they'd move the primary to try and accommodate the time for redrawing these maps, for getting an expert, as the lower court has called for. It's going to be a crazy process either way. But this case, of course, will get appealed, so watch for continuing court cases and court hearings about this.
Always more to come when it comes to this stuff. Jane Tim for us today. Jane, thank you. Let's turn to Ohio now. If the redistricting commission there can't come up with new district maps by today, the maps could be determined by federal judges. It would be Ohio's fifth set of maps after the state Supreme Court rejected the fourth set last month. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is joining us now, tracking that story. Shaq, there's a primary for statewide races on May 3rd there in Ohio, but there might be another primary August 2nd for state candidates. Can you help us make sense of what's happening there?
Yeah, let's think about these essentially as in two buckets of maps. You have one map determining who you send to Congress and who is representing you at a statewide level. In Ohio, for all intents and purposes at this point, those maps are set, and that's what's going to be voted on and considered in the primary on May 3rd. Then there's who you send to your local state house to represent you at the local level. In Ohio, those maps have been rejected 4 times by the state Supreme Court that have said those maps are gerrymandered, that Republicans have a supermajority in that state and have essentially built in their own supermajority in these new maps, and Republicans on the redistricting commission have only slightly adjusted each map after it was tossed out by the court. And that leads us to the stalemate that we're at right now, because there is no election set for those local races. I spoke to a professor about the complications of this and what this all means. Listen to how he put it to me.
The longer this goes on, the more of an organizational mess this creates, because we can't have elections without maps, because the candidates don't know what districts they're running, and the voters don't know what districts they live in. And we have a set of organizational challenges that cannot be resolved without a set of maps.
So that all brings us to today, on April 20th. Today was the day that a federal judge looking at this and overseeing this, a panel of federal judges, said that if the state legislature and Supreme Court essentially can't come to an agreement, and that redistricting commission, if they can't come to an agreement over those local maps, they may get involved in this process. And we have now gotten to April 20th. The redistricting commission is not even meeting today to consider any new maps. So now we're entering a new phase in this battle.
New phase. So what happens next here then, Shaq?
That's really an open question. That was a question I put to the professor, and he laughed. He just openly laughed because he doesn't know what exactly happens. There's a chance that that trio of federal judges, that panel of federal judges, they can now step in and say, hey, an election needs to be set. April 20th, the reason why we have that date is because the Secretary of State and election officials, they say that they need the maps to be set by today in order to have a primary that was originally scheduled on May 3rd, in order to have a primary on August 2nd. The state Supreme Court, when they rejected the last round of maps, they said, the April 20th date, this is speculative. It's an unofficial date that exists. So there's a lot of uncertainty over what happens next. The biggest impact here is on voters who don't know what district they're in, on candidates who don't know what district they should run for, and for the election that now, because they have to have two separate sets of elections, it's going to cost voters nearly $20 million to have that second round of elections.
What a mess. It's going to make it hard for people to want to be a part of the process with all this confusion. Shaq Brewster for us in our Chicago newsroom today. Exactly. Shaq, thank you. What's in a name? Apparently a lot. Still ahead, we'll break down the dramatic difference in poll numbers when former President Donald Trump's name is used. Stay with us.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
On the money this hour, ripple effects from the Netflix nosedive after the streamer revealed it lost 200,000 subscribers in the first quarter and issued a big warning about what's ahead. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu joining us now, the latest business headlines of the day. So, Dom, just how bad are Netflix and some of these other streaming stocks looking today?
It's pretty bad. I mean, just Netflix alone, Aaron, to your point, has lost over a third of its value just today, which means now that it's lost more than 2/3 of its value since hitting a record high back in November of 2021. Now, if dollar numbers resonate more than percentages do, at its peak, Netflix was worth over $300 billion as a company. Today, that market value is below $100 billion. Now, this is the first time in over a decade that Netflix has actually reported a loss of subscribers, and it's warning, and this is the big one, of potentially losing 2 million more subscribers in this current quarter. Now, during the pandemic, maybe no surprise, a lot of people signed up for Netflix as a way to deal with lockdowns and stay in work at home situations. The problem is how many more people are left that you can possibly sign up. Now, to that end, Netflix says it's exploring a future service that will be cheaper but be supported by advertising revenue, so you'll see commercials during your movies, something Netflix has never really thought of doing. And Aaron, it estimates, by the way, that around 100 million people around the world are using someone else's Netflix account and password, and that a crackdown on that kind of behavior is coming down the pike as well.
And then there are other people who aren't sure whether it's their password or somebody else's. It's just because there's been so much mixing in there over the years. I want to ask you about Walmart, too, Dom. The company's asking for a new trial over the firing of a longtime employee with special needs. What do we know about that case?
So Walmart was found guilty last summer of wrongfully terminating Marlo Spaeth. Now, a longtime employee, she has Down syndrome. She had her work schedule changed and wasn't really able to adjust to the new hours. She pleaded with them, her family members did, to change them back. Walmart later fired her for absenteeism after documenting how often she would leave work early. Now, a jury and judge found that Walmart violated the Americans with Disabilities Act by firing her. Walmart, though, says it didn't know about the link between Spaeth's disability and her struggles to adapt to this new schedule. So it wants a new trial because it thinks that the U.S. Equal Opportunity Employment Commission, which represented her, didn't show proof that Walmart discriminated against her with malice or reckless interference. It also, by the way, Aaron, wants the monetary damages awarded to be tossed out as well.
All right, CNBC's Dom Chu with us today. Dom, thank you. Well, in the fight against soaring prices, one man is leading the way. You might call him America's inflation czar. His name is Jerome Powell, and he is chairman of the Federal Reserve. Now, he's not exactly a household name, and people have sort of a love-hate relationship with him, but only after they find out he was appointed by former President Donald Trump. NBC LX senior political editor Noah Pransky is here to break down some new survey results with us. So, Noah, let's start with a closer look at this survey. Tell us what the survey was looking at and what the findings were.
Yeah, so we conducted an experiment with our friends over at YouGov. Similar question to two nearly identical panels of people, and we asked it two different ways. First, we found some agreements between Democrats and Republicans. Should President Biden have replaced Jerome Powell as Federal Reserve Chair this past winter when he had the chance? 25% of Democrats and 25% of Republicans agreed. Imagine that. About half of respondents basically said they didn't know. But then when we asked the same question to a nearly identical panel, should he have replaced the Federal Reserve Chair who had been appointed by President Trump, that little bit of information changed the results dramatically. Democrats more than twice as likely to say he should have been replaced. Republicans 80% less likely. It shows you the power of a couple of words, Aaron.
So is there really any way to know that the wording was actually the only factor that led to that split, Noah?
So YouGov analysts tell me it's hard to draw exact conclusions other than knowing that public opinion can be swayed by the wording of a question, especially when it is a partisan cue, such as former President Trump. And that really applies a lot to topics that include, that people aren't following day to day. And just for more perspective of how polarized we are as a nation, this 2018 survey from the American Psychological Association asked, how disappointed would you be if your child married someone from the opposite party? About 40% of American partisans said they would be disappointed, compared to just 4% in 1960, 10 times more polarized than we were 62 years ago, Aaron.
That is shocking and a little troubling. Noah Pransky from NBC LX. Noah, we appreciate it. Thanks.
Sure thing.
When Harry met Hoda. Today's show anchor Hoda Kotb's exclusive interview with Prince Harry. After the break, what the royal revealed about the Queen meeting her namesake for the first time during his surprise visit.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
It's still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
news is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
A pretty stunning revelation from Britain's Prince Harry. He says he feels more at home at his new home here in America. In an exclusive interview with NBC's Hoda Kotb, the royal revealed what life is like outside of the royal spotlight.
A thrilling moment at the 5th Invictus Games in the Netherlands. I was alongside Elijah cheering on his dad Joel as he rounded out the 400-meter wheelchair race.
The Invictus family is the continuation of service, right? So much of the sport is helping and healing them. What they are, again, proving to the rest of the world is that whatever you come up against, whether it's physical or mental trauma, that you can actually get through it.
U.S. Army Staff Sergeant Joel Rodriguez is competing in 6 events. He was paralyzed after a 2014 car accident. A lot of people would have thought these are the cards I'm dealt. This is what I get, and I have to live with this. And maybe have taken it kind of slowly through life. You did the total opposite, man. You went all the way in.
You said cards, and that's funny because when my wife came to see me, probably a day after my surgery, she was like, "Are you okay?" I said, "Well, these are the cards I have, so I have to play them."
Joel is among the 500 athletes from 19 countries taking part in the multi-sport event, and the Duke of Sussex is there to support them.
In a pond, you throw a stone, plop, and the ripple effect that it has to so many people. Here in this community, I believe happens on the outside of this park as well. So that's what this is about, giving a platform to the people who I think and know that they always want to serve.
On their way to the games, Harry and Meghan made a quick stop to the UK, their first visit with the Queen since stepping away from their royal duties in 2020. You saw your grandmother. How was that?
It was great. It was really nice to see her. Be able to see her in some element of privacy was nice. We have a really special relationship. We talk about things that she can't talk about with anybody else. Meghan and I had tea with her, so it was really nice to catch up with her. And you know, home for me now is you know, for the time being, it's in the States. And it feels that way as well. We've been welcomed with open arms, and it's got such a great community up in Santa Barbara.
So you feel like that's home more for you? Yeah. Is that weird to say?
No, but I'm sure it'll become a thing.
Can I ask you a very basic personal question? Your family at home, do you miss them?
Yes, I think, especially over the last 2 years, for most people, have they not missed their family, right? The inability to be able to get home and see them.
But do you miss your brother, your dad?
Look, I mean, for me, at the moment, I'm here focused on these guys and these families and giving everything I can, 120% to them, to make sure that they have the experience of a lifetime.
Yeah.
That's my focus here. And then when I leave here, I get back, and my focus is my family, who I miss massively.
You got a whole restart. You have a whole new focus, a whole new nucleus. How does that land with you?
No, I think the focus is very much the same. Right?
Is it?
Yeah, certainly from my and my wife's point of view.
Yeah.
We've now moved that life of service to the States, and we'll continue to do what we were doing before. So in that regard, nothing's changed for us. It's just a little bit more complicated to have to sort of restart, if you know what I mean, from a blank canvas.
Sure. Whether at home in California or here in the Netherlands, Prince Harry says he is committed to making the world a better place.
What I've learned over the years is, certainly for myself, I find healing in helping others. The realities of what's happening within the communities around the world is people have come to help other people.
I love that. You know, I feel like life happens on a random Wednesday. It doesn't have the highs and it doesn't have the lows. It's just Wednesday. So for you, how is your Wednesday? Like, how's life?
I'm glad you say it's a Wednesday rather than a Monday.
Yeah.
I still get, when I used to get Sunday night blues. It's like, oh, Monday morning again, here we go. So yeah, Wednesday at least is midweek.
What's it like though?
Revolves around the kids as much as humanly possible.
Yeah.
Like this whole working from home stuff is not all it's cracked up to be, because it's really hard when your kids and you are in the same place. It's really hard to separate the work from them because they kind of overlap. So, I mean, Archie spends more time interrupting our Zoom calls than anybody else.
Do you tell them, or do you tell Archie, since he's old enough, about your mom?
Yes, yeah, very much so. I don't tell him all the stuff that happened, but certainly that this is, Grandma Diana, and we've got a couple of photos up in the house.
In these moments, do you ever feel your mom's presence?
For me, it's constant. It has been over the last 2 years, more so than ever before. It's almost as though she's done her bit with my brother, and now she's very much like helping me. Got him set up, now she's helping me set up. That's what it feels like, He's got his kids, I've got my kids. The circumstances are obviously different, but no, I feel her presence in almost everything that I do now, but definitely more so in the last 2 years than ever before. She's watching over us.
I'm sure she's proud of you.
I'm sure she is.
Hey, Aaron. Okay, one of the things that struck me the most, and something I know Prince Harry sees the value in, is the true sense of community and camaraderie. It was beautiful. Back to you.
Breaking right now, race to escape. Ukraine rushing to set up a humanitarian corridor to help civilians get out of Mariupol. The desperate efforts to keep a critical steel plant from falling into Russian hands. Mask debate, growing confusion across America as some places ditch mask mandates while others don't. How the issue could end up back in court. Taking the stand, actor Johnny Depp testifying in his defamation trial against his ex-wife, how he's defending himself against her allegations of abuse. And in good hands, the new technology that's actually giving people with prosthetic limbs the power of touch. And good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Thanks for joining us today. We begin this hour with breaking news. Ukraine's president saying the situation in Mariupol is now extremely severe. That city is currently surrounded by Russian forces. The humanitarian crisis now reaching a staggering milestone as well. The United Nations says more than 5 million people have now left Ukraine. And new this hour, tennis players from Russia and Belarus have been banned from competing in Wimbledon, the sport's best-known tournament. That tournament says in a statement it won't allow the sport to be used to promote the Russian regime. Our team of correspondents digging into all of this for us today. Let's begin in Lviv with NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez. Raf, I want to start with what's happening in Mariupol. Have the remaining Ukrainian forces there been able to push back against the Russian troops at all at this point?
Aaron, they say they tried to counterattack earlier this week, but at this point they are almost hopelessly outnumbered, outgunned, and surrounded in the remains of that steel plant. The commander of one of the Marine units inside that plant released a video overnight. He says his forces are outnumbered 10-1. He says there are hundreds of civilians still inside that plant, but he is not planning to surrender. Instead, he is appealing to the international community to try to broker some kind of deal with the Russians that would allow his forces and those civilians to be extracted to safety in a third country. I'll tell you, there is no sign right now from the Russians at all that they are prepared to agree to something like that. They have the plant surrounded by concentric rings of their forces, and they are allegedly hitting it with bunker buster bombs, trying to flush those remaining Ukrainian troops out. Now, they did give those forces a deadline of 2 p.m. Moscow time, about 5 hours ago, to surrender. But, Aaron, as we've seen at every point with these deadlines in the past, the Ukrainians are holding on. They are refusing to lay down their arms. But it may, at this point, be a matter of hours rather than days. Aaron?
I want to bring in NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce as well. Now, Dan, what is the Pentagon saying about the attacks that we're seeing in eastern Ukraine overall?
Aaron, the tactics we're seeing in the Mariupol offensive are expected to be replicated now as the Russians focused all along that eastern front in the Donbass region. So they'll be trying to use their superior numbers and their superior firepower to hammer and grind down the Ukrainian forces there. But the Ukrainian forces are dug in. And of course, we know the Russians have really struggled to really be an effective, organized fighting force. So the jury is out whether they can pull this off. And in the meantime, the Ukrainians are getting weapons from the U.S. and Eastern European allies, trying to, and asking for different kinds of weapons like artillery to maintain their defensive positions there in the east.
Shannon Pettypiece is at her post near the White House for us in Washington as well today, too. So, Shannon, we've been reporting on this aid package, a possible aid package for Ukraine. What's expected to be included in this new round of potential aid?
Yeah, well, the U.S. officials say they're still sorting out the details, but officials tell NBC News that they expect this latest round of aid to be very similar to one that was announced last week. That package last week was about $800 million. It included things like tens of thousands of artillery rounds, artillery equipment, protective vehicles, even things like unmanned boats that can help protect the coastline. Administration officials say they are really trying to keep up with the pace that they expect to see coming from the Russians in this assault. The U.S. has committed about $3 billion in military aid since February, but it continues to be a logistical operation of massive scale to get all of this equipment to Ukraine. And then, of course, over the longer term, to be able to keep up with the demands, because right now officials say the Ukrainians are going through thousands of rounds of artillery a day. And this is equipment that takes time to make. So one of the questions I think down the road will be, how long can the U.S. keep up this pace? But for now, the administration saying they are committed to another aid package to Ukraine and to keep this support going.
Raph, I want to turn back to you in Ukraine. I know that trains there have really been a lifeline for Ukrainians since even before the war started. What more are you learning about the operation of the train systems in that country?
Aaron, we're learning that the 14,000 miles of railway lines in Ukraine have been absolutely crucial for this country and for its people over the course of this war.
On Platform 2 of Ternopil Station, a hug that feels like it may never end. Valentina and Irina, childhood friends from Kyiv, running into each other by chance amid the chaos of war.
I'm not alone anymore. So I'm not alone in this difficult journey.
Valentina had raced home to see her terminally ill father, but she didn't make it in time.
So you were trying to get to your dying father in the middle of a war.
Yeah.
How important was the train for you?
They are heroes. Just to take care of all these passengers, take care of all Ukrainians, and just support and give these trains.
Ukraine's railways, nearly 14,000 miles of steel and iron, and a vital lifeline for this country through these last 2 months of fighting.
This is a westbound train going from Kyiv to Lviv, and every day, rain, shine, Russian bombs, trains like this have been running across Ukraine, ferrying people to safety and moving humanitarian aid to where it's needed most.
Every day, thousands of people fleeing the war-torn east, the trains, the only way to move so many so quickly. At the head of Ukraine's national railway company, 37-year-old Alexander Commission.
What have President Zelensky's instructions been to you about the railway during the war?
His instruction is quite simple. He says, keep running the company, keep doing your job.
A quarter of Ukraine's railway has been damaged by Russian bombs, but nowhere hit like Kramatorsk station in the east. 59 people killed, including 7 children, when rockets slammed into the crowd trying to flee west. Railway staff have suffered enormous losses of their own.
95 killed, 103 injured, and 4 kept as a hostage by Russians.
Among them, Natalia Babacheva, an attendant killed in the Donbass in March. Her daughter writing, "You'll always be there in my heart, Mom, my angel, my hero, rest in peace." We met driver Andrei Bobrovsky on the last leg of his journey into Lviv and wanted to ask about a very special nickname.
They call the rail workers the Iron People. Tell me about that.
We are working, doing our duties that we are charged to do. People rely on us, citizens who are running away from war.
He has only a few moments to talk, more journeys to make, more people to move. Back on the 302 from Ternopil, 1-year-old Solomea is enjoying her first ever train journey. She doesn't know it's the start of her family's new life as refugees.
Do you think one day you'll come back to Ukraine, that she'll grow up here?
Of course, he says, there's a Ukrainian proverb, everywhere is good, but home is best. And when it's finally safe enough for Solomea to come home, you can bet it'll be a train that takes her there.
Now, Aaron, when Western leaders have come to Kyiv to meet President Zelensky, like Boris Johnson, they have come by train. And the CEO of the National Railway told me he hopes one day President Biden will come on one of his trains to Kyiv to meet President Zelensky. There are no plans for that right now. But, Aaron, we do know the president does like a good train ride.
We will see what happens. Raf Sanchez for us in Lviv, Ukraine today. Raf, thank you. The federal COVID mask mandate for public transit could end up back in court. The Justice Department says it will challenge the decision if the CDC says the mandate is still necessary. The changes are coming fast since the mask rule was overturned in court on Monday. The nation's biggest airlines have all made masks optional now. Amtrak, Uber, and Lyft are also no longer requiring masks. This is happening just as cases are rising again. New cases are up more than 22% in the last 2 weeks. The U.S. now averaging more than 41,000 new cases per day. We're going to get to the latest on the COVID outbreak in China in just a moment. Let's begin, though, with NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach. He's in Washington, D.C., outside a metro station there. Gary, over the 2 weeks, as I understand it, D.C. has seen cases go up almost 200%. How are the masking rule changes playing out there?
Well, they're not, and that's part of what has people here concerned, Aaron. Here in Washington, D.C., there are no mask mandates citywide. There are no vaccine mandates here citywide anymore. Both of those existed in recent real months, but that's not the same case across the East Coast even. Up in New York City, the MTA, the buses and subways in New York City, masks are required there. But down in Philadelphia, the 30th Street station and the SEPTA, it does not require masks, but indoors, the rest of the city, it does require masks. So it's a lot of difference depending on where you are, a lot of different change. And this all comes as cases across the country are increasing. We're seeing cases in 31 states and Washington, D.C. on a rise over the past 2 weeks, Aaron.
So what are people at the station telling you about how they feel about the changes that we're seeing and the changes we're not seeing, I guess?
Yeah, no, that's right. And I'll tell you, most of the people for the vast majority of the people that we're seeing coming in and out of Metro Center here in D.C. is the one of the biggest metro stops here in Washington. Most of them are wearing masks. I saw the same thing yesterday at DCA, largely a mask population here in Washington. But folks are telling me that they really wish that the Florida judge had waited a little longer to make this decision. They don't feel like this was in the best interest of public health, and they do wish that there was one decision for the whole country. None of this Philadelphia's one way, New York's the other way, Washington's a different way. They want one size fits all to really stomp out the confusion. Of course, public health experts say going community by community is best to see what's best for each local community. Here's what some of the folks I talked to had to say.
I feel as though it's a lot of unexplained things going on. It's like 1 minute wear them, 1 minute don't wear them. So, hey, I'm keeping mine on.
Confusing. Absolutely confusing and difficult to navigate in terms of what we should do, shouldn't do, options that we have and don't have. And so it's still confusing for everybody, I think, trying to figure out what's the best course to take in terms of mask on or mask off.
I think everybody needs to get on the same page because it's too much, over mostly in the South. Nobody's wearing a mask. Northeast, some people are wearing it. It's just mixed. I think they should all get on the same page as far as mask mandates and whatnot.
So I asked some of the folks wearing masks here today when they would feel comfortable going down these escalators and getting on a metro without a mask. Many said that day, they don't know when that day could come. Aaron?
All right, Gary Grumbach for us in Metro Center in D.C. Gary, thank you. 4 million people in Shanghai can now go outside again. They were confined to their homes for weeks by a citywide quarantine there. The Chinese government's zero COVID policy led to a lot of frustration as food and other supplies became scarce. Now there are new fears about just how much the lockdowns in China will slow down the global supply chain. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Fair reports now from Beijing.
There are few signs the lockdown is easing in any significant way. Most people are still confined to their homes, still relying on food deliveries, most people needing community food groups in order to get what they need. For businesses, there's a plan for companies like Tesla to ramp up production again, but with very strict COVID rules, including having workers live on site, people actually sleeping at the factory. Remember, Shanghai is a major hub for the electronics and automotive industries. About 20% of China's exports are going through Shanghai's port. The city is the commercial heart of the world's second largest economy, and nothing has been moving. The problem is less at the port than on the roads. There is a shortage of truckers willing to undergo the mandatory COVID testing and risk being quarantined around Shanghai. So goods aren't making it from the warehouse to the port. There are fewer shipping containers going out to sea. That's going to mean less inventory in countries like the United States and eventually higher prices. But when manufacturing ramps up again, an even bigger problem, according to experts, there will be a flood of goods, a run on shipping containers that will drive up prices that eventually consumers will pay.
Actor Johnny Depp is on the witness stand today in his $50 million defamation lawsuit against his ex-wife. Depp is suing Amber Heard over a 2018 Washington Post op-ed where she wrote about her experience with domestic violence. While she never named Depp, he claims that piece jeopardized his career. Heard has also previously accused Depp of verbally attacking her. He denied all allegations. During questioning from his legal team, Depp spoke about how his relationship affected his drug use.
But there wasn't a day that you'd wake up and you'd expect something was going to hit the fan, and pretty much like clockwork it did. So yes, I had to have something to distance me and distance my heart from those verbal attacks.
Heard's lawyers are expected to cross-examine Depp today. She filed a countersuit against him for $100 million. NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos has been following the trial. We'll talk to him in a second. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson, though. He's been tracking this trial as well. Steve, what new information have we learned from the questioning of Johnny Depp so far today?
Well, if you frame it as new information as comes by Johnny Depp, then we've learned quite a bit. But, Amber Heard's team obviously refuting every single point that Depp has made. And the only new information she would say is that Depp is a liar. And we're getting those memos as this goes on, sort of a point-by-point refutation of everything that Depp is saying. I would say about 60% of this trial has in some form focused on drug use, about Depp's drug use, about Heard's drug use, about Depp's attempt to try to get off drugs. And it was kind of bizarre hearing that in the beginning stages of the trial in week one, where it was a cavalcade of doctors and nursing assistants and nurses just talking about dealing with Johnny Depp and the fact that he would use drugs. And that was from his own team. And I think now we're starting to realize why, because as Depp's sort of attorneys have laid out this story about Johnny Depp, about sort of establishing his character as somebody that was trying to avoid fights with Heard, this has been really focused, the last few minutes at least, have been focused on Depp's drug use, him trying to get over those drugs, and the fact that Heard would drag him back into a pattern of abusing those drugs. And so that's, I think, what they've been focusing on in the more recent. We heard maybe about an hour ago, though, this was kind of revelatory, that Depp was said that part of the reason why he stayed in the relationship was he was scared about Amber Heard committing suicide in some way, that she spoke about it. Of course, again, Heard's team would probably refute that, and we're expecting to hear some of those refutations when Depp is cross-examined, likely later on today, Aaron.
Steve, I'm curious, and you sort of touched on this a little bit. Can you talk a little bit more about Amber Heard's legal team and how they're responding to this testimony so far, and how it sort of might play into a cross-examination or what comes next for them?
Yeah, just to kind of catch you up on what happens through the course of the day on this trial. This has been going on now. We're in week two. Mm-hmm. I would say as the trial progresses during the course of a day, we get a memo from Heard's team, I would say maybe every 2 hours or so, where they just simply tick down everything that was said and why it was wrong on Depp's side. And today we got one about the drug use, about the fact that, Johnny Depp claimed that there was a period, a large period of sobriety, about 18 months, and that, these incidents, like the fact that there was this huge drag-out fight in Australia that was affected by his drug use, according to Heard, that a monster would come out, according to Heard, was refuted by the fact that Depp says he was sober for a long period of time, and that Heard would consistently drink and abuse drugs in front of him, almost in a taunting manner, or to say, like, this is your problem and not my problem, not being supportive, but at the worst being destructive. And, we got the counterpoints that would say, there's text messages that show, there's video accounts that show that Depp was in fact drunk and out of his mind on drugs. So it's this counterpoint that is focusing on the drug use, whether or not Heard was supportive in trying to get him over that, or Depp was sinking further down into this pattern of abuse and physical abuse and mental abuse and abusing drugs. Aaron?
All right, Steve Patterson for us tracking this trial today. Steve, thank you. I want to bring in our NBC News legal analyst, Danny Savalos now. Danny, a lot of sort of he said, she said here, accusations being thrown around in this case. When you're dealing with a defamation trial, how much do you rely on testimony, what he said, what she said, versus any sort of other evidence?
Well, you look at the core of the case, and was what Amber Heard said about Depp defamatory? Was it false? And did it cause Johnny Depp damages? And of course, we're a little into the weeds, it may seem, by discussing all this drug use and everything else. And there's a real risk there that the jury members might say, I don't identify with either of these wackos. I'm going to find in favor of nobody. And that's a real possibility. Look, as much as his attorneys may have prepared him, Johnny Depp so far, in my opinion, is coming off as not very relatable. He's speaking at an unbelievably slow pace, which may be fine for making him look mysterious in an interview, but for testimony in court, it just isn't a good look.
It looks a lot like the Johnny Depp we've seen in so many films over the years. I will ask you, though, to sort of put yourself in the shoes of Amber Heard's legal team in this case. What would you be asking Johnny Depp during a cross-examination?
They have all their facts ready to go, but one of the things they will certainly do is try to get Johnny Depp to start thinking he's smarter than the lawyers and fight with them. The rules of evidence have their thumb on the scale against the witness. As much as they might want to fight with the lawyer, the witness cannot do it because the lawyer will always win. Not because the lawyer is smarter, but because the rules are slanted in favor of the person asking questions. So a good strategy might just be to try and irritate Depp, keep him on the stand, tire him out, and really beat him up until he blows up a la Colonel Jessup and A Few Good Men.
All right, NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas with us today. Danny, thank you. Take a look at this. This super yacht is worth some $325 million. And it's not going anywhere fast. Coming up, who owns that boat, where it's docked, and the long road ahead for authorities trying to sanction people close to Vladimir Putin.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
U.S. officials are attempting to seize a super yacht owned by a sanctioned Russian oligarch. That yacht is estimated to be worth about $325 million. It's being held in Fiji as U.S. authorities finalize their warrant. However, lawyers for the oligarch claim he does not actually own it. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian is joining us now. So, Ken, what can you tell us about this Russian oligarch first? Who is he?
His name is Suleiman Karimov, Aaron, and he was the subject of a ICIJ NBC News investigation into how he moved some of his billions of dollars. He's a pretty colorful character. He's worth around $14 billion right now, a gold mining tycoon, essentially. And he was one of the oligarchs that Vladimir Putin summoned to the Kremlin before he invaded Ukraine. So he's somewhat within Putin's inner circle, and he's not one of the better known oligarchs. He's kind of an enigmatic figure. He once crashed a Ferrari in Nice, almost died in 2006. He's known for hosting lavish parties on the French Riviera, at one point hiring Beyonce to entertain his guests. So a really interesting character, and we looked at how he had moved his money around as a way of avoiding scrutiny. He's been under U.S. sanctions since 2018, but apparently unmolested until now, Aaron.
So, Ken, we're hearing that Karimov has gone to some pretty great lengths to try to hide his wealth. What do authorities believe he's done?
Well, the journalistic investigation looked at a bunch of leaked documents from the Panama Papers, the FinCEN files, and what we found was that an extraordinarily a huge volume of wire transfers and cutouts and shell companies used to move this money around so that it wasn't tied to him. So things are in other people's names, including, in one case, $300 million in transactions that went to a Swiss tattoo artist. This isn't specific to him necessarily. This is really more of a case study in how a lot of these oligarchs, experts say, move money around in ways that's not tied to them, so they avoid this very thing that's happening right now. But what's different since the war is that the U.S. Justice Department and Treasury Department has gotten much more aggressive about trying to seize the assets and trying to potentially prosecute these oligarchs who are under sanctions and trying to evade sanctions. And it looks like that's what we're seeing now in Fiji with this attempt by the Americans to seize this massive super yacht.
All right, Ken Delanian for us in Washington today. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
The U.S. Navy is investigating the mysterious deaths of 3 sailors. They were all assigned to the same aircraft carrier based in Virginia. Navy officials say all 3 were found dead within a week. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has a closer look.
The U.S. Navy this morning is searching for answers after 3 sailors who served on the same aircraft carrier in Virginia were found dead in separate incidents within a week.
I think we need to give them time to properly investigate these deaths.
According to the Navy, on Friday, the ship's crew found a sailor unresponsive on board the USS George Washington, which is currently docked in Newport News as it undergoes an overhaul. That unidentified sailor was taken to a hospital and pronounced dead. The incident follows the deaths of 2 other sailors whose bodies were discovered in different locations off base, just a day apart. Retail services specialist 3rd Class Mikhail Sharp died on April 9th, according to the Navy. And interior communications electrician 3rd Class Natasha Huffman was found dead on April 10th, authorities said.
Obviously, they're still investigating these deaths. I don't believe that they are aware of any indications that they are related, but that's what they believe right now.
The Navy told NBC News in a statement they are cooperating with local authorities where both incidents have occurred, as both incidents remain under investigation, and that their thoughts and condolences are with the family, friends, and shipmates of our sailors.
These are now going to be families getting worst possible news and dealing with unspeakable grief. And I just think it's important that they know that the Department of Defense, the Secretary, will give them all the support that they deserve.
So there are roughly 2,700 sailors who serve on the USS George Washington. It is a tight-knit community, and these deaths certainly have them rattled. The mother for Natasha Huffman has posted on Facebook overnight. She says her daughter had a heart of gold and liked to look out for those people that needed her help, and she's also thanking everyone for their well wishes. Aaron.
Some Ukrainian families had to evacuate their homes in an instant when Russia invaded. Still ahead, we catch up with one man who 1 month later is going back to see if what's left of his hometown, including a reunion with his dog.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, rapper A$AP Rocky has been taken into custody at LAX in connection to a November 2021 shooting. The rapper's real name is Rakim Mayers. He was coming into Los Angeles on a private plane from Barbados when he was arrested. Mayers is accused of shooting at a man 3 or 4 times, grazing his left hand with a bullet. The 3 white men convicted of hate crimes in the killing of Ahmaud Arbery, who was black, have been scheduled for sentencing in August. Greg and Travis McMichael and their neighbor, William Bryan, each face life in prison. They're already serving life sentences in Georgia after being convicted of murder last fall. And thanks to Kyrie Irving, the New York-Boston sports rivalry is alive and well. The Nets star has been hit with a $50,000 fine for flipping off Celtics fans at last night's playoff game. Irving was heckled by fans all night long. He did score a total of 39 points there, but the Celtics went on to win by a single point with a dramatic layup at the buzzer. Bottom of the hour now, and here are the latest headlines in the war in Ukraine. The West rushing to send new heavy artillery to Ukraine. 3 U.S. officials say the latest aid package is expected to be similar in size to last week's, worth about $800 million. As the Russian offensive ramps up in the east, the UN reports more than 5 million people have now fled that war-torn country. But weeks after the Russians retreated from around the capital, some Ukrainians are returning to towns like Bucha to see what's left. We begin our coverage this half hour with NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter.
Nikolai is one of the lucky ones. We met him in Lviv with his brother-in-law, and together with their families, they escaped Bucha back on March 9th.
It was so dangerous.
Now he's heading back.
Did you know your house was still standing?
No. I heard my dog.
As we approach the family house, we hear barking. Rizhik, Nikolai's dog, was waiting. He takes a second to warm up, then recognizes his owner. Their house is frozen in time and intact.
So we have only 10 minutes to leave.
The Russians didn't get inside. Dinner plates are still on the table.
We can go in.
He shows me the shelter they spent so much time in.
It's Vokzalna Street.
But we don't linger. He wants to see his hometown, the famous street, he says.
It's hard to believe. Yeah.
Does it feel like home?
Maybe no. That I don't understand. It's really quiet.
Then he wants to go see this place he's heard about.
It's like a cemetery of cars. It's hard to imagine what happened with these people.
How scared they must have been.
Yes, it's scary.
Most of them have signs on them. Children, civilians.
Люди, people.
People.
On the other side, Russian tanks left behind. It doesn't feel safe yet, he says.
Are you glad you came back?
Maybe yes.
Because despite all of this, it's still home. Molly Hunter, NBC News, Bucha.
Let's bring in Yulia Mendel now. She is a former press secretary to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Yulia, I want to start with this new U.S. aid package, military aid package that the Biden administration, we understand, is preparing. How much do you think that will help? Is it enough?
Hi, thank you for having me. Of course, Ukraine has been asking the partners to have military aid as much as possible. First, because we really needed to fight back the Russian invasion. And second, because just weapons tend to run out. And we are waiting very much for the next package, which aims to have like artillery and artillery rounds, from what I know, and maybe something that has not been announced publicly. But this is something that can help us defend our country when Russia is going to have the second round of its offensive, focusing specifically on Donbass. So we are waiting patiently, but we hope that there will not be bureaucracy that will interfere, bring us the military to Ukraine to help our army and our people to defend our land.
You know, we've seen some just awful images of the death and destruction that's been done in your country in the wake of these Russian assaults there. Do you think the West is doing enough to hold Russia accountable for what it's done to this point, 50-plus days into this war?
There is a very short and very simple answer to this. If the West, if the world does enough to stop Russia, Russia would be stopped now. We see that Russia doesn't stop either with offensive or with threats that are provided on systematic basis every day, not only to Ukraine, but to the whole world order that has been established after the World War II.
Yeah, what's your sense of any diplomacy actually working here? Anything about the possibility of talks between Ukraine and Russia reaching any sort of agreement?
It is very difficult to talk right now. It is very difficult to talk with a country that behaves as a terrorist country, and it is very difficult to talk from our heart because we are damaged very much. It is emotionally difficult to talk after what Russia has done. Ukraine, of course, leaves the chance that negotiations, diplomacy can bring some result, but it does not depend only on Ukraine. Ukraine was very open and very transparent. Ukraine was going to every place to negotiate with Russia. Ukraine was trying to show that we are ready and open for compromises and for any ways to find a solution. But Russia is aimed only to destroy, kill, damage and behaves very brutally. So we leave always the chance for diplomacy. We're a civilized country and we can talk, but when we need defend and when we need that Russia is unstoppable, we will fight.
Julia Mindell, we appreciate your time and your perspective today. Our best to you and your country. Thanks. NBC News has learned the White House is gearing up to ask Congress for more money to handle a possible surge of migrants at the U.S.-Mexico border. The Biden administration set to end a pandemic policy that kept migrants out of the country over COVID concerns. NBC News correspondent Julia Ainsley has new reporting on this. Julia, you've been tracking this for a long time, so let's sort of back up here if we can a bit. We're talking about Title 42, that policy that's set to end May 23rd. What's the Biden administration expecting when that happens?
Well, they're expecting somewhere around 14,000 immigrants per day to start crossing the border. That would be double what we saw last month, which was a record high, the highest we've seen of immigrants crossing the border since this record started being kept in 2000. So now, with those restrictions lifted, they know there are about 170,000 migrants waiting in very poor conditions, 10 cities in Mexico, to come in. And they also expect other people will be attracted to come to the United States now that they know that they can get in and claim asylum. And we should point out that just because this is lifted, this does not mean these people get to stay here permanently. It's really a return to the status quo as it was before the pandemic, where they're at least able to come in and make their case for asylum in court.
And so, Julia, what have you been able to find out about how much more money the administration says it needs and what it would be used for?
Well, they say that right now they're starting to model these projections. So based on that 14,000 immigrants per day number that I just gave you, that would mean that their existing funds for many of the programs that house, feed, transport immigrants would run out by early July. That's very soon after this policy would go into effect, the lifting of Title 42. And so they say that they need more funds, so they're starting to model out what that would look like. Now, there's some wiggle room. They could reprogram. They could move things around within the DHS budget. They could try to get other law enforcement agencies to help. But when you're looking at hundreds of millions of dollars, is just what they would need. It may be that they do have to go to Congress for those funds. And we should point out that could mean the beginning of the end of this plan, because if they are stuck on having to get more funds in order to lift it, then they could end up pushing this decision onto Congress rather than putting it squarely in the hands of the White House.
All right, Julia Ainsley for us in our Washington bureau today. Julia, thank you.
Thank you.
Florida's elected officials on both sides of the aisle are picking political fights. Republican Governor Ron DeSantis going after the happiest place on earth, looking to take away Disney's special status in that state. At the same time, the state's Democratic Agriculture Commissioner is suing the Biden administration over marijuana and firearms. We have reporters in Florida covering these political battles closely for us today. Let's begin with Disney and NBC South Florida reporter Christian Benavides. Christian, why is Governor DeSantis picking this fight with Disney right now? It's such a huge part of Florida's economy.
Right. Well, Aaron, first off, who would have thought we'd see a showdown at what's supposed to be one of the happiest places on earth? This is a dramatic escalation of an ongoing feud between Disney and Republican Governor Ron DeSantis. Ultimately, the governor may just think it's politically advantageous for him to go after Disney. It started last month over the parental rights and education law. Disney, following mounting pressure from within the company, came out against what critics call the Don't Say Gay law. They also suspended political donations in response to the law. And so DeSantis fired back, calling Disney a woke corporation. Some state Republicans have called Disney goofy with power. But this level of escalation was sort of unexpected. The Florida legislature is holding a special session on redistricting. And in the middle of a press conference, Governor DeSantis almost nonchalantly added, oh, by the way, during this special session, we may take away Disney's special status. Disney operates under the Reedy Creek Improvement District. It was created back in 1967. It basically shields Disney from local government regulations and from local property taxes. Still, the announcement by DeSantis has taken many political observers by surprise.
There was always this unwritten and unspoken rule. You don't mess with the mouse. Governor DeSantis hasn't just messed with the mouse. He has gone nuclear against one of the most powerful companies in the world. Forget Florida, in the world. The biggest employer in the state of Florida. And so it'll be very, very telling if he succeeds in this, unlike a lot of the laws that he's passed have been blocked by the courts, but if he were to succeed in this and still come out on top in a re-election fight, analysts will look back and say, you know, he is Teflon Ron. If he succeeds in this, unlike a lot of the laws that he's passed have been blocked by the courts, but if he were to succeed in this and still come out on top in a re-election fight, analysts will look back and say, you know, he is Teflon Ron.
Christiane, I did want to ask you, has there been any response from Disney so far?
So far, no comment from Disney, but the Board of Supervisors for the Reedy Creek Improvement District is set to meet next week. To give you a sense of the scope of the district, it spans over 2 counties, 25,000 acres. That includes 4 theme parks, 2 water parks, hotels, restaurants, and stores. This special exception basically allows Disney to operate as its own government, so they fund their own public services, including their own fire department. And there's debate over whether taxpayers would ultimately be on the hook for some of those costs if the district goes away.
And very quickly, if the state legislature agrees to revoke this special status for Disney, when might we see that kick in?
Well, the bill could pass by the end of the week. We're in a special session right now. The district would be dissolved as of June 1st of 2023, but it leaves open the option for the district to reapply for that special status before it runs out. Aaron?
All right, Christiane Benavides from our Miami station there. Christiane, thank you. A top Florida Democrat is suing the Biden administration over marijuana use and gun ownership. The state's agriculture commissioner is targeting a federal requirement that prohibits medical marijuana users from buying firearms. NBC News senior national political reporter Mark Caputo is joining us from outside Florida's state capitol today. So, Mark, walk us through this lawsuit. What's at stake here?
What it says is if you want to buy a firearm and you are in a state like Florida where you can legally possess and use medical marijuana, you should be able to buy the firearm. Right now, on the firearm form for purchasing a gun, it asks you, do you use illegal drugs? And then it has a warning. And the warning specifically says marijuana is illegal at the federal level. So therefore, you have to check yes. And if you check yes, you can't buy the gun. If you check no, then you're lying and you're exposed to as much as a 5-year prison sentence for putting false information on a federal form. So Nikki Fried, who's the state's agriculture commissioner, her office oversees the concealed weapons permit program in Florida and regulates some aspects of the medical marijuana program here. She says, look, this is crazy. This shouldn't be done. The federal government needs to get its act together. Now, the Department of Justice, which oversees the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, is saying, look, this is a federal law and Congress needs to fix it. So we're in sort of this dysfunctional situation where the federal government, the agents of the federal government are saying, look, we're just enforcing the law. And then, of course, Congress doesn't act. And as a result, in Fried's lawsuit, she has 3 Florida citizens, 2 of whom are medical marijuana users and had their rights to buy a firearm denied. Another one, a former police officer from another state who's retired, who wants to keep his concealed weapons permit, possibly buy more firearms, but also found that he qualifies for medical marijuana. But he doesn't want to get his medical marijuana card because if he does, and then he has to buy a new gun or wants to buy a new gun, he then faces this quandary: lie on the form and face a 5-year prison sentence, or tell the truth and not be able to buy the gun.
So, Mark, there's a little bit of a political element to sort of look at and examine here, I think. What's the significance of a Democrat suing a Democratic administration and in an election year, no less?
Well, just by you asking me that question and me writing the story kind of answers it, right? Is like, it's news. It's not something that's done all the time. Obviously, it's 420 today. That's kind of cannabis culture slang for marijuana. In addition to that, 71% of Florida voters in 2016 voted to approve medical marijuana. And we have 2.5 million concealed weapons permit holders here in the state. So marijuana is popular here, and so are guns. And Nikki Fried's position is marijuana is legal, or medical marijuana is legal. Buying a gun is legal, and therefore no one should stop people from being able to buy a gun if they're a lawful medical marijuana user. And she doesn't care which administration it is. She's going to sue, so she's doing that. But she's running for governor, and the political implications are pretty clear.
Yeah. All right, NBC's Mark Caputo for us in Florida today. Mark, thank you. A number of child welfare workers in Texas have walked off the job. They're protesting a new state directive classifying gender-affirming care for minors as child abuse. NBC Out reporter Joe Yerkeba is taking a look at this for us. Joe, what exactly does this directive require child welfare workers to do?
So some child welfare workers in Texas say the directive puts them in a really difficult situation, and that's because it requires them to investigate the parents of transgender children for child abuse if they're suspected of providing them with gender-affirming medical care, such as puberty blockers. And that's difficult because they have to comply with what the governor and the attorney general are telling them to do. But at the same time, this is care that's widely supported by major medical organizations, and most of these parents are following guidance from a team of doctors. So some workers like Morgan Davis have started to resign, and he said he couldn't morally continue in the job because he felt like it would only hurt families.
You said some workers. Do we have an idea how many workers are resigning over these new rules?
We don't know for sure. At least a half dozen, including Davis, have said that they are either resigning or looking for jobs in the wake of the directive. And the Department of Family and Protective Services declined to comment on the resignations or the number of them, but it has said that it is continuing to comply with the law regarding the investigations.
Have the courts gotten involved here yet, Joe? Any legal challenges to this directive so far?
Yes, so a judge blocked the directive last month, and investigations are temporarily paused, but they aren't closed. So nearly 10 families in the state are still the subject of these investigations. The attorney general has appealed that injunction, so the Texas Supreme Court could rule on that any day.
All right, we'll be watching for that. Joe Yerkeba with us today. Joe, thanks.
Thank you.
Mortgage rates are at their highest point in more than a decade. Up next, what's driving prices to soar for folks looking for a new home?
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
With mortgage rates on the rise, economists say the hot housing market could soon start to cool off. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda joins us now with an update for prospective home buyers. Hi, Emily.
Hey there, Aaron. Well, you talk to anyone who is in the house hunting process, and they will tell you about the sky-high prices they're facing. The home price number is up 15% compared to this time last year, and that, coupled with the surging mortgage rates, is pushing some people out of the house hunting process and could soon reduce demand.
Traditionally, spring means sales, marking real estate agents' busiest time of the year. But with mortgage rates at their highest point in more than a decade, economists say the hot housing market could be starting to cool.
So now we're seeing more like 3 or 4 really solid offers, maybe even 1 great offer, but definitely not 10, 20 or more.
Homes are much more expensive than even just a few months ago, with borrowing rates currently climbing above 5%, up nearly 2 points from January. On a $400,000 loan, that's a difference of nearly $370 a month. The surging mortgage rates are on top of record high home prices, increasing by 20% in the past year. The costly combo has prompted families like the Golepalus to press pause on their search after struggling to land a home despite making 10 offers, even going $50,000 above asking price.
If we didn't lose out on the pricing, we lost sometimes on the terms.
The housing inventory is the lowest since 1999, as builders continue to be bogged down by lack of labor, lagging delivery times, and the soaring cost of materials.
Everything is going up unbelievably due to the supply chain problems we have.
For wannabe homeowners, experts say consider expanding your search, both location and type of home. Improve your credit score, and if you can tolerate mortgage rate hikes, hang tight. Competition should start to thin out in the months ahead, but only by so much.
The market is definitely still a seller's market.
Buyers navigating a spring selling season unlike any before.
And Emily, new numbers out today looking at existing home sales and housing prices. What are you seeing there? What do those numbers reveal?
So analysts say that we are starting to see the impact of the higher mortgage rates and higher inflation. And as you mentioned, you can see that in this new data from the National Association of Realtors. One data point being that the number of home sales continues to tick downward ever so slightly, less than 2.7% compared to the month of February. The other data point I'll bring up, but take a look at the median price. It exceeds of a home. It exceeds $375,000. That price has been increasing for 121 consecutive months year over year. That is the longest streak in the National Association of Realtors history. So it's certainly been a tumultuous time, and it's a difficult time for buyers. Aaron.
All right, Emily Aketa with us today. Emily, thank you. Prosthetic arms controlled by the mind. It's not science fiction. It is quickly becoming reality. New technology known as artificial touch is helping those who've lost limbs feel again. CNBC senior health and science reporter Meg Terrell joins us now with a look inside the latest developments here. Sounds pretty awesome, Meg.
Yeah, it really is cool. These technologies have come so far in just the last decade. The current models of bionic hands actually use these sensors placed on the skin to sense the electric signals being sent by the muscles to actually control these bionic hands. We took a look at where the technology stands now and what's coming next. Take a look. Most of us take a handshake like this for granted, but not former Army Sergeant Garrett Anderson from Champaign, Illinois, who lost his right hand back in 2005. While serving in Iraq and out on patrol, Sergeant Anderson was hit by a roadside bomb.
The shrapnel metal came up through the vehicle, it severed my arm and broke my jaw in 7 spots, and I have a mild traumatic brain injury.
Today, he uses this, a fully robotic prosthetic. Bionic limbs like these work by receiving signals from the user's own muscles.
It's super light, super strong.
Adil Akhtar is the creator of the Ability Hand and CEO of Psionic, a small startup outside of Chicago.
It's actually detecting all the different positions I'm making with my finger.
The latest model, armed with human-like movement, quick reflexes. And engineered strong enough to withstand even an arm wrestling match.
It takes a lot of strength to withstand the forces of arm wrestling, and so we designed the Ability Hand to be that strong.
But what makes the Ability Hand different is it provides touch feedback to the wearer.
We have touch sensors that relay that information back to your brain through a vibration motor so that when you actually touch an object, you can feel it.
Users are now able to feel the difference between holding something gently and crushing it. A distinction Sergeant Anderson appreciates deeply. Now finally able safely to hold his daughter's hand.
It was kind of surreal, that sensory feedback of her touching my hand and feeling the vibration through the prosthetic. It was kind of neat because obviously I could never feel that.
Today, bionic limbs like these are in their infancy, limited to just simple vibrations. But more complex sensations like temperature and even texture are on the horizon, researched by scientists across the country.
What we need to do next is convey the information that the sensors record back to the user in a natural and intuitive way.
Dr. Levi Hargrove, scientific chair at the Shirley Ryan Ability Lab in downtown Chicago, says in the future, implanted devices will be able to stimulate the nerves directly, harnessing the power of artificial intelligence to more fully merge man and machine.
The field of AI is just accelerating so quickly. You hear of self-driving cars, industrial control, robots, they all use these algorithms. The importance of AI is going to be absolutely critical to unlock the potential of these limbs.
So, Meg, you said there that this tech is really in its infancy now, still pretty experimental. Do we know when we might see stuff like this rolled out more widely?
Yeah, so the hand itself is already commercially available and actually paid for by Medicare. So folks who qualify for it can access it now. But in terms of really that next generation that Dr. Hargrove was talking about, the implants that will really enable people to feel more texture and temperature, he says those may be 3 to 5 years away. They've been implanted experimentally in just a handful of people now. And as they get a better sense of how the nerves signal these kinds of things, they'll really be able to expand that to more people.
All right, really cool. Thanks, Meg Terrell, for us from CNBC. Thank you, Meg. More and more women breaking barriers in the world of professional baseball. Up next, the promising signs of progress for little girls dreaming of taking the field.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
We're following breaking news in the deadly Rust film set shooting involving Alec Baldwin. The results of an investigation revealing management knew that firearm safety procedures were not being followed on that set. New Mexico workplace safety regulators are issuing the maximum possible fine against the production company there. They say management demonstrated, quote, plain indifference to employee safety. Well, after a sluggish start, baseball season finally in full swing, and it's already one for the history books. More than ever, women are in positions of power at some of the sport's highest levels. Here's NBC News correspondent Katie Beck.
Thank you. For girls who love baseball, the field of their dreams is opening up.
Don't let people tell you what you can't do.
More females finding the sky their new limit.
I can't hear you.
Who better to advise the next generation than Miami Marlins general manager Kim Ng, the first female GM of a major league team.
By you doing what you guys do, which is playing baseball, when a lot of people are telling you shouldn't or you can't, you're examples for others.
This month, Major League Baseball organizing an event for girls who play the game called the Trailblazers Series.
I want to play in the Major Leagues MLB, but I don't really care if I'm the first or even the last. I just want to play.
While women still make up only a small fraction of front office and coaching staffs, there are promising signs of progress. Last week, the Giants' Alyssa Nakken became the first woman to coach on field in a major league game. Kelsey Whitmore signed with an Atlantic League team as a player. And manager Rachel Balkovitz on a winning streak with her minor league Tampa Tarpons. She's the first woman to hold the job.
There's definitely the outlier.
I spoke with her back in 2020 after she became the Yankees' first female minor league hitting coach.
My end goal really is to impact and empower as many people as possible.
Women stepping up to the plate, promoting a more inclusive playing field. Katie Beck, NBC News.
And thank you for being with us this hour. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. On NBC News Now, facing confusion, questions swirling as some COVID mask mandates end, but others stay in place. What health experts say about the changing rules and what you need to know. Breaking right now, critical fight. Ukrainian forces outgunned and outnumbered, desperate to maintain control of a steel plant. The tense moments unfolding on the front lines. Man versus mouse. Florida's governor launching a new attack on Disney. Why he's saying he's trying to end Walt Disney World's special self-governing status. And royal revelations. Prince Harry sits down with NBC News to talk about love, loss, and family.
Do you ever feel your mom's presence?
Yeah, no, for me, it's constant. It has been over the last 2 years. more so than ever before.
What the Duke of Sussex is also saying about his mental health and the rift among the royals. And good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is on assignment today. We begin with the pandemic today and the growing confusion over mask mandates. Mask rules have fallen like dominoes since Monday when a Florida judge overturned the CDC's mandate for public transportation. The Justice Department says it will appeal that ruling if the CDC decides masking is still needed. Now, several major airlines have lifted mask requirements as well. Rideshare companies Uber and Lyft won't ask passengers or drivers to wear masks. And this is all happening just as cases are starting to go up across parts of the U.S. In just the last 2 weeks, 33 states and Washington, D.C. have seen an increase in cases. Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber and Justice correspondent Pete Williams. Ellison, I know you're at the ferry terminal here in New York City where masks are required. Actually, it looks like you might be on a boat there. Talk to us about the mask rules and how they're different than the rest of the country at this point.
They are located in Martin Lock.
Hey, Aaron. Yeah, we just got on the Staten Island ferry, and as you said, this is one of the places in New York City where masks are technically still required. It's a little bit of an odd predicament, I think, for people, and a little confusing at times, because even when you're outside here in the open air on the deck, they say that masks are still required here. Since the Florida ruling came down, we have been on New York City subways. We have been in an Uber here. We have been at one of the New York City airports. We have been to the Amtrak station. We have now been on the ferry, and at every single different place, the rules there a little bit different. You are still required to wear a face mask on New York City subways, but you're not required to wear them on Amtrak trains or in the terminal where Amtrak leaves from in the city. There are 3 different major airports in the area, all of them under control, supervised by Port Authority. In 2 of them, JFK and LaGuardia, masks are still required in the terminal itself, even though when you get on the airplane, they're largely not required by most airlines. At Newark, though, you don't have to wear a mask in the terminal at all if you don't want to. Uber, nationally, they say masks are still optional, but here in New York City, ride shares are overseen, controlled by the New York Taxi and Limousine Service, and they say masks are still required. This sort of patchwork of rules in New Jersey, on New Jersey Transit, you don't have to wear a mask if you don't want to anymore, but the second, say, you come into Penn Station, which is New York State, you're supposed to then put a mask on. All of it is leading to a lot of confusion where people tell us they just aren't entirely sure if they have to wear a mask where they are. About half of the people we've spoken to, they say they'd rather not wear a mask when on public transportation. The other half, they say they'll wear it either way. Aaron?
You know, Ellison, I got to applaud you for being able to get through all that information and keeping it all straight. It's not been easy, as you say, for a lot of folks. I think we have some sound from some folks you talked to. We'll play that and then I'll talk about it with you on the other side.
Tell me, what do you think of the new mask rules? You still have to wear them in some places in New York, like on the subway, but Amtrak, no. What do you make of it?
I think it's good. Like, it's good for everyone. Like, I've been waiting for the mask to come off because I think it's a little bit of a hassle when it's on your face.
I don't want to wear a mask. I think this is it's way overdue that we get them off.
I was surprised. As someone who is immunocompromised, I'm going to be wearing a mask for quite some time.
I think the change is kind of despicable. Actually, I don't think we're ready to be in a place where that's optional.
So, Ellison, do the folks you talk to see any sort of end to the confusion? Have they suggested that they don't expect that they're going to be doing anything different regardless of what they may hear down the line?
Yeah, you know, one person that I talked to on the subway, she talked to me about how she is going to wear a mask, she says, on the subway just for the foreseeable future because she feels like it prevented her from getting a cold, flu, other things like that. But when I was asking her, is it confusing as a New Yorker right now to sort of move about the city on public transportation, she said, yeah, it really is. But she said, I feel like even if I understand the rules right now, it's very windy out here, by the way. Yeah. She said, I feel like they're going to change next week. And for a lot of people, I think they feel like they're in a bit of a limbo where they don't really know, are they doing the right thing or not? And that is sometimes the problem with patchwork rules, is if you don't know what they are, it's hard to follow them. Aaron?
All right, Ellison Barber for us on the Staten Island ferry. You're going to need a bigger coat out there today, Ellison. Thank you. I want to bring in NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams now in D.C. So, Pete, the Justice Department says that it's open to appealing this district court decision. What needs to happen before that would happen, and what would be the government's argument here?
Well, before I answer that question, I think it's important to point out this. If the government does decide to appeal this decision, nothing is going to change for months. So no one should think that an appeal here would bring masks back. Certainly not for the many months it would take for this appeal to go through. And even then, if the government wins, who knows whether masks would even be needed. So at this point, the question of whether the Justice Department would appeal or not is largely academic or confined to the legal world about whether the judge's ruling will be allowed to stand as a potential ruling that could interfere with the government's efforts to do something in the future. So I think that's the way to think of this. So the government is not going to seek a stay of the judge's order. That's quite clear. It would be too late for that anyway. If they got a stay blocking the effect of the judge's order, I think it's inconceivable that TSA would now tell the airlines people have to wear masks again. So that's not going to happen. So what the government would simply argue is that the judge's ruling here was wrong, that the CDC does have the authority to do this, that the government didn't violate the Administrative Procedures Act when it moved to shut this down without, or impose these mask mandates without seeking public comment. Those are the two, that's the guts of her ruling. They would go to the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals and say that she got it wrong and see what the 11th Circuit says. And that normally that process takes, almost a year or so. So it might do this because it thinks the judge's ruling is wrong and they don't want it to stay on the books. I will say this, there is a danger when you go to an appeals court that you could lose. And then the Justice Department would have not just a single federal judge's ruling in one courthouse in Tampa, but you'd have the whole 11th Circuit Court, which controls 3 states. That's a higher level appeals court. You may not want that either. So I'm not sure the government's going to appeal, but even if it does, nothing is going to change.
So let me ask you this. You said that this is a bit academic, right? So we know there's not going to be a stay. The Justice Department won't ask for that. The CDC rule was probably going to be ending in 2 weeks anyway, in early May. How much of this, any potential legal challenge would be about protecting the authority of the Centers for Disease Control to make these sorts of rules in the future when there might be a pandemic or something of that sort?
How much would it be that? 100% it would be that. That's what this case is all about. And just to get down to the granular level of detail here, what the judge said is that the CDC's authority comes from the Public Health Services Act. And it allows the CDC to do certain things, to stop people from traveling interstate if they're infected, to quarantine ships, to order the fumigation of known contaminated areas, and so forth. And then it also has authority to order sanitation. And so the judge said, what is a mask? Is it making things clean? What does sanitation mean? Does it mean to make things clean or keep things clean? If it means to make things clean, masks don't do that. If it means to keep things clean, well, you could argue they do, but she said that's not the best understanding of that word. She goes through what contemporary dictionaries were saying in 1940 when the law was passed, how the word was used, and she said for that reason the CDC didn't have the authority. So that is the guts of the ruling. You could certainly see the government challenging that on appeal. Who knows how that would go? But again, that's the grounds on which the government would appeal if it's going to. Now, I still haven't answered your initial question. What the Justice Department says here is if the CDC decides that they do need masking authority again, then justice will appeal. But again, I don't see the two. I understand what the government's saying. I don't see the two related.
No, you answered the question very well, Pete. I appreciate you walking us through that. It's an interesting argument that could be made here. Pete Williams in Washington, thank you.
You bet.
Now to some breaking news in Ukraine. The top military commander in Mariupol now saying that city is facing its final days, if not hours. Ukraine's national police saying 12 settlements, including Mariupol, have been shelled by Russian forces in just the last 24 hours. At least 30 of what are being termed civilian objects have been destroyed. Meanwhile, the UN says we've passed a grim milestone in the humanitarian crisis. More than 5 million people have left Ukraine now. The mark is far beyond the worst expectations that were laid out when Russia first invaded. Our NBC News team is monitoring all of the developments for you at this hour. Let's begin with Aaron McLaughlin in Kyiv, Ukraine, again for us today. Aaron, what more do we know about these new attacks across Ukraine today?
Hey, Aaron. Well, the Pentagon says that Russian forces are engaging in what's called shaping operations, which are sort of lightning strikes in a number of locations throughout the Donbass or industrial heartland of this country. They say that it's meant to lay the groundwork for an even further escalation. This is all eyes continue to be locked on the besieged city of Mariupol, where Ukrainian forces are furiously trying to organize some sort of humanitarian corridor to allow the hundreds of civilians trapped inside a steel plant safe passage out, as the Ukrainian commander, also trapped inside that plant, says that his forces could have just hours left to live.
In the battered port of Mariupol, a last stand at the old steel plant. The military saying hundreds of civilians remain trapped inside. The Ukrainian commander pleading with the international community for help. Meanwhile, outside the plant, more desperation. Cut off by Russian forces for weeks, people here say they lack the basics to survive. How can we live without water, this woman says. It's horrible. The day after Makar's 7th birthday, he insisted his family visit their bombed-out Mariupol home for his annual birthday portrait. This is my house. Thanks to the saviors in Russia for doing this, he says sarcastically.
How do you make sense of this to a 7-year-old?
I told him, don't worry, we will have a house better than this one, his mom says. In the east, the battle for Donbass rages on. This as more help is on the way for Ukraine. Ukrainians insist that military support is needed to stop atrocities like the horror in Bucha, where 33-year-old Marina Tanyuk was buried today. Her husband says she died from stress and starvation while sheltering in their basement, the only place they could hide from the Russian assault. Every day, her 6-year-old son Vlad visited her makeshift grave in the family's backyard. But today, Vlad mourned at home. The reality of his mom's final resting spot, too much for him to bear. He tells us he remembers what happened to her and how Ukrainian soldiers saved them from the Russians. Ukraine is strong, he says.
You're very strong. It was heartbreaking to see the scenes in Bucha today. Marina, Vlad's mom, was buried alongside 2 strangers. They were told that was necessary to speed the process up. 420 civilians have been killed. The priest there was absolutely exhausted, and they're still working to process and investigate each one of those deaths. Aaron.
All right, Aaron, thank you for that. I want to bring in our global security reporter, Dan DeLuce, now in Washington. Dan, what are officials at the Pentagon saying about how Russia plans to operate in this new phase of the war?
Aaron, the expectation is the Russians will be using the kind of brute force that we've seen in Mariupol and just described there. That means they're going to be using artillery, tanks, and missiles to try to hammer away at the Ukrainian forces there in the east. They say that terrain is more favorable to the Russians. It's more open terrain. And so that's why you have the Ukrainians now really desperately asking for more weapons. And you had the Biden administration now announcing more weapons on the way, including artillery that will give them some more long-range firepower. But there's no question the Russians are trying to use their superior numbers and their superior firepower to use just really brute force and hammer away there at the Ukrainians in the east. And we'll just have to see if the Ukrainians can hold on. This is a more difficult, challenging battle they're going to face. And that's why you keep seeing them appealing for more weapons. They're also getting Russian-made tanks from their Eastern European allies, NATO members, providing those, and also trying to help the Ukrainians maintain their Russian-made aircraft. But the question is, can the weapons flow keep up with the pressure coming from the Russians in the east? And we've only just seen the beginning of that offensive in the Donbass region.
All right, Dan DeLuce for us in Washington, Aaron McLaughlin for us in Ukraine today. Thank you both. I want to bring in NBC News senior digital White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece now. Shannon, NBC News is reporting the U.S. is preparing a new round of aid for Ukraine. What do we know about that package?
Well, to Dan's point, the U.S. is trying to keep up this flow of equipment into Ukraine to meet this assault that they anticipate excuse me, coming from Russia. There was a $800 million aid package announced last week. Officials tell NBC News they expect a package this week to be of similar size and equipment. That package last week included things like tens of thousands of artillery rounds, artillery equipment, protective vehicles, even sophisticated things like boats that are unmanned that can protect the coastline. So those are some of the things that have already been committed. Administration officials say they're still sorting out this latest package, but we do expect something to be announced this week. That would bring the U.S. total commitment to about $3 billion since February to Ukraine. A big question out there is around how long the U.S. can keep up at this pace and how quickly they can get that equipment in there. That continues to be one of the big challenges. And of course, another one of the challenges out there the U.S. says they're trying to address is training Ukrainian forces to be able to use some of this equipment, something that they say they will be doing, but outside of Ukraine.
All right, Shannon Pettypiece for us in Washington today. Shannon, thank you. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is going after Disney. He wants to end Disney's special self-governing status, which has been in place for decades now. This comes after Disney's public criticism of Florida's Don't Say Gay law. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders is joining us now with more on that story. Hi, Carrie.
Hey, good afternoon. You know, Disney is the largest single-site employer in the state of Florida. Millions of tourists come here, and of course, Disney World generates billions of dollars. But they also have a long-standing kind of special status that was established back in 1967, where they're essentially self-governing. Well, now the governor wants to take away that authority, but critics say this really has nothing to do with that special status, but rather this is political payback because Disney decided to take on Governor DeSantis on what the critics call the Don't Say Gay law.
This morning, Republican Governor Ron DeSantis escalating his fight against the house that Mickey built, pressuring state lawmakers to repeal Disney World's unique self-governing authority, the little-known Reedy Creek Improvement District that dates back to the late 60s.
They will be considering the congressional map, but they also will be considering termination of all special districts that were enacted in Florida prior to 1968, and that includes the Reedy Creek Improvement District.
How unprecedented is it for a governor to take on Disney in Florida?
It's highly unusual to see an out-and-out fight between one of the most powerful and important companies in the state.
Political insiders say the battle is really over Florida's new parental rights and education law, which opponents, including some vocal Disney employees, call the Don't Say Gay law. Disney's CEO Bob Chapek, initially non-committal, saying after the governor signed the bill into law, our goal as a company is for this law to be repealed by the legislature or struck down in the courts.
This state is governed by the interests of the people of the state of Florida. It is not based on the demands of California corporate executives.
Disney's special self-governance, which covers 40 square miles, allows the company to provide many of its own services, like fire departments, road construction, and building and zoning.
Today, I want to share with you some of our ideas for Disney World.
Without Reedy Creek, historians believe it's unlikely Uncle Walt would have realized his dream in Florida.
It's clearly political. The governor and Republicans in the legislature, at least many of them, seem to be trying to punish Disney.
So, Carrie, Disney World, we know, straddles 2 counties in Florida. Have either of those counties or Disney itself commented at all on this move by DeSantis?
Well, we reached out to both Osceola and Orange County because imagine if they get rid of the Reedy Creek Improvement District, the responsibilities like road construction, building and zoning, all of those sort of things that they currently handle themselves would have to be handled by both Orange and Osceola County staff. sort of curious, do they even have the staff to handle something like that? But when we reached out, both county management systems told us, and the managers told us, at the end of the day, right now, this is hypothetical because the legislature hasn't passed anything. So at this point, they have no comment. But clearly, they're watching this very closely because it will put a lot of pressure on those local governments to pick up the responsibility that right now is handled essentially by the self-governance of Disney World. Aaron?
All right, Carrie Sanders for us in Florida today. Carrie, thank you. Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is fighting for her political career in court. She's facing a lawsuit from voters in her own state now. They want to stop her re-election bid because of her alleged role in the Capitol riot. Greene denies the allegation. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard has been looking into this legal battle for us. Vaughn, walk us through it.
Aaron, we have a hearing just 24 hours from now when Marjorie Taylor Greene is set to face a state court that could ultimately make the determination of whether she will be on the ballot in 2022.
Now they're coming after me to remove my name off the ballot.
On Friday, Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Republican congresswoman from Georgia, is set to face questions under oath about her involvement in the January 6th insurrection. That hearing could potentially lead the court to prevent her from running for re-election.
We aren't going to let this election be stolen by Joe Biden and the Democrats. This is our 1776 moment.
Greene has consistently promoted the lie that the 2020 presidential election was stolen and found an ally in former President Trump along the way.
We're going to send our favorite president right back where he belongs, in the White House.
But a group of Georgia voters, represented by a legal advocacy group, filed a challenge to her candidacy, citing a section of the 14th Amendment that says no person shall be a senator or representative in Congress engaged in insurrection or rebellion or given aid or comfort to the enemies. The group's legal director.
The evidence shows that Marjorie Taylor Greene, in the days leading up to January 6th, played a significant role in facilitating the events of that day.
Greene tried to stop the challenge, but a federal judge on Monday, in a 73-page report, cleared the way for the case to be heard this Friday. Greene, subpoenaed to testify, will face questions under oath about the extent of her involvement.
But what does that mean, participation in an insurrection? There's not a lot of case law in that area.
The levers of power in Washington, D.C. are controlled by dark forces.
Just last month, a federal judge in North Carolina blocked a similar effort to remove Madison Cawthorn, another Republican member of Congress, from the ballot this year.
The federal judge in Georgia who's being asked to decide whether this Georgia proceeding can go forward wasn't very compelled by the decision in the Cawthorn case.
Greene's office and her lawyer have not responded to NBC News for comment, but she has denied involvement in the violence on January 6th. And late Tuesday, Greene appealed the judge's ruling to the 11th Circuit.
Who will ultimately make this case whether Marjorie Taylor Greene is on the ballot?
That administrative law judge won't have the final word. Either party can appeal a final order into the Georgia state courts. And so there could be a proceeding going all the way up to the Georgia Supreme Court, which one suspects will have the final say.
So, Vaughn, what's the burden of proof here in this case that could actually stop Greene from seeking re-election?
Exactly. It's actually, Aaron, going to be on these voters, on that legal advocacy group, to prove to the court that, in fact, they have the evidence that shows that Marjorie Taylor Greene, quote, was engaging in insurrection or rebellion. But again, that gets at the heart of what exactly does engaging in insurrection or rebellion mean. Of course, Marjorie Taylor Greene has denied any violent involvement on January 6th, but the question is to what extent whether her rhetoric or direct planning lead ultimately to the events that took place that day. Now, we should note that just last night, Marjorie Taylor Greene's legal team appealed that 73-page ruling from the federal judge to the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals. As of right now, there has been no stay issued by the appeals court, which, if that holds through the rest of the day, would lead to tomorrow's state court hearing in which Marjorie Taylor Greene is set to testify under oath. Aaron?
All right, Vaughn Hilliard for us today. Vaughn, thank you. We're following more breaking news right now. A jury has just found an Ohio doctor not guilty on 14 counts of murder. The doctor is accused of causing the deaths of multiple patients by ordering them large doses of the powerful painkiller fentanyl. NBC News writer Eric Ortiz joins us now. He's been tracking this story. Eric, walk us through what we know about this case and about the verdict.
Yeah, so Aaron, each of the counts against William Husel represented a patient of his in the ICU, people who were given high doses of fentanyl to help with their pain. The prosecutors in Franklin County really went all in by accusing him of murder. Essentially, they argued that he hastened their deaths by ordering 10 times the normal amount of fentanyl to patients in the ICU. Now, a lot of these patients were older, on ventilators, and near death. Husel's defense argued that he was merely giving these patients who were in extreme pain these drugs, and they made a point that there is no legal limit to how much fentanyl in a hospital setting is too much, and that's a point that appears to have worked on the jury.
And Eric, this case was one of the biggest cases against a healthcare professional really ever in this country. Do we have a sense of what this verdict could mean potentially for other doctors?
Yeah, I mean, you hear a lot about these so-called doctor death cases where medical professionals are accused of helping patients die or killing them. But it's really rare for a doctor to be accused of murder because there are good faith laws in places like Ohio, where if a doctor says they're acting in good faith, you have to take them at their word. So that's why it's so interesting that prosecutors thought they had a winnable case here. This case is going to be looked at for how doctors are treating patients in end-of-life care with high doses of drugs like fentanyl. And maybe it's not a crime, but they're going to ask, is it ethical?
All right, Eric Ortiz for us today. Eric, thank you. Appreciate it. Russia rolls out what it calls bunker-busting bombs. Coming up, the Ukraine region bracing for what could be the biggest tank battle since World War II. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, hundreds of Arizona residents are evacuating their homes because of a fast-moving wildfire. The tunnel fire was first reported on Sunday. Since then, it's destroyed 24 structures and forced the evacuation of more than 700 homes. Firefighters say windy conditions have contributed to the flames' rapid spread. Actor Ezra Miller is under arrest after allegedly throwing a chair that injured a woman. Police say Miller became irate after being asked to leave a gathering at a private residence in Hawaii. He was charged with assault. This is Miller's second arrest in Hawaii in the last month. He had already been arrested for disorderly conduct and harassment at a bar. And parts of an Illinois highway are back open today after a crash left a number of cows loose. Police say a semi crashed into a cattle hauler on Interstate 80 near Joliet, Illinois. The driver of the cattle hauler was taken to the hospital. Several cowboys had to be called in to round up those cows. Bottom of the hour now, and here's the latest headlines on the war in Ukraine. The U.S. preparing a new military aid package for Ukraine. It's expected to be similar in size to the $800 million package announced just last week. Ukraine's president now calling the situation in Mariupol extremely severe. An evacuation route was agreed to today for women, children, and the elderly. That's according to the country's deputy prime minister. But Ukraine's Donbas region remains front and center in the war right now. We begin our coverage this half hour with Sky News correspondent Mark Stone.
We're just outside the Russian-held city of Donetsk. The front in this war stretches more than 300 miles.
Well, we're just approaching the small town of Pisky, and it's right on the front line. The Russian soldiers are a kilometre or two ahead of us.
We're with a unit holding one tiny part of a long line. Dotted all along it are towns and villages like Pisky. Not that there's much left of this place anymore, though.
This is artillery?
Yes. Mortar.
This was home to two of the few civilians who have held out here. 2 days ago it was hit. One woman was injured, but she survived. Nearby, this is the very limit of the Ukrainian resistance. The unit's platoon commander is Denis Gordiv.
First position to enemy, about 800 meters.
In trenches from a different century, they have the simplest of weapons and a few of the most sophisticated too.
So this is a British weapon?
Yeah, it's a British weapon. Yeah.
An anti-tank missile?
Yeah, it's a British weapon. Like name NLAW. NLAW, yeah. It's a very good weapon for me.
Each one of these shoulder-fired missiles can take out a Russian tank. The mines, too, they hope, will stop a Russian advance here, but they can't stop the artillery.
No. It's normally. Look, that all time. Like I said, all time. Now it's normally.
Here in the Donbass, the lines were drawn many years ago. Since the Russians took Crimea in 2014, this has been contested, but they're digging deeper this time.
It's my life. It's life my children's, my kids, my mother, my wife, and my people. Because I am Ukrainian. Enemy won't destroy my country.
Yeah.
Not only cities, not killing people, destroyed my nation.
The Russians have regrouped on the land beyond. All their forces are now concentrated in this part of the country.
It's not my country. Now we must change place.
Okay. But this new offensive won't be quick. The assessment here is that these are just preliminary strikes for a much larger assault in the weeks ahead. Some of the soldiers have been here fighting and sleeping for the last year, tired and short of weapons, but on their own land, up against an invader. They believe they will win. Mark Stone, Sky News, in Pisky, Ukraine.
In Russia, the Kremlin has relied on propaganda and censorship, trying to shield Russians from the realities of the war in Ukraine. Russian opposition activist Vladimir Karamurza was recently arrested in Moscow after speaking out against the war. We are joined now by his wife, Evgenia Karamurza. We appreciate you making time for us today. I want to ask you first how your husband is doing. Have you been able to speak with him?
Thank you very much for having me here today and for giving me this opportunity, this very important opportunity to speak out on behalf of Vladimir, who has been speaking out on behalf of so many oppressed Russians over the years. My husband, as you know, has recently joined the ever-growing list of prisoners of conscience in the Russian Federation. He's not alone serving an unlawful jail sentence. There have been over 50,000 detentions since the beginning of this war, and hundreds of Russians are currently serving unlawful jail sentences for saying no to this war, for protesting against it in any way they can. The arrests are happening everywhere, and the stories that come from everywhere are absolutely terrifying. This Russian artist from St. Petersburg got arrested and is now facing a prison sentence of up to 10 years for switching price tags at a local supermarket with anti-war messages. Similar actions have been carried out in other Russian cities like Kazan. One person in Ufa and one in Moscow got arrested for holding peaceful, silent actions with a copy of Leo Tolstoy's War and Peace in the streets. In Khabarovsk, a man just got recently arrested for holding up a slogan, for going out in the street with the slogan, "I'm not afraid." Several people gathered around him and started chanting, "We are not afraid." All of them got detained and are now facing jail sentences.
Do you have...
And everything, Putin himself has publicly attacked Russians who emigrate to oppose the invasion of Ukraine as traitors and scum. And the purpose of this is very clear, is to threaten, to scare people into silence. And many Russians have been forced to leave the country, but they continue speaking out from outside, and they continue helping in any way they can. They help with refugees, or they join important initiatives by Russian citizens.
I do want to ask you just
like,
two other thoughts before we have to let you go. First, I'm wondering if you have any indication when your husband or potentially others might be released, and how much do you think people in Russia actually understand about the realities of what's happening in Ukraine right now?
I think it is very important to say that the West should not trust those opinion polls that are being conducted in a totalitarian state that Russia has become over the last 2 months. People are deprived of objective information. Everything living and breathing in Russia, Putin's regime is just trying to erase, to kill, to throw in prison. The last independent opposition, not opposition, but independent media outlet, the Echo of Moscow radio station, was shut down on the government's orders at the beginning of the war. Since then, people are trying to find objective information. They're trying to find ways to access to that objective information. And I know many people, and I myself read Telegram channels that are being launched by many journalists that were either forced to leave Russia or continue living in Russia, but are trying to get and spread this truthful information about what's happening in Ukraine. We have to understand that Putin's propaganda machine has been working relentlessly for over 20 years to create this image, warped reality in Russia for the Russian population. And the older population, who is not as tech savvy as the younger population, has long relied on TVs as the main source of information. Right. State propaganda works through TVs. You switch on the TV and you get the same message from one channel to another to another. We're surrounded by enemies. NATO wants Russia's demise. Everyone wants to put Russia on its knees. And if you hear this message year after year after year, yeah, I think you begin believing in some of it.
Well, we appreciate you helping us to understand what's actually happening in Russia, what your people are dealing with right now. Yevgenia Kara-Murza, we appreciate your time today. Thank you. The states across the country are racing now to lock down their legislative maps ahead of the November midterms. But in key states like Ohio and New York, battles are playing out between the legislatures and the courts. Our reporters are following the developments in both states now and what they'll mean for voters as well. Let's begin with NBC News senior digital reporter Jane Tim. She's following the developments in New York State for us today. So, Jane, there's been a lot of back and forth on New York's proposed maps. Where do things stand right now?
So what we're hearing about today, the big question is whether or not they're going to use the maps that have been enacted by New York Democrats in this year's elections. So as we know, this is a really condensed process. The census was delayed, so the redistricting happened later, and we're running right up against that primary. And what a court is considering today is whether or not they should use these maps. A lower court said the maps were too gerrymandered and unconstitutional and tossed them. Now, the Democrats, of course, appealed, and this middle court, the appellate court, is going to consider whether or or not they should continue staying that order, continue saying, you know what, we're going to use the maps while this case continues, or if they agree with that lower court and toss those maps and move forward with this. That would be, of course, a frenzied position to put the state into. Campaigns are already running in these districts, so Republicans will have an absolutely high bar as they try and prove that these maps are too gerrymandered to be used in the June 28th primary.
So speaking of that primary, Jane, June 28th, what are the implications for the candidates who are running in this race right now for that primary?
I mean, redistricting changes so much in a state. It moves complete towns, counties all over the state as people try and figure out what district they're actually campaigning to run in. So it would have a pretty big effect. I do think that if they did toss these maps, there's a good chance they'd move the primary to try and accommodate the time for redrawing these maps, for getting an expert, as the lower court has called for. It's going to be a crazy process either way. But this case, of course, will get appealed, so watch for continuing court cases and court hearings about this.
Always more to come when it comes to this stuff. Jane Tim for us today. Jane, thank you. Let's turn to Ohio now. If the redistricting commission there can't come up with new district maps by today, the maps could be determined by federal judges. It would be the Ohio's 5th set of maps after the state Supreme Court rejected the 4th set last month. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is joining us now, tracking that story. Shaq, there's a primary for statewide races on May 3rd there in Ohio, but there might be another primary August 2nd for state candidates. Can you help us make sense of what's happening there?
Yeah, let's think about these essentially as in two buckets of maps. You have one map determining who you send to Congress and who is representing you at a statewide level. In Ohio, for all intents and purposes at this point, those maps are set, and that's what's going to be voted on and considered in the primary on May 3rd. Then there's who you send to your local state house to represent you at the local level. In Ohio, those maps have been rejected 4 times by the state Supreme Court that have said those maps are gerrymandered, that Republicans have a supermajority in that state and have essentially built in their own supermajority in these new maps, and Republicans on the redistricting commission have only slightly adjusted each map after it was tossed out by the court. And that leads us to the stalemate that we're at right now, because there is no election set for those local races. I spoke to a professor about the complications of this and what this all means. Listen to how he put it to me.
The longer this goes on, the more of an organizational mess this creates, because we can't have elections without maps, because the candidates don't know what districts they're running, and the voters don't know what districts they live in. And we have a set of organizational challenges that cannot be resolved without a set of maps.
So that all brings us to today, on April 20th. Today was the day that a federal judge looking at this and overseeing this, a panel of federal judges, said that if the state legislature and Supreme Court essentially can't come to an agreement, and that redistricting commission, if they can't come to an agreement over those local maps, they may get involved in this process. And we have now gotten to April 20th. The redistricting commission is not even meeting today to consider any new maps. So now we're entering a new phase in this battle.
New phase? So what happens next here then, Shaq?
That's really an open question. That was a question I put to the professor, and he laughed. He just openly laughed because he doesn't know what exactly happens. There's a chance that that trio of federal judges, that panel of federal judges, they can now step in and say, hey, an election needs to be set. April 20th, the reason why we have that date is because the Secretary of State and election officials, they say that they need the maps to be set by today in order to have a primary that was originally scheduled on May 3rd, in order to have a primary on August 2nd. The state Supreme Court, when they rejected the last round of maps, they said, the April 20th date, this is speculative. It's an unofficial date that exists. So there's a lot of uncertainty over what happens next. The biggest impact here is on voters who don't know what district they're in, on candidates who don't know what district they should run for, and for the election that now, because they have to have 2 separate sets of elections, it's going to cost voters nearly $20 million to have that second round of elections.
What a mess. It's going to make it hard for people to want to be a part of the process with all this confusion. Shaq Brewster for us in our Chicago newsroom today. Exactly. Shaq, thank you. What's in a name? Apparently a lot. Still ahead, we'll break down the dramatic difference in poll numbers when former President Donald Trump's name is used. Stay with us.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news. Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation. A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
On the money this hour, ripple effects from the Netflix nosedive after the streamer revealed it lost 200,000 subscribers in the first quarter and issued a big warning about what's ahead. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu joining us now, the latest business headlines of the day. So, Dom, just how bad are Netflix and some of these other streaming stocks looking today?
It's pretty bad. I mean, just Netflix alone, Aaron, to your point, has lost over a third of its value just today, which means now that it's lost more than 2/3 of its value since hitting a record high back in November of 2021. Now, if dollar numbers resonate more than percentages do, at its peak, Netflix was worth over $300 billion as a company. Today, that market value is below $100 billion. Now, this is the first time in over a decade that Netflix has actually reported a loss of subscribers, and it's warning, and this is the big one, of potentially losing 2 million more subscribers in this current quarter. Now, during the pandemic, maybe no surprise, a lot of people signed up for Netflix as a way to deal with lockdowns and stay in work at home situations. The problem is, how many more people are left that you can possibly sign up? Now, to that end, Netflix says it's exploring a future service that will be cheaper but be supported by advertising revenue, so you'll see commercials during your movies, something Netflix has never really thought of doing. And Aaron, it estimates, by the way, that around 100 million people around the world are using someone else's Netflix account and password, and that a crackdown on that kind of behavior is coming down the pike as well.
And then there are other people who aren't sure whether it's their password or somebody else's. It's just because there's been so much mixing in there over the years. I want to ask you about Walmart, too, Dom. The company's asking for a new trial over the firing of a longtime employee with special needs. What do we know about that case?
So Walmart was found guilty last summer of wrongfully terminating Marlo Spaeth. Now, a longtime employee, she has Down syndrome. She had her work schedule changed and wasn't really able to adjust to the new hours. She pleaded with them, her family members did, to change them back. Walmart later fired her for absenteeism after documenting how often she would leave work early. Now, a jury and judge found that Walmart violated the Americans with Disabilities Act by firing her. Walmart, though, says it didn't know about the link between Spaeth's disability and her struggles to adapt to this new schedule. So it wants a new trial because it thinks that the U.S. Equal Opportunity Employment Commission, which represented her, didn't show proof that Walmart discriminated against her with malice or reckless interference. It also, by the way, Aaron, wants the monetary damages awarded to be tossed out as well.
All right, CNBC's Dom Chu with us today. Dom, thank you. Well, in the fight against soaring prices, one man is leading the way. You might call him America's inflation czar. His name is Jerome Powell, and he is chairman of the Federal Reserve. Now, he's not exactly a household name, and people have sort of a love-hate relationship with him, but only after they find out he was appointed by former President Donald Trump. NBC LX senior political editor Noah Pransky is here to break down some new survey results with us. So, Noah, let's start with a closer look at this survey. Tell us what the survey was looking at and what the findings were.
Yeah, so we conducted an experiment with our friends over at YouGov. Similar question to two nearly identical panels of people, and we asked it two different ways. First, we found some agreements between Democrats and Republicans. Should President Biden have replaced Jerome Powell as Federal Reserve Chair this past winter when he had the chance? 25% of Democrats and 25% of Republicans agreed. Imagine that. About half of respondents basically said they didn't know. But then when we asked the same question to a nearly identical panel, should he have replaced the Federal Reserve Chair who had been appointed by President Trump, that little bit of information changed the results dramatically. Democrats more than twice as likely to say he should have been replaced. Republicans 80% less likely. It shows you the power of a couple of words, Aaron.
So is there really any way to know that the wording was actually the only factor that led to that split, Noah?
So YouGov analysts tell me it's hard to draw exact conclusions other than knowing that public opinion can be swayed by the wording of a question, especially when it is a partisan cue, such as former President Trump. And that really applies a lot to topics that include, that people aren't following day to day. And just for more perspective of how polarized we are as a nation, this 2018 survey from the American Psychological Association asked, how disappointed would you be if your child married someone from the opposite party? About 40% of American partisans said they would be disappointed, compared to just 4% in 1960, 10 times more polarized than we were 62 years ago, Aaron.
That is shocking and a little troubling. Noah Pransky from NBC LX. Noah, we appreciate it. Thanks.
Sure thing.
When Harry met Hoda. Today's show anchor Hoda Kotb's exclusive interview with Prince Harry. After the break, what the royal revealed about the Queen meeting her namesake for the first time during his surprise visit.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
A pretty stunning revelation from Britain's Prince Harry. He says he feels more at home at his new home here in America. In an exclusive interview with NBC's Hoda Kotb, the royal revealed what life is like outside of the royal spotlight.
A thrilling moment at the 5th Invictus Games in the Netherlands. I was alongside Elijah cheering on his dad Joel as he rounded out the 400-meter wheelchair race.
the Invictus family is the continuation of service, right? So much of the sport is helping and healing them. What they are, again, proving to the rest of the world is that whatever you come up against, whether it's physical or mental trauma, that you can actually get through it.
U.S. Army Staff Sergeant Joel Rodriguez is competing in 6 events. He was paralyzed after a 2014 car accident.
A lot of people would have thought these are the cards I'm dealt. This is what I get, and I have to live with this. And maybe have taken it kind of slowly through life. You did the total opposite, man. You went all the way in.
You said cards, and that's funny because when my wife came to see me, probably a day after my surgery, she was like, "Are you okay?" I said, "Well, these are the cards I have, so I have to play them."
Joel is among the 500 athletes from 19 countries taking part in the multi-sport event, and the Duke of Sussex is there to support them.
In a pond, you throw a stone, plop, and the ripple effect that it has to so many people. Here in this community, I believe happens on the outside of this park as well. So that's what this is about, giving a platform to the people who I think and know that they always want to serve.
On their way to the games, Harry and Meghan made a quick stop to the UK, their first visit with the Queen since stepping away from their royal duties in 2020.
You saw your grandmother. How was that?
It was great. It was really nice to see her. Be able to see her in some element of privacy was nice. We have a really special relationship. We talk about things that she can't talk about with anybody else. Meghan and I had tea with her, so it was really nice to catch up with her. And you know, home for me now is you know, for the time being, it's in the States. And it feels that way as well. We've been welcomed with open arms, and it's got such a great community up in Santa Barbara.
So you feel like that's home more for you?
Yeah.
Is that weird to say?
No, but I'm sure it'll become a thing.
Can I ask you a very basic personal question? Your family at home, do you miss them?
Yes, I think, especially over the last 2 years, for most people, have they not missed their family, right? The inability to be able to get home and see them.
But do you miss your brother, your dad?
Look, I mean, for me, at the moment, I'm here focused on these guys and these families and giving everything I can, 120% to them, to make sure that they have the experience of a lifetime. That's my focus here. And then when I leave here, I get back and my focus is my family, who I miss massively.
You got a whole restart. You have a whole new focus, a whole new nucleus. How does that land with you?
No, I think the focus is very much the same. Right?
Is it?
Yeah, certainly from my and my wife's point of view. We've now moved that life of service to the States, and we'll continue to do what we were doing before. So in that regard, nothing's changed for us. It's just a little bit more complicated to have to sort of restart, if you know what I mean, from a blank canvas.
Whether at home in California or here in the Netherlands, Prince Harry says he is committed to making the world a better place.
What I've learned over the years is, certainly for myself, I find healing in helping others. The realities of what's happening within the communities around the world is people have come to help other people.
I love that. You know, I feel like life happens on a random Wednesday. It doesn't have the highs and it doesn't have the lows. It's just Wednesday. So for you, how is your Wednesday? Like, how's life?
I'm glad you say it's a Wednesday rather than a Monday. I still get, well, I used to get Sunday night blues. It's like, Monday morning again, here we go. So yeah, Wednesday at least is midweek.
What's it like, though?
Revolves around the kids as much as humanly possible. Like, this whole working from home stuff is not all it's cracked up to be, because it's really hard when your kids and you are in the same place. It's really hard to separate the work from them, because they kind of overlap. So, I mean, Archie spends more time interrupting our Zoom calls than anybody else.
Do you tell them, or do you tell Archie, since he's old enough, about your mom?
Yes, yeah, very much so. I don't tell him all the stuff that happened, but certainly that this is, you know, Grandma Diana, and we've got a couple of photos up in the house.
In these moments, do you ever feel your mom's presence?
For me, it's constant. It has been over the last 2 years, more so than ever before. It's almost as though she's done her bit with my brother, and now she's very much like helping me. Got him set up, now she's helping me set up. That's what it feels like, you know. He's got his kids, I've got my kids. You know, the circumstances are obviously different, but no, I feel her presence in almost everything that I do now, but definitely more so in the last 2 years than ever before. She's watching over us.
I'm sure she's proud of you.
I'm sure she is.
Aaron, okay, one of the things that struck me the most, and something I know Prince Harry sees the value in, is the true sense of community and camaraderie. It was beautiful. Back to you.
Breaking right now, race to escape. Ukraine rushing to set up a humanitarian corridor to help civilians get out of Mariupol. The desperate efforts to keep a critical steel plant from falling into Russian hands. Mask debate, growing confusion across America as some places ditch mask mandates while others don't. How the issue could end up back in court. Taking the stand, actor Johnny Depp testifying in his defamation trial against his ex-wife, how he's defending himself against her allegations of abuse. And in good hands, the new technology that's actually giving people with prosthetic limbs the power of touch. And good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Thanks for joining us today. We begin this hour with breaking news. Ukraine's president saying the situation in Mariupol is now extremely severe. That city is currently surrounded by Russian forces. The humanitarian crisis now reaching a staggering milestone as well. The United Nations says more than 5 million people have now left Ukraine. And new this hour, tennis players from Russia and Belarus have been banned from competing in Wimbledon, the sport's best-known tournament. That tournament says in a statement it won't allow the sport to be used to promote the Russian regime. Our team of correspondents digging into all of this for us today. Let's begin in Lviv with NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez. Raf, I want to start with what's happening in Mariupol. Have the remaining Ukrainian forces
Mr. Depp, could you please explain to the jury what's reflected in this photograph?
I believe that's, well, it's definitely me. After receiving kind of a roundhouse punch from Ms. Heard. I believe that this is, it's March. I believe that this is from what's been called the staircase incident. Am I correct?
So you said you think this is from March of 2015?
I'm just looking at the top.
Okay. Do you remember who took this photograph?
Mr. Bett, Sean Bett.
And relative to when you had injured your finger, when was this photograph taken?
Sorry?
Relative to when you had injured your finger in Australia, when was this photograph taken?
The injury to my finger was sustained I believe it was a couple of weeks or so before this, because we were back in Los Angeles for the surgery and rehabilitation of the digit.
So I know you can't see your hand in this photograph, but what would your hand have been like given its injury at this date?
Well, it was still a very, it was a very fresh wound. When that amount of, when the tip of when your finger is severed, that's not going to heal up for a very long time, and so my finger was still a very fresh wound. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that this might have been around the time of the pin. The pin that was put into my finger to keep it together, I guess.
And what type of cast would you have had on at this time?
It wasn't a cast per se, as it was bandaging. When the bandage was out to sort of here, that was extra padding for the tip of the finger protection, and also because of the pin that was in there. So, as I'd said before, there were when Nurse Debbie would ask, give me, on a scale of 1 to 10, your pain. When the fingers started to feel differently and hurt a lot more, and it became like a 12 out of 10 pain. That was yes, that was right around then, and the reason for that was because of the infection. The MRSA had already been working its way for a number of days.
Mr. Depp, could you please explain to the jury the circumstances that led to you having the bruise that's reflected in this photograph?
Again, there was another confrontation, another confrontation, another argument about something or other, and we were in penthouse 5 area, which was where Ms. Heard had her office at the top of the stairs. And so the stairs came down, and then there was a landing, and then another set of stairs went down the opposite direction. This took place on the landing, where she was coming out, trying to get to me, trying to hit me, trying to do anything she could, and then Whitney, her sister, was there, who stepped in the way. And interesting thing that was interesting now is that Whitney stepped in front of Amber and was facing Amber to stop Amber, and when she was in between us, Amber snuck in she got the roundhouse in and just nailed me on the cheekbone.
Do you recall what Miss Heard was upset about at this time?
I do not. I really don't.
And was anyone else in the in penthouse 5 with you and Whitney and Miss Heard?
By that time, Mr. McGivern had been called. I believe that actually Debbie, as I remember, Debbie Lloyd was at the front door of penthouse 5, standing by the door. Mr. McGivern was kind of at the bottom of the last group of stairs, and then the thump happened, and I got myself out of the situation, and I walked down the stairs to Mr. McGivern just to say, let's get out of here, And I remember that something was thrown from up there. I don't recall what it was. but something was thrown at me. It seemed like it was like a, I don't know if it was a bag of like pens or but it was from her office area.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343. And for the record, this is an audio recording, and it's quite lengthy, so we intend to play certain portions of it.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection, other than we'd just like to know what minute, second portions they're going to play.
Okay, but the entire audio is in evidence, correct?
Yes.
And no
Yes.
objection? Okay. All right,
And
343 in evidence.
If you'd like me to read the specific minutes now, or we can provide it to council afterwards.
Hey, if you want it now, or as you go? Or, okay.
We intend to play minute 25, 37 seconds through 26, 28, 1 hour and 57 minutes, 21 seconds through 1 hour, 58 minutes, 54 seconds. 2 hours, 38 minutes, 52 seconds through, 2 hours, 38, 52 seconds through 2 hours, 39 minutes, 43 seconds. And then 2 hours, 46 minutes, 1 second through 2 hours, 47 minutes, 20 seconds. Those are 4 clips.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want to publish that to the jury? It doesn't matter. It's just audio. It doesn't matter.
You know, when I feel that, I want to say something to you, that it was okay. That's the promise you gave me a little while ago. I'm telling you, if you lost memory last night of kicking me out the door with the fucker hitting me,
Again,
and
sorry.
and your memory is gone from you kicking the bathroom door and hitting me in the skull as I was bent
Again,
down.
I am
Wait,
sorry.
if you have those memory fucking, divots.
I was upset. There was a lot going on,
okay,
and I was
but wait.
on an Ambien. Like, why are you obsessing over the fact that I can't remember it the way you remembered it? I said I was sorry. I didn't deny
know
it.
that. I'm not talking about that. What I want. It's not to get you mad. It's not to get. It's just to get out of a bad situation while it's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to
avoid talking to me. To avoid
escape
working it
the-
out. That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution. You
No.
escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
Listen to me. Listen to me. A boxer can't go 12 rounds without a fucking minute break.
I'm not giving you a minute break. You do it at minute 3 at the beginning of an argument.
No. There are rounds, man. And when it gets too fucking hairy, the ref splits them apart or whatever. But all I'm saying is, you can't have a solution if the argument just keeps mounting and mounting and mounting and mounting. I fucking go into the bathroom and sit on the floor. Bam, bam, bam. Here you come. I come out, fight, crazy, escalated. I split again, I go to another fucking bathroom or a bedroom or something. Knock, 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 bang, bang, bang. You kept coming to get me. I'm not the one who fucking throws fucking pots and
those are different. That's different.
Else at me.
That's different. That's one does not negate the other. That's irrelevant. It's a complete non sequitur. Just because I've thrown pots and pans does not mean that you come and knock on the door. Just because there are vases does not mean that you come and knock on the door.
Really, I should just let you throw.
I'm not saying that. You're saying that. You're putting words in my mouth and then making non sequiturs.
I'm giving you a situation.
No, you're trying to justify how you don't or do come to the door based on whether I throw pots and pans. It's irrelevant.
I'm justifying how you seem to think that there's this cowardice in me that runs away and I don't fight for you.
And you're justifying that by saying I throw pots and pans? Okay, cool. Let's talk about everything you do wrong.
I'm not the one who... I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
You told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just happened.
And I lied.
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing. And
You figured it out.
And you said, no, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I
didn't
watched
punch
you lie. And then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights. You've been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you tough?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started...
You are such a baby! Grow the fuck up,
Because you
Johnny!
started physical fights?
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did, so I had to
Because-
get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable.
Mr. Depp, could you please explain to the jury what they just heard on those audio recordings?
What was just played on the audio recordings was very much the tone and the aggression and the attitude and the need for a fight from Ms. Heard. That was, I don't know if that was some need for attention, but I don't, that was a sound that I had gotten very used to. The squabbling, the raising of the voice to essentially excommunicate anything that I had to say about the situation. But then, and I do remember that incident. I believe that's from the when I was in the bathroom, and I was in fact taking a shower, and this was in Penthouse 3, and she came banging on the door, banging on the door, banging on the door. I didn't answer. I was in the shower. I couldn't deal with it. I didn't want to deal with any more of that sarcastic, demeaning, aggressive, violent, toxic spew. And so I was taking a shower and I didn't want to answer the door. She kept banging. And then I finally got out of the shower and I opened the bathroom door about just that much, just so I could have a good hold on the door in case she tried to burst in. And I was right, she did. Bathroom doors go in. She was pushing all her weight on the door, trying to get in. And I was pushing back because I didn't want to let her in, because I obviously didn't want the confrontation. She was not in the best of moods, you can hear. So when I was pushing the bathroom door, trying to close it, and was almost closed, she suddenly kind of yelped in pain. And she screamed out, "Ow, my toes or my foot or something." And so in that second, I thought possibly her foot had gotten caught under the door, which would, of course, not feel great on the foot or the toes, so I thought she was maybe injured. So I knelt down to have a look. The door was still, it was still pretty well about that much open. And when I knelt down on my hands and knees to look at her foot to see the injury, she kicked the bathroom door into my head. She kicked the bathroom door into my head, and I was completely taken aback by such a corrosive, horrific move. So I stood up, and I believe I stood up, and at this point the door was open. I stood up and I said, I think I said, "What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that?" And the next move was just a bang, and she clocked me in the jaw. And that was another shocker.
How long after that did you start recording?
Sorry?
How long after that did you start recording that audio recording that we just heard?
That audio recording was about her trying to make less of what had happened. In fact, trying to make less of what had happened by repeating some story to me that didn't make any sense, and it certainly didn't make any sense since I was there and I was the target. So I wanted some confirmation from someone with some semblance of a mind that could understand what was happening. I wanted Mr. McGivern to come up, and I asked her to tell him what had just happened. And her answer was essentially, I don't know what he's talking about. Nothing happened. He's fine. And once again, I told Mr. McGivern, time to leave the premises.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you now what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 162.
Okay.
You can take this down. Thank you. Could you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 92, please? Mr. Depp, what is this a picture of?
That is a that's a photograph of the blade of an old like a Bowie knife. That's the photograph of the blade with an inscription on it to me from Ms. Heard, who at the time I referred to as Slim.
Your Honor, we'd like to move Exhibit 90, Plaintiff's Exhibit 92 into evidence.
No objection.
Mr. Depp, what does it say on this knife?
Hasta la muerte,
And what does that mean?
until death.
And then what does it say after that?
XX Slim.
And who is Slim?
Ms. Heard.
When did Ms. Heard give you this knife?
Well, it was a present from Ms. Heard. I believe it was around 2015.
Could we please take this down and pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 93?
93?
93, yes. Mr. Depp, what is this a photograph of?
That's the knife in full view. That's the full side of that knife.
Plaintiffs would move Plaintiff's Exhibit 93 into evidence as well.
Objection.
All right, 93 in evidence. You can publish to the jury.
Mr. Depp, do you recall the occasion on which Ms. Heard gave you this knife?
I don't recall exactly the occasion, whether it was my birthday of 2015 or if it was a Christmas gift.
We can take this down, please. Thank you. Mr. Depp, I'd now like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 65. And I believe this has already been offered into evidence.
Yes.
If so, if we could please publish to the jury. Thank you. Mr. Depp, what's reflected in these photographs?
There were some scratches. Another altercation, and there were some misheard come at me with her nails, her hand scratching at me.
And who took these photographs of you?
Once again, I believe this was Mr. Pett, Sean Pett.
And when were these photographs taken?
Seems to be Christmas, or 10 days before Christmas, the 15th of December 2015.
Mr. Depp, do you remember what led to you having these scratches on your face?
This was yet again another confrontation where as was my regular practice, there had been an altercation. She was she had some rage issue with me, and I remember that I was trying to go to my corner, as it were, which is I was going into my office in penthouse 3, which is upstairs. And as I was approaching the door to my office, Miss Heard ran out of the master bedroom, our bedroom, and started just throwing wild punches at me, at the back of my head, at the side of my head, at anything that she could connect with. And I had to, I would have to show you sort of how I tried to avoid the attack.
Please do.
If it's all right, John.
Yes, yes, sir.
If I'm walking this way to the door of my office, and the bedroom door is where you are, I'd walked across the mezzanine there, and as I'm approaching the door, suddenly I'm just getting clobbered from behind, and one's natural primal instinct is to kind of duck and cover. So I ducked and covered, but they didn't stop. So I came up this like this, sort of protecting my face, but at the same time, with her arms swinging wildly, I put my arms out and I was able to get her into a bear hug or something, just to stop her from hitting me anymore. And while holding her in that position, she was still trying to, she had her legs, she could kick, she could knee me. So she was still jumping, kind of very angry, very animated. And yeah, it was unpleasant.
What happened at the end of that situation?
Because of the grabbing of the arms and holding them to her side so that I didn't receive any more blows, and she was still fighting, I believe there was some kind of contact with our heads, our foreheads, as would happen if you're trying to calm someone like that. And then that was when she accused me of headbutting her, of giving her headbutt and breaking her nose. But there was no blood. There was no. I didn't hit her nose. If there was anything at all, it was a bump of. Well, I'm trying to restrain her. She's trying to get out of it. There's going to be some contact here and there, accidental contact, but not a headbutt.
How did you escape this altercation?
After she'd made the remark about the fact that I headbutted her, which was just impossible, she split. She huffed off. I let her go. She huffed away, and she was gone for about 7 or 8 minutes. And then when she came back, I was in the bedroom of Penthouse 3, our bedroom, and she came back about 7 or 8 minutes later, and she had a Kleenex or a tissue to her nose, and she pulled it away from her nose and she showed it to me, and there was red. There was indeed like red color on the tissue. But me, I know that there was no connection to her nose. No part of my body made connection to her nose or eyes or anything like. So she said, she took it away and she showed it to me. She said, "Way to go, Johnny, you broke my nose. You broke my nose." And I knew I hadn't, so I said, you go into sort of placation mode, which is, "Oh my God, let me see, are you okay? What happened? Let me see." And she wouldn't let me see anything. And so I just tried to calm the situation as best I could. All the while, I was waiting for her to dispense with that Kleenex because I didn't trust it. And so I waited, and when she dropped it into the wastebasket in her bathroom, or in our bathroom, and left the room, went somewhere downstairs, I think, I don't know. And then I pulled the Kleenex out of the trash bin, and I inspected it pretty closely and realized that it was nail polish. It was nail varnish or polish.
Mr. Depp, shortly after December 15th, 2015, where did you and Miss Heard go for the holidays? It had been planned for a while that we would be going to the island, and we would be going to the island with my kids, Lily Rose and Jack, and Lily Rose's boyfriend at the time. There's a friend of Amber's called Alice Temperley, I believe her name is, and her boyfriend Greg Williams, who's a very well-known photographer, and both very nice people, and their kids were going to. She told me they were going to be come to the island, and I thought, okay, great. And so yeah, that's where we went for the holidays. And what happened on the island in December 2015?
It did many things, but
was there any violence by Miss Heard against you?
Oh, yes, there were a couple of incidents that were, again, just each time one of these incidents would occur, it seemed to get worse and worse. That is to say, as opposed to fists or anything like that. I'd set up on the back porch of the house. I'd set up an area with an easel and oil paints and a can of mineral spirits, linseed oil, brushes, everything. So she wanted to paint. So I had set it up for her. And for some, and again, I remember sitting at the table where most of the paintbrushes and the can and all that stuff was. And the argument, again, escalated, and she just simply reached down and grabbed the can of mineral spirits and chucked it at my face. She threw it at my face, and it struck me right at the bridge of the nose, sort of the forehead, bridge of the nose area. And it hurt.
Who else was around when this happened?
Well, thankfully my children and Lily Rose's boyfriend were over towards the cafe. At that point, I didn't know that anyone else was around or had witnessed anything. I thought it was just Amber and I, but apparently there are 4 staff who work on the island.
I don't think it's hearsay. I don't think any statements yet. You can go ahead and continue your answer, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, the staff that work on your island, Mr. Depp.
Yeah. So there are indeed 4 staff who work on the island and live there all year round, who take care of everything, and 2 of them happened to be in that area and witnessed the violence.
I'll sustain as to, unless you can lay a foundation how he would know
Certainly.
that if it was not hearsay.
Mr. Depp, how do you know that these staff members witnessed part of this altercation?
These people, as I said, they're staff on the island, though I consider them family and very dear to me. And I believe it is mutual. I've known them a very long time. They were visibly shaken by what they'd witnessed.
Objection.
Again, if you can lay a foundation, if he saw them there, or if this is something they
Mr.
told
Depp,
them.
did you see any of these individuals shortly after you had this altercation with Ms. Heard?
No, that's not the proper. Did he see them? Are they actually there? If he didn't, if it's something they told him, then it's hearsay.
Mr. Depp, did you see any of your staff members at the house when you and Ms. Heard had that altercation?
Once Ms. Heard had stormed off, I sort of sat there dazed and confused for a few minutes, and then I walked around the house, and I saw Tara and...
That's fine. Okay, I'll sustain the objection. We'll move on.
You mentioned Tara. Who's Tara?
Tara's the manager of the island.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to discuss April 2016 now. When is Miss Heard's birthday?
22nd of April.
And in 2016, how was Miss Heard celebrating her birthday?
We'd set up a dinner for her, which was, she wanted to have a dinner with her, with all her friends, and Josh, Drew, Rocky's boyfriend, who was some sort of chef, he asked her what she would like for him to cook. That's hearsay, I guess.
Go ahead. I'm not sure if it's offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
He got it.
Okay, all right, well, then.
I'm learning.
There you go.
Let me put it a different way. Mr. Drew, who was a chef, which I don't believe is hearsay, Mr. Drew had made Mexican food Ms. Heard's favorite. Is that better?
And what were you doing that day before Miss Heard's birthday celebration?
I had been in a room for many, many hours with a group of accountants, new accountants, and they were going through essentially the situation that I was in financially, which was a real shock to me. I had no idea, and I know this sounds ridiculous, but I prefer to think of the work as opposed to how much I'm getting paid. So I had no idea how much money I'd made. I just didn't. I just figured if I was working, there was money, so everything would be all right. They informed me that I had been, well, that quite an inordinate amount of sum of money had been was gone. It had disappeared, and after having worked 30-something years in the industry, I'm sorry, I could hear Miss Brett.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was pretty shocked at where I was to learn I was exactly financially. And it was a very long meeting. And I knew, of course, that Ms. Heard's birthday dinner was to start at, I believe, 8:30. And I texted her a number of times from the meeting saying, this is probably going to go long, and I think I might be a little late. I'm sorry, but it's, you know, important, and I'm going to be a bit late for the dinner. And I apologized all over the place, and so when I left and picked up something at the house, which I believe was her gift, on the way downtown, I received a text from Miss Heard asking me to bring, asked if I could bring some wine and some weed. And I texted back, sure. And then by the time I got to, arrived at Penthouse 5 for the party, I was about an hour and 40 minutes late, maybe, something like that.
Before you arrived, how many drinks had you had?
Oh, I think I'd had a glass of wine with, there was one bottle of wine that Ed White had brought to the meeting that between, I don't know how many, 5 or 6 of us, we had a glass of wine.
Could you tell the jury who Ed White is?
Oh yeah, sorry. Ed White was at the time he was my new business manager, and he was quite a he was quite a professional, nearly forensic business manager, and he had shown me things that from my former business managers that were quite disturbing.
Hearsay.
I believe he said he showed him.
Yes, yes, I looked at papers. Maybe they're hearsay papers. I don't know.
I believe he was being shown financial documents.
All right. So, I'll sustain this any hearsay that might be
understood.
All right, next question.
Mr. Depp, when you arrived at the party, how did Ms. Heard greet you, if at all?
Very cold.
What did she say to you?
Not much. Not much, except occasionally she would tear herself from the conversation that she was in and just to lean towards me. I was sitting to her right, and I would get a quick earful of, I can't believe you've done this to me on my birthday. I can't believe I'm so embarrassed. Which I found odd because I'd kept her informed all day, and the last text that I'd received was a request for wine and marijuana. So when I got there and received that attitude, what could I do? So I just made the best of it and talked to her friends, and because they were all her friends except for, I believe, Nurse Erin. Erin was there, I believe.
What's Erin's last name?
Erin Borum, Nurse Erin, who had been the nurse assigned to Ms. Heard. So I just had conversations with the various people there. Her makeup artist, Melanie Iglesias, was there with her fella, and I remember speaking French with them. I didn't really eat. Wasn't feeling it.
Did you have any drinks once you arrived at the birthday party?
Wine.
How many glasses?
I don't. Maybe two, because they were like large. The large sort of Bordeaux glasses. So yeah, maybe two glasses of wine. By the time it started to wind down.
How many drinks did you observe Ms. Heard consume after you arrived at the party?
I really couldn't say because all I saw was just she was drinking wine.
And did it seem to you that she had been drinking wine prior to your arrival?
I was sure, since I was an hour and 40 minutes late, that Ms. Heard was well into the wine before I got there, yes, certainly.
How did the party come to an end?
It was kind of, one person would say, well, I better get out of here, and then two more couples or two more people would say, yeah, time to go. And then it just wound down. There was Mr. Drew, Miss Pennington, Whitney, possibly Whitney. And that was about it. It was sort of left there.
And what happened after the guests left the party?
She was free to commence with the usual verbal barrage, and at that point, there was so much in my head from the meeting. I thought it was a bit much that Miss Heard had. I'm sorry, it seemed quite brattish, it seemed quite childish that Miss Heard was holding such a grudge against me for having been late to her 30th birthday party when she knew very well, she was well informed that I was in an intense meeting that had a lot to do with not just my life and my future, but my children's, and I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know if houses were going to start going away. I didn't. So it felt. I'm sure, of course, she felt something, but it felt unfair. It felt small, comparatively. If your loved one or your husband has had some very serious issues brought before him. So when she engaged in her normal kind of banter of trying to poke at me and get me to react, I literally just got into bed. I remember the television was on, and I was reading, and I suppose Miss Heard was down in her area taking off her makeup and changing into sleep clothes, whatever, and she entered the bedroom while I was laying on my side of the bed, reading, and she was still rattling off all the wrongs I'd done to her in that particular day, and how unreliable I am, and what a horrible person I was, and I did not engage verbally, nothing. I sat there or laid there, reading my book, and when she didn't get a jump out of me or a jolt out of me, she got out of bed. She walked around the bed. She came to my side, and again, you've got a person who is throwing multiple shots at your face, at your head, at your neck, at anything she could hit. So I got up out of bed, and I grabbed her by the shoulders, and I sat her down on the bed. And I said, I'm leaving. Please don't get off the bed. Please don't follow me. Please don't try and stop me. I'm leaving. And she got up off the bed, and she squared off at me in the doorway of our bedroom. And I said, what do you want to do? Hit me again? Would you like to hit me again? And I said, go ahead, hit me. Bam. And then I just said, is that what you wanted? Would you like another? Bam. There's the second one. And I said, good, now you're done. Grabbed her by the shoulders, walked her to the bed, sat her down, and said, don't follow me. Leave me alone. I'm out. I'm gone. I went, I grabbed a few things, and I got out immediately, and I went to my other house on Sweetser. As Ms. Heard she was leaving the following day for Coachella, which is Coachella is like it's a big event, a concert, you know, many bands, and yeah, out in the desert. She and her friends were going to Coachella for the weekend, and that was it. That was it.
Mr. Depp, after April 21st, 2016, when was the next time that you actually saw Ms. Heard in person?
I left Ms. Heard, well, I left Penthouse 3. I left at 4:30 in the morning. It was actually her birthday. It was about 4:30 in the morning, April 22nd. And that's when I left. And from that moment on, I did not see Ms. Heard until May 21st.
And why was that?
I had received some news that was as absurd and grotesque and cruel. And then I was shown a picture of what the problem was. I had gone to Mr. Bett and said, she's at Coachella. I think it's a good time to go downtown so that I can get some of my things, you know, and get them out of there, especially the things that were precious to me, you know, children things from friends, Brando, Hunter, Thompson, whatever, things that were important to me. And he said, I don't think now's a good time to go. And I thought, it's the perfect time. She's not going to be home for 2 days. And then he showed me a photograph on his telephone of...
Objection, Your Honor. Also, you're saying.
It's a photograph, Your Honor.
As being relayed to him by Mr. Bett.
He says he looked at it on his phone.
I'll overrule the objection as the photograph.
What was the photograph of, Mr. Depp?
It was a photograph of the bed, our bed, and on my side of the bed was human fecal matter. So I understood why it wasn't a good time to go down there. My initial response to that was, I laughed. It was so outside. It was so bizarre and so grotesque that I could only laugh. So I did not go down there that day.
Mr. Depp, how was your mother's health during this time?
Not good, not good at all. My mom was in Cedars-Sinai Hospital, and she was on her way out. She was dying.
How often were you going to see her during this time?
Excuse me?
How often were you going to see her during this time?
As much as I could under the circumstances. When I did go and get to see my mom, she was pretty much incapable of speech. Her speech had left her. At that time, she seemed to. Her eyes were still open, and she could kind of react with her eyes, but she couldn't speak. And then, not long after that, once her eyes closed, she lay there for the duration of her life, which ended on the 20th of May, the night before I saw Miss Heard for the last time. Well, essentially.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Depp, but how did your mother's death affect you?
As it would anyone, I suppose. There was one thing that I couldn't fathom was, I brought my kids to see Betty Sue in the hospital, and at that time she was not functioning. She was not responsive. She was alive still. She was fighting still inside, but she was lying in the bed, and excuse this analogy, but all I could think of was how if she's conscious if she's conscious of everything that's going on around her, but has no ability to speak, has no ability to move, I knew that the one thing, as far as Betty Sue was concerned, the last thing that she would have wanted was to have ended up lying there on what it was like. There's my mom lying there on a deli platter, and it was a horrible image. But I brought my kids in to say goodbye, and we all spoke into her ear, and then she passed away later. So it was painful, but there was some side of it too, at least to me, that in a way it was, I was happy for her.
Why was that?
Because I can't imagine Betty Sue or my mom, I can't imagine anyone lying there in quite probably I possibly was a kind of a locked-in syndrome. And if she's surrounded by 10 people looking at her lying there in that, on that deli platter, if you will, I was happy for her that she was out of pain, out of frustration, out of... I was happy that she'd moved. Not happy, I was relieved that she was no longer in that situation. Though, when those you love leave, we're the ones stuck with the pain, with the grieving. But I was glad that my kids got to see her and give her send off, I suppose. And but it was it opened my eyes quite a lot to a number of things.
And what were some of those things that your mother's death opened your eyes to?
That life is a bird song. That what feels like 100 years is in fact a second, millisecond. Nobody can count those things, you know. So I had made peace with Betty Sue because I understood where she came from, and I understood how difficult her childhood was, and I understood that she had not had the proper training or proper teaching or the proper background to be anything other than what she had been when we were younger. I forgave her for all that, as one would, should. So I was, it opened my eyes to the fact that yes, if you try in relationships, whether friendships, whether courtships, whether marriage, whether this, whether that, try your best, try. If it's not going to work, it's not going to work. And more importantly, if you're going to get out of it, if you're going to make an end, which I had decided that it was, somebody had to call it, and I decided that I would call Amber and tell her that my mom had died that day. And then I very calmly said, look, I've made a decision and I think it's the best thing. I'm going to file for divorce, but I'm not going to, I'm not going to cite irreconcilable differences. I'm not going to cite any violence. I'm not going to, I'm going to state this. We simply, the two of us, we simply don't want to feel as though we have a collar around each other's neck and a leash attached to it, and then this piece of paper that proves that that's true. So what I thought was best was we want to end this in love and take the idea of ownership of one another out of the picture. And that's how I approached Miss Heard with that. And
So why did you go over to the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
Ms. Heard had requested that I come over to have a talk, to explain. She wanted to explain things, and so I went there. And I also wanted to gather up some of those things, precious things that you live with. So I went over there to have a discussion, what I thought would be calm understanding. And I figured she understood as well as I did that there was no way back. And I also felt that she would understand that it was the best thing for both of us, and there was nothing there should have been nothing to fight over. It was clear. I had told her that I would take care of her and all that, and then she she was telling me about she brought up the situation of her fecal matter on the bed, and and she tried to blame it on the dogs. But
why didn't you think it could have been the dogs?
The dogs they're teacup Yorkies. They weigh about 4 pounds each. The photograph that I saw, and I mean, I lived with those dogs for many years, and so did Hilda Vargas. She's a woman who's been with me for 30 plus years, from the very beginning, and she was the one who photographed it. It was clear she knew the dogs as well as I did, and none of that did not come from a dog. It just didn't.
Mr. Depp, could we back up a little bit? Who went over to the penthouses with you on May 21st?
I went to the penthouses with Jerry Judge and Sean Bett, and I had asked them on the just in case, please pay particular attention and stay as close to the door, stay at the door, or if you got a split, come back quick. If they went down to the security shack or whatever it was, don't linger, get back. Because if you hear anything, if you hear screaming, you got to get in there. So leave the door unlocked and spring in there if you hear something.
Why did you want them to be able to get into the penthouse quickly if they heard anything?
Just based on my past experiences with Miss Heard, when you say something that she either didn't agree with or swore up and down that it was a complete falsity and there was something wrong with me, I'm crazy, and the escalation. If anything was going to start to escalate, I did not want to be there. So I had them waiting by the door to get in there in case anything went down.
So when you walked into the penthouse, what did you see?
When I first walked into the penthouses, you walk in and then make a left, and then you're in the kitchen area, and then beyond that was the living room. I saw Miss Heard sitting there on the couch, and I went over to talk. I went and sat down on the couch. She was sitting on, the couch was kind of a, a square, or a half square, She was sitting on one side of the couch, I was sitting on the other. That's when she was trying to explain a few things about Coachella, and then the fecal delivery, and saying that it was the dogs. And I could not agree with her. I'd lived with those dogs. I picked up their fun. It was not the dogs. And so what happened was, I said, let's call Kevin Murphy.
Who's Kevin Murphy?
Kevin Murphy had been, he was in Los Angeles. He was the house manager over the places in West Hollywood, and he was also taking care of the penthouses downtown, if any work needed to be done or this or that. And he would schedule the girls who would come in, the ladies like Hilda, to do their work. And he'd had a conversation with Ms. Heard.
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Let's move beyond the
All right,
conversation that Kevin Murphy had with Ms. Heard. So after you called Kevin Murphy, what happened?
I asked Kevin if Amber and he had spoken about the incident. He said, yes, they had. Okay. And it appears that Ms. Heard had told...
Hearsay, Your Honor.
I'm not sure.
This is apparently a statement by Ms. Heard.
That he heard from Kevin Murphy. That's what the testimony is.
All right, if you want to reframe that, that's fine.
Okay. After you when did you hang up the phone with Kevin Murphy?
Right about the time that Ms. Heard was screaming obscenities at him and calling him a liar, and that he was a scumbag. And I told her, I said, listen, don't speak to this man that way. Do not disrespect this man in that way. And then Kevin Murphy just hung up. And so at that point, she was riled, of course. And I went upstairs to gather belongings. When I came back downstairs, she was on the phone with Io Tillett Wright, and they were making a wonderful point of just how funny it was that I thought that some human being had actually dropped a grumpy, pardon the term, onto the bed, and they were yucking it up. They were laughing about the whole thing, and it was, you know, it was a tough couple of days, and I really didn't feel like I deserved that kind of treatment. And I went over and I said, let me talk to her. I grabbed the phone and I said to Io, you can have her now. She's yours. She's all yours. Right? And then I took the phone and I just bang like that onto that side of the couch was 8 feet long. The other side of the couch is about 6 feet long. I flopped it onto the couch and I was walking towards the kitchen to exit, and then suddenly Rocky Pennington ran in to the penthouse and started, leave her alone, Johnny, leave her alone. And I was by the refrigerator at this point. I was 20 feet away.
Where was Miss Heard at that time?
She was still sitting on the couch. And that's when the screaming, the screaming started with, like, again, I'm 20 feet away. She's still got Io on the phone. She's got Rocky there. Stop hitting me, Johnny, she's screaming in her best freaked out, upset voice, high-pitched. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. Jerry Judge and Sean Bett entered the room. And as they entered the room, and she was quite surprised to see them, she said, "That's the last time you'll ever hit me. That's the last time you'll ever do that to me." And again, I'm a good 20 feet away by the fridge. And then Jerry said, "Boss, I think we should just leave." And then we left. That was the last time I saw Miss Heard until she asked me to break the restraining order. Or not break the restraining order, break the restraining order and talk to her in July later.
Mr. Depp, where did you go after you left the penthouses on May 21st?
I went home.
To which home?
Oh, to Sweetser.
And then where did you go? Where did you go after you went home to Sweetser?
I was due to. I had to go to. I had to catch a flight to New York, where we were doing. This group, the Hollywood Vampires. We were about to set out on a 2 or 3 month tour of Europe, and we were rehearsing in New York, and then we played one show in New York as a warm-up gig, and then we were on the plane, and we started the shows in Europe, and I was on the road from then, which was May, through July, August or something.
Ms. Myers, is this a good time to take our afternoon break?
I was just going to suggest that. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and take our afternoon break, ladies and gentlemen. Please do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case. Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Yasmin Vasugian in for Allison Morris. You are watching NBC News Now. A lot developing throughout that testimony. We want to start with that breaking news that you were just watching there. Johnny Depp, as you well know, they're testifying in a $50 million defamation case against his ex-wife, Amber Heard. Johnny Depp is actually suing Heard over an op-ed that she wrote in the Washington Post about her experience with domestic abuse. 3 counts of defamation there, suing Amber Heard for $50 million. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson is covering the trial for us. Also joining us is MSNBC legal analyst and former prosecutor Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. Welcome to you both, guys. Thanks for joining us on this. Steve, let me just start with you on this one. As we were taking a listen there to Johnny Depp's testimony, it's been going on for quite some time. The court now taking their afternoon break. We are going to bring folks back to the courtroom once they resume testimony. That being said, Steve, take us through what we've heard over the last bit.
Yeah, look, Yasmin, we've gone from 0 to 100, I think, in the span of about an hour or so. The court adjourning for their afternoon lunch break earlier for about an hour or so, in between Johnny Depp's testimony, which started yesterday and is now carried over into today. So day 2 of his testimony, week 2 of this whole process involving this lawsuit. And we're finally now starting to hear the details of these catastrophic fights that have been described by doctors, by character witnesses, by other people, agents within the sphere of these two celebrities, and now hearing it from Johnny Depp himself. So we've started to hear the takes from Depp that there was never any physical abuse. He alleges that he never struck Amber Heard, never even thought of striking Amber Heard, never even an entry into his way of thinking. That he would ever do that. But also beyond that now, describing a pattern of abuse from Heard, that Depp was never the one who was going after her, that she, in fact, was going after him, that on several occasions she would strike him, she would punch him, that one time he was trying to get away from one of the fights, went into the bathroom, and she slams the door in his face. And he says that these instances are intentional, that she would often try to belittle, berate, and when he would get away, follow Johnny Depp until they just came to blows. One of the big incidents is this Australia incident. 2015, he's filming Pirates of the Caribbean. There's a huge argument about maybe their post-nuptial agreement. And he goes to avoid her, according to him, goes to a bar area, and then she starts hurling vodka bottles at him. Again, this is his testimony. We've certainly heard a different story from Amber Heard, but in one of those instances, the glass shatters and severs his finger. That is now entered into evidence in the trial, so you can see Johnny Depp's severed finger with part of the bone missing, with the blood exposed. All of that played for the jury, which, suffice to say, according to Depp, is to say that Amber Heard was imbalanced, that she was provoking all of the action that you heard Amber Heard alleging that it came from her side and not his side. Certainly that will be a different story when we hear from Heard's side, when we hear cross-examination into some of these tales that Johnny Depp is telling. But to hear the actual fights breaking down has been the most revelatory thing that we've heard so far.
Yeah, it's been incredible to hear kind of this personal take on all of this, of course, all coming from Depp's side, his side of the story, of course, with all of this. Hey, Kristen, let's get into a little bit of this, because I want to pull on a few of the threads that Steve laid out for us there. But first, before we do, I just kind of want to get your first kind of gut reaction to what we've been hearing in the courtroom.
I think Johnny Depp is he's not coming off very well. I think one of the things to remember here is this is a defamation lawsuit where he is the moving party, and he is alleging that Miss Heard was lying when she said that she was in a domestic violence relationship. And remember, that op-ed that is the central piece of this defamation case does not name him. And essentially what he is describing is a very chaotic relationship filled with abuse. Now, he is only alleging that his abuse was only from her side, but we know that as detailed and as calm as Johnny Depp is, and as narrative as he is, and as long-winded as he is, I don't believe he's going to play off that well in cross-examination. And I think what's going to happen is that, as comfortable as he is giving these long narrative answers, he's not going to be quite as detailed when it comes to start unraveling through the cross-examination these very detailed stories. And it may make him come off as quite a dishonest person.
That's an interesting take on all this. Kristen, talk to me first about this scenario that Steve Patterson laid out for us that happened in Australia, right? When it seemed as if Amber Heard was throwing bottles of vodka at Johnny Depp, at one point severing his finger. He then had to seek emergency. He then had to seek out medical services at an emergency room, and he did not not conceal, that's not the word I'm looking for. He did not let the emergency room know, the doctors that were treating him know, where it was he actually received this injury, right? How does that play into the narrative? And when he was asked about that, he said he didn't want to be public about what was actually happening inside his home within his marriage. Now, you can understand that as a person thinking about someone who lives in the public eye. That being said, now that they're on the stand and he's suing Amber Heard over defamation, and yet he went to the emergency room over the severed finger in which he alleges she caused, and he did not disclose that to the physicians that were treating him. How does that play into it?
To be honest with you, when you're dealing with a cycle of violence, that is a consistent pattern.
Got it.
When you have domestic violence within the relationship, there are many times when the victim will go to a medical professional and not disclose the perpetrator. That is part of the cycle of violence. But here's the issue. It doesn't negate that he also was a violent perpetrator in this relationship as well, which is the crux of the defamation suit. Was Amber defaming him or being dishonest when she said she also was a domestic violence survivor? And so I think that what he's trying to do is paint her as a monster, but that doesn't make the cake for him. That doesn't make her liable for defamation. What it does instead is paint a very chaotic, drama-filled relationship where there could be abuse on both sides.
There was also this libel suit in Britain, Kristen, that I want you to weigh in on back in 2020, in which Johnny Depp actually lost. And part of the reason that he lost this libel suit was because the judge in that case basically found there was enough evidence to support Amber Heard's claims about 12 separate incidents of domestic abuse.
Yeah, and that's going to be really important because keep in mind, you know, one of the things that's going to be really important here is the defense to defamation, right? And so Johnny Depp can go ahead and pull on all of this evidence, how Miss Heard is a monster and how she is lying about him being in domestic violence. But another set of fact finders already found that there was truth to her allegations that she, in fact, was a domestic violence survivor. And that's going to be very detrimental to Johnny Depp. I think it's also going to be detrimental if, in fact, there is liability here, because one of the things he has to prove is that it was it caused him damages. And so with all of that already out there, what is the actual damages from this op-ed piece? And that's going to be difficult to have to distinguish if he is able to get a finding in his favor.
There's another interesting kind of detail to all of this, and it speaks to kind of what Steve Patterson had said and used kind of that phrase of catastrophic fights, these volatile fights that they had, this volatile relationship, this up and down, it seemed. After their divorce and after the settlement from the divorce, in which it seems as if Amber Heard reached a settlement of $7 million, they released a joint statement at the time. And the joint statement read, "Our relationship was intensely passionate and at times volatile, but always bound by love. Neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. There was never any intent of physical or emotional harm." How does a joint statement like that, post-divorce settlement, play into a defamation trial like this?
I think it could cut either way. You know, I think one of the issues here that Johnny Depp's whole case is going to have to center is, why is he doing this? He wasn't named in the op-ed piece. Why is he doing this? Is he upset because she's finding her voice? And because she's finding her voice, now she's becoming in the spotlight? Is he jealous? Those are things he really has to overcome, because at the end of the day, his name wasn't mentioned. Why is he doing this? And so with that joint statement, I think it's really going to come to play in favor of Miss Heard, because it shows that it was passionate. It shows that it's volatile. And those statements in and of itself, especially when you have the Hollywood Shield, states that, you know, perhaps this was a very violent relationship on both sides, and that the best thing for both of them was to separate, which is what they did. Her speaking out saying, hey, look, I overcame this, and so can you. Let me be a positive light for other survivors, shouldn't be something that she should be sued for. And that is going to be something that the jury is going to take into place when they want to weigh the credibility of Johnny Depp and weigh the credibility of Ms. Heard.
He's suing for 3 counts of defamation: the Washington Post op-ed online, the published newspaper, as well as along with Amber Heard tweeting it out on her Twitter, this op-ed that she wrote. And Depp alleges here, Kristen, that after this op-ed was actually published, Johnny Depp was dropped from the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise 4 days after the publishing. That seems like a direct connection.
You know what? It could be a direct connection, but again, the only way that Johnny Depp is going to be able to establish those damages is if Amber's comments are false. right? So I think the only thing that really plays into is the fact that they, if there is able to be found liability, that they suspected that Miss Heard was referring to Johnny Depp. And that is really good for him because he's a public figure, he does have to show that heightened element of malice. However, again, what the Heard defense is stating is, no. You were fired because of your misconduct, for your bad deeds. Yeah. So Johnny Depp is also going to have to discredit that as a defense. So not only does he have to prove that her statements led to his damages, but also that it wasn't his misconduct, it wasn't his bad behavior that led to him being terminated.
Why do you expect that he is going to act out during his cross?
Well, because he comes off very rehearsed, and, you know, given the amount of trials that I've done, I've seen this play out over and over again. Someone comes in, they're super rehearsed, they're able to give you the time, date, and everything about something that happened years and years ago. You know, I can't even tell you what I ate for dinner a week ago, but yet he's able to relive with specificity every single detail about this domestic violence relationship. Yeah. Now, that's not to say that he's wrong, but keep in mind, when you are not telling the truth, and someone asks a question that you are not quite rehearsed for, it's going to unravel because you're not prepared for that level of questioning. And so if in fact there's anything that he's not being completely honest about, it's not going to come out and play out very well. The other thing that was really important is that they showed various parts of this taped recording. You know, I think one of the things that's going to be really powerful is, why was he recording this? Was he setting this whole thing up? These are all self-serving, right? She wasn't recording these things, or she had, you know, she has her own set of evidence. But again, it's going to come off.
I do think, Steve, hey, Steve, can you jump in on this? Because from my understanding, and by the way, correct me if I'm wrong, not the expert on this, but from my understanding, they were at times both recording their interactions and fight throughout their relationship. Is that accurate?
Yeah. That's exactly right, Yasmin, at least according to Depp. He says that the fights get so intense and so bad that he wants to keep it on record. So he says that he tells her that, you know, they're going to be recording this disagreement they've had because, in his words, she's twisting everything that he says, let's say the night before or 2 nights before. So, okay, this time we're going to have this out and I'm going to press the record button. And according to him, she agrees to it. And we've actually started to hear some of those tapes play out in court because Depp's team is admitting them into evidence. But then on the flip side, Depp also says, and remember, this is all coming from one side, one testimony from Johnny Depp himself, says that Amber Heard also starts recording him as well in these fights. So think about that. Think about it, a relationship that is so bad that both parties are recording the argument. Yeah. But the difference that Depp says is that she doesn't tell him when she's recording. So we don't know when, let's say, Amber Heard testifies or her side starts to present their evidence, what kind of recordings they're going to have of Depp. And that's why this has been, you know, such a fireball slinging trial so far, and why we expect it to be moving forward. I believe, do we have a recording of what was played in court, Yasmin? I think we do.
If we do,
Johnny Depp.
Joey, if we do, Joey's my EP. Okay, let's go ahead and play some of that recording, and then we'll come back to it, guys. Let's take a listen.
Yeah.
She came down to the bar and found me there, and of course started screaming, "Oh, you're drinking again, the monster," and all that. So she reached, she walked up to me and reached and grabbed the bottle of vodka, and then just kind of stood back and then hurled it at me.
So, Steve, I don't think that's necessarily what you were talking about. That was obviously laying out the scenario that you talked about a little bit earlier, which took place in Australia, which ended up with the severing of Johnny Depp's finger, in which he then had to go to the emergency room. And that's what we covered a little bit earlier. But you were mentioning, of course, the times in which they were recording each other as they were having these incredibly volatile fights. And I'm going to speak to Joey in the control room once again, full disclosure to folks that are watching. That is our executive producer who's kind of controlling things from above. Joey, do we have the sound? Okay, so we're going to play that now for everybody to listen to.
5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to avoid talking to me, to avoid working it out.
That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
Listen.
Yeah, so Steve, that's what you were kind of mentioning, which is they would be having these fights. And that actually seemed more tame than some of which was laid out by Depp throughout his testimony. But laying out these discussions that they were having and these fights that they were having amidst this incredibly volatile relationship. How are those sorts of kind of evidentiary pieces, Kristen, going to play in to this trial, especially if, of course, we're going to be hearing as well from Amber Heard's side, who will likely be submitting evidence as well?
Well, it was interesting because they only showed certain bits and then they stopped. And then they would fast forward to certain bits. And so on cross-examination, the defense, Ms. Heard's attorney will be able to play some of the things that the jury did not have the opportunity to hear, such as Mr. Depp's responses. They also could, depending on if they were able to get it into evidence or authenticate it, which they would be able to through Ms. Heard herself, but they could also play excerpts of any recordings that she took as well. But I think one of the things that comes out is that it seems like it's a two-way argument and there's a lot of chaos and that the abuse is not one-sided, which is not what Johnny Depp wants to portray in his case.
Steve, let's talk a little bit about what we're expecting to come down the pipe as we're awaiting them to resume the trial here. How long are we expecting this break to be as you've been watching this whole thing play out? And then what are we expecting for the cross? And then where are we?
Yeah, so another few minutes for the break. Usually they go about 15 minutes or so after that hour-long lunch break. They adjourn at about 5 p.m. every day. That's what we've seen pretty consistently, unless there's some information that they have to go over afterward. This could be a full day of Johnny Depp's team continuing to interview Johnny Depp. Yesterday was all about, again, setting up his biography, almost going through his whole history, including meeting Depp, and then getting back to now the fight with Amber. After, they go through this, it could be more of what happened in the post relationship. So we may not see the cross-examination today. That's expected to take the next few days. And then we expect to hear from Amber Heard's side, including testimony from Heard herself.
How long is this supposed to play out, Steve? I mean, are we talking weeks here of this trial? How long do we think this is going to play out?
No doubt about it. We're talking weeks. We've got, we're into week 2. This is expected to maybe last another 5 weeks, up to 7 weeks for this trial. And not a day has gone by where something revelatory or extreme has come out. And I think that's what we're going to expect every day.
Steve, Kristen, thanks for rolling with me throughout. We are going to go back into the courtroom now.
Coming in, it's 397 in evidence, and then you want to play that part. It's fine. I wish I had never met you.
Well, those wishes don't come true.
What thing do you want to say to me, you fucking piece of shit?
Those wishes don't come true.
What else do you want to fucking say to me, you piece of shit? What else? You don't have anything else to say to me? Cool.
I wish you the best.
Hey, why don't you fuck yourself? Go suck your own dick. You're used to it. Oh, also, I'll write you a check for the extra sip I took. Is that okay? Stingy old fucking piece of shit.
You're the one that brought it up.
Mm-mm. You did. You said, don't drink my wine. That's mine.
I didn't say that.
Oh, you didn't?
I said I didn't think you were looking for anymore.
Rewind. Rewind.
As you're watching this trial play out, of course, throughout the testimony that we are hearing from Johnny Depp, I just want to warn viewers here, as we were just listening to some of the recordings that were taking place throughout their relationship that both Depp and Amber Heard recorded on both sides. There will be some profanity, as we just heard. Want to apologize for that on the back end, and then just warn you that we are aware that more is coming, so that you are aware as you're listening. And let's go back into the courtroom now.
Hope one day you can teach your son how to be a man. Because you're so good at it. I mean, you have to. It's not in you. You're a hero, man.
I've tried so fucking hard with you. I've tried so hard.
Get it away. Hey, if you ever learn this shit, 50 fucking something years, you're never gonna learn it. I hope to God, Jack's stepfather teaches him more about being a man than your fucking left nut.
Hey, that's good. You gave me some shit about my kids, just like in London that you designed. Never again. Stay away. You don't exist. You will not be getting my words.
Mr. Depp, could you please describe to the jury what they just heard in that audio recording?
I don't know when. I don't know when that. If there's a date on that, but clearly there was some animosity and another clash, and misheard once again. Felt it necessary to bring my kids, my son into that argument and say that she hopes that my son's stepfather can teach him how to be a man, since I couldn't. And I believe she says something about more man in the stepfather than would be existing in my, I believe the term was left nut.
How often did Ms. Heard bring your children into your arguments?
Too often.
And at the end of your relationship, how was Ms. Heard's relationship with your children?
Non-existent. My children, my kids are far more intelligent than I am, and they broke. They wouldn't be around Ms. Heard, and they refused to be around her anymore. They didn't like the way she treated me, which was written in a very elegant letter by my daughter, actually, to Ms. Heard. I don't know if that's in evidence, but I remember my daughter sent a text to Ms. Heard.
Objection, Your Honor. Just hearsay. It's one thing for the witness to tell his story. It's another thing for him to tell other people's stories.
All right.
We can move
on. Okay.
I'm sorry, I read the email.
Yeah, I understand. Next question.
When did you learn that Ms. Heard had filed for divorce?
Well, it was, let's see, Betty Sue was the 20th. That night I spoke to her about the divorce. 21st was the kicker. I believe it was on the 23rd, and I had already left town for New York to prepare for the tour.
Did Ms. Heard know that you were out of town at that time?
I don't know.
When did you learn that Ms. Heard had made domestic abuse allegations against you?
The 27th of May, which is in fact my daughter's birthday, I saw that she had gone to a court, I don't know, some court, and there were paparazzi everywhere, and her and a brown mark on her face. And it was also happened to be the day that Alice in Wonderland 2, Through the Looking Glass was opening. And that's the day that she chose to get go to the courthouse and get a TRO, a temporary restraining order against me. But I was in Europe already at that point.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 487. And just for the record, this is a very long document, and we will be showing pages 492 through 494.
There's no objection to the document 487?
Your Honor, if I could just have a minute or two to scroll through it, that'd be great.
Okay. I assume, are you entering this in evidence now, or are you just showing it?
I can give them an opportunity and go through it with Mr. Depp, if that's okay. Mr. Depp, do you recognize any of these text messages that are on the screen in front of you?
Vague memory of these.
And who were these communications between?
It looks like myself it's me in the green, and Ms. Heard's words in the blue.
And do your communications reflect that Ms. Heard understands that you're in New York?
I'm sorry?
What is the date of your text messages here on this page?
That's the 23rd of May, 2016. And hers are the 24th of May, 2016.
And based off of these communications, does this refresh your recollection that Ms. Heard knew that you were in New York on this date?
In her text, when do you leave? What was clear that I was leaving right away, but I'm not sure that I wasn't already, because I wasn't in New York City. We weren't playing New York City. We were playing. We were rehearsing in a like a casino, a big casino, and that was where we did our first show first show to practice for the tour, the European tour. So I don't know if I was either leaving for New York, but I think I was already there, because New York City we weren't, I don't recall that we were playing New York City. So maybe I was suggesting going there. I don't know.
Could we please turn to page 494? And Mr. Depp, do you see the text message from Ms. Heard on May 24th, 2016 at 6:33?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you understand what Ms. Heard is referring to in this text message?
Is it all right if I just take a quick glance?
Please do.
Thank you. Thank you. That's better. Oh. I remember, yes. I recall this.
And what do you recall about this?
That it made no sense to me. It just didn't make any sense to me, especially about, well, as long as you don't file, nobody will know. It just didn't, again, I'm not all that familiar with these types of things, but if it's two people in a relationship and the relationship is ending, in any case, the outcome is divorce. So I didn't understand these explanations of this can happen or it cannot happen, and I only did this because my lawyers said to, and it just didn't make any sense to me, and it looked like she was kind of grabbing at straws, trying to figure out what, in fact, to do.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to just ask you about a couple statements Ms. Heard makes in this text message. She first says, just confirm that the cover letter is completely private and has nothing to do with any public record. Do you see that? The first sentence in the text message?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what cover letter Ms. Heard is referring to?
No, I don't.
Okay. And then she says, and only included the domestic violence / restraining order stuff because I called the lawyer when the cops were here and I didn't know what to do or why that happened and was scared. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know what Ms. Heard is referring to when she said that?
No.
And then dropping down to the bottom, it says 2 lines up, I thought you filed. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you have any understanding as to why Ms. Heard thought you had already filed?
No. I had on the night of the 20th was when I told her on the phone that I was going to file. For divorce, and in the way that I had explained it, to keep everything nice and calm and even. But on the 23rd, Chief filed, and so I hadn't had a chance to file.
Your Honor, I would move Plaintiff's Exhibit 487, specifically the portions from page 492 to 494 into evidence.
So you just want page 492 to 494?
Yes, Your Honor, it's a 700-page document, so
Just page 4, well, are you going to ever put more of 487 in, I guess is the question.
I believe so, Your Honor.
So this is 487A?
Certainly, that would make sense.
Okay, so 487A, page 492 to 494. Any objection to those 2 pages?
No, Your Honor.
All right, those 2 pages are in evidence.
Just for clarity, is that two pages or 3 pages? Is it 492?
490, that would be 3 pages, if that's correct.
That's correct.
Okay, 492 to 494, okay.
And could that please be published to the jury?
Oh.
Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard did end up seeking a temporary restraining order against you, correct?
Yes, she did.
And what, I believe you already said this, but could you just remind the jury, what date was that?
The 27th of May.
And where were you when you learned that Ms. Heard had actually filed a temporary restraining order against you?
I don't recall if we had left for Europe as yet. That is the Hollywood Vampires for the tour. So I was either in New York State rehearsing and preparing to go to Europe, or I was already in Europe. I'd have to check the tour dates.
Did you find out on the 27th or shortly thereafter?
No, I found out on the 27th. It was everywhere.
And what do you mean when you say it was everywhere?
It was multiplying and multiplying and multiplying throughout media, throughout social media, throughout so-called sort of straight media or whatever. And I was taken aback a bit.
If we could take this down and please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 411. Mr. Depp, is this some of the media coverage that you were referring to?
Many things of this nature, yes. Many.
And do you recall actually seeing this specific article?
I don't remember seeing this specific article, but there were already plenty, and certainly more than I was happy to go through. I think once you read one or two of them, the general idea is I mean, the point had been made clearly.
Your Honor, I'd move Plaintiff's Exhibit 411 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 411 in evidence.
Could we please take this down and pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 414? Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you recognize this article at all?
I remember Yeah, I don't know if it was this one in particular, but I do remember seeing all the various reasons behind her reasons behind her needing to get a temporary restraining order, a TRO against me, which they just started to metastasize into these. There were abuse allegations, then there was alcohol, and then there was drugs and violence, and it just it was already right then and there before my eyes spinning out of control, and there was not a word that I could say.
Your Honor, I would move Plaintiff's Exhibit 414 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 414 in evidence.
And if we could take this down now, please, and put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409. And, Your Honor, if I could move Plaintiff's Exhibit 409 into evidence as well.
Any objection with 409?
No objection.
All right, 409 in evidence. Thank you.
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this People magazine article?
Yes, I do.
And when did you see it?
Right when it was released, right when it came out.
Did you speak to anyone about this article?
Yes, I did.
Who did you speak to?
Mostly friends and my sister Christy, mostly friends, and certainly the band. And my kids. I had to alert them that there might be some ugly things coming out that were most assuredly going to put me in the position of some violent, drug-addled, alcoholic, just reprobate. And I wanted to warn them before they were approached with the People magazine cover in school by other kids, you know. I wanted to be able to explain to them that this was going to be visible and it's going to be everywhere, and I apologized to them that this was happening.
Had you ever been accused of physically abusing a woman before this point?
No.
How would you describe the impact of these allegations at the time they were made? And Arnold, if you could please take this down.
I felt ill. I felt sick. I mean, sick in a sense that but was no truth in it. There was no truth in it whatsoever. And the fact that it was coming down on me so hard and so quickly, and how it gained momentum around the world. And then you notice people looking at you differently. And then you notice calls stop coming from agents and producers and that sort of thing. This was before, in fact, the Me Too movement had come around. This was a while before that, so I couldn't have expected the Me Too movement to happen, but once that happened, then it just went into skyrocket mode. So you're showered with you know, you're running between drops of lava. You're trying to run between raindrops that kill you and destroy you. So I was very confused. I was very hurt because, as I said before, when you're in a relationship and you do give your truth to intimate truths to that person that you're with, and then they start to use all that information and stretch it out into something that is completely shocking, because as I said, it just didn't happen. And so I felt like it was incredibly cruel and treachery. I felt it was treachery. It was. I don't know if she wanted me to just be erased or drop dead, or just let me stick around and allow her to ruin my life for a while and go out of her way to shame me and hurt my kids and hurt people who I've known for many, many years. No, it was, I mean, to say that it was unfair is about the largest understatement that it's actually the smallest understatement. I mean, it controlled my every waking second from the moment that I woke up until the moment that I dropped, even on the road playing shows. You'd go out and you'd play for an hour and a half or 2 hours, and you'd do your best to get through that. And I can remember getting off of finishing the show, getting on the bus with the other band members, and just going to the back of the bus and just you know, you had to get it out. So I just sat back and in the back of the bus and cried and hid it from people.
Mr. Depp, did you ever discuss Ms. Heard's domestic abuse allegations with any producers or directors in the movie industry?
Only if they fell into the category of friends. For example, Tim Burton, who was one of my dearest friends, and we've known him since we made Edward Scissorhands together in 1990. We've been very, very, very close friends ever since then. Yeah, just friends, you know. And of course, as we were on the road, you know, the fellas in the band, you know, Alice Cooper is the singer of the Vampires, who's a dear friend, and Joe Perry from Aerosmith is in the band, and he's also a dear friend. And then a couple of the other members are just yeah, very close friends. And I was bereft of any. You just don't know what to say anymore. You just know what to. So I tried not to talk about it very much at all. But just to friends.
Mr. Depp, when did you and Ms. Heard divorce?
When was the divorce final?
Yes.
The divorce was final January 2017 on Friday the 13th.
And how were your divorce proceedings resolved ultimately?
My team of lawyers, which included two of my entertainment lawyers, a divorce attorney, and two more attorneys that were on, Blair Burke and someone else. I wanted to, for lack of a better word, I wanted to fight it. I wanted to fight it because it was there, because there wasn't an ounce, not a grain, not a molecule of truth to it. So I wanted to fight it.
False for hearsay, Your Honor.
All right.
He was speaking about what he wanted to do in the context of the divorce.
I understand. I think the next one was going to be they said. I don't know. So.
Okay.
You can go to your next question.
Sure, certainly. Did you pay Ms. Heard any money in connection with your divorce?
Yes.
And how much was that?
Her settlement, she wanted $7 million. I believe that was the settlement, wasn't it? Yes, $7 million.
And was there a joint statement that you and Ms. Heard released?
Yes, that's where I was getting. The advice that I was given was not to fight.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Who wrote the joint statement?
I have no idea. Lawyers.
Did you approve the joint statement before it was issued?
I'll put it this way, I wasn't given much of a choice.
Could we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 408? And Mr. Depp, do you see the second paragraph from the bottom of this page Is that the joint statement that you and Ms. Heard released together?
That's the joint statement that was released, yes.
And could you please read that joint statement for the jury?
Our relationship was intensely passionate and at times volatile, but always bound by love. Neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. There was never any intent of physical or emotional harm. Amber wishes the best for Johnny in the future. Amber will be donating financial proceeds from the divorce to a charity.
What happened after this joint statement was issued, Mr. Depp?
What happened after that? I suppose, you know, the next move was to start making payments to Ms. Heard. They were scheduled payments, and then at a certain point, Ms. Heard had made statements to the press saying that the $7 million was going to be, $7 million was the settlement, and that $7 million was going to be split up between two charities. One was the ACLU, and the other was the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, which, in fact, was a breach of the agreement. Neither one of us were supposed to speak about details, money, anything of that nature. So when Ms. Heard breached that agreement, that was when I asked Ed White, my business manager, to send the first payments directly to the charities in Ms. Heard's name. And after I did that, Ms. Heard was very, very angry that I had made those first payments, and she went into a kind of a tirade about how I should be charged double the 7. I should be charged $14 million, so that because she thought that I was looking for a tax break.
Mr. Depp, between the time that the joint statement was released and the time that the op-ed came out, how many movies did you work on in that time period, if you can recall?
When did the joint statement come out? Was it, I'm sorry.
Could we scroll up, please? I'll withdraw the question for the moment. In the time leading from the divorce through the, in the time period between when your divorce was finalized and the release of the op-ed in December 2018, do you have an estimate as to how many television or movie projects you worked on?
I don't exactly. I believe there was another, maybe a smaller tour with the vampires, and and I can't. I don't remember. It's hard to remember. I've done too many movies.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Your Honor, I apologize. Can we please move into evidence exhibit 408?
All right, any objection to 408?
Yes, Your Honor. I think we don't have any objection to the joint statement that was read, but the rest of the article contains hearsay statements that we need to be redacted.
We can redact that and put it in
So you owe me a
tomorrow.
redacted 408 with just a statement then? Is that what you're talking about?
Just that second to last
Okay.
paragraph.
All right. That statement will be in evidence once we get it redacted. Okay.
All right, thank you. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Mr. Depp, do you recognize this document?
Excuse me. Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is Ms. Heard's op-ed for the Washington Post that I believe came out in December of 18. I recognize, yes, I certainly remember this.
And have you actually read this op-ed?
Yes, I have.
And what do you think of it, its contents?
Well, it was a hell of a start, I'd say, in terms of the title. If you could, can we scroll down a little bit, just for a second? Because I'd like to make a point. Reading it and reading the words that she had written about what was obviously it was obviously referring to our relationship. It was obviously referring to me 2 years ago. It all matched up, and so it was clearly about me. And then I read the rest of the article where she talks about, if you could go down, scroll down just a little bit. After the imagine a powerful man as a ship thing. Because she goes into, she talks about, in this section of the piece, she talks about the plight of women, not just in Hollywood, but in general in the world. And there were many things that I did not disagree with in terms of this part of the article. I understand anyone's passion to right the wrongs that have been done for countless years against any being who's suffered at the hands of domestic violence, be it women, men, children. That's something, of course, coming from my background, that I am very, very against any bullying of any human being, any forced violence, any injustice committed against any human being. So all this part of the article was strangely, I mean, I understood it very well, and I can applaud some of this. I can absolutely say that I believe that it was very well done with regard to violence against women or violence against anyone. It just seemed kind of a strange other side, like like a two-headed coin.
Mr. Depp, did you experience any consequences after the release of the op-ed?
Absolutely.
And what were
Yes.
those?
Oh, I believe it was, I don't think it took Disney very long, maybe a couple of days, to announce that that I had been removed from the Pirates of the Caribbean films franchise, which I learned about reading in reading one of these type of, some magazine, or the article where Sean Bailey was quoted, which was very odd to me, as I have had many creative conversations with the Disney people, even to the point of where they were asking me to come back and write Pirates.
No.
Sorry.
What Disney executives told him is hearsay.
Right.
We can move on.
If you want to just restart.
So, I see.
Go ahead.
So I can read it out of someone's article, but not from the man's mouth. Is that what happens?
Next question.
Mr. Depp, what to your understanding is the status of Pirates 6?
At this point?
Yes.
I believe it's in dangle mode.
Mr. Depp, have you ever physically assaulted Miss Heard?
Never.
Have you ever sexually assaulted Miss Heard?
Never. Certainly not.
What have you lost as a result of Miss Heard making these allegations against you?
Nothing less than everything. Nothing less than everything. Because when the allegations were made, when the allegations were rapidly circling the globe, telling people that I was a drunken, cocaine-fueled menace who beat women suddenly in my 50s. It's over. You know, you're done. So, what did it do to me? What effect did it have on me? I'll put it to you this way. No matter the outcome of this trial, the second the allegations were made against me, the accusations, the second that more and more of these things, as I said, metastasized and turned into fodder for once that happens, or once that happened, I lost then. That is to say, I lost because that is not a thing that anyone is gonna just put on your back for a short period of time. I will live with that for the rest of my life because of the allegations and because it was such a high-profile case. So I lost then, no matter the outcome of this trial. I'll carry that for the rest of my days. And it never had to be that way. It never had to happen. And I don't quite understand why it did in the way that it did.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. I think I assume you'd rather start tomorrow morning, is that correct?
I'm perfectly happy to start now, Your Honor, or tomorrow morning, whatever Your Honor prefers.
Why don't we go ahead and start a little bit today, just because time is not on our side. Okay?
Certainly.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Mr. Depp.
Good afternoon, Mr. Roddenborn.
I'm happy that in the last little bit we've gotten to the reason why we're here, and I'd like to start with that. If you could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2, Michelle. Next page. Your Honor, I believe this is either in evidence or has been stipulated as part of the opening.
I assume no objection to two.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
This article, this opinion piece in the middle of the page there, Mr. Depp, this is the opinion piece that Amber Heard wrote in the Washington Post that was published on December 18th, 2018, correct?
Doesn't that say December 19th on it? At the top of the page, doesn't that say December 19th, 2018?
Go ahead and blow that up,
I believe that the
Michelle.
2018 was the online, was it not?
Okay, so December 18th, December 19th, this piece in the middle of the page is the opinion piece Ms. Heard wrote, right?
Could you make it a little bigger? My eyes
Sure.
are getting smaller.
And this is what you're suing her over, correct?
I'm suing her over defamation and the various falsities that she used to bring my life to an end.
And you understand, Mr.
Many
Depp,
things.
you understand, Mr. Depp, that you cannot, you are not suing her for any damage, alleged damage, or any accusations she made prior to writing this article. You're aware of that. You'd agree with that, right?
Could you say that again, Mr. Rottenborn?
You are not bringing a lawsuit against her, bringing her into court in Virginia for anything that she did prior to writing this article, correct? You know that you can't do that, right?
I have to say that I, as I said, At the top of this, I've never seen this version of the op-ed piece. The version that I saw was the other one that I identified that was on the 18th. This is on the 19th. I believe the 18th
And
was
2 years
quite
before,
possibly, was quite possibly, maybe that was the online version that came out first.
2 years
So,
before
there's a
either the
very
online or the
different-
print.
I'm sorry, I was just
No,
going to finish
I
my
think you
answer.
answered my question, sir. Thank you.
Oh.
2 years before the online and the print version came out,
Mm-hmm.
in 2016, Amber obtained a domestic violence restraining order against you from a California court, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in obtaining that domestic violence restraining order in May 2016, she accused you of domestic abuse, right?
Yes, sir.
And Michelle, if you could blow up the third paragraph down, please. And in the opinion piece that's before you, published in the Washington Post, she wrote, "Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse." Correct?
I can't say correct. She wrote it.
And the
Or
piece
somebody did.
doesn't contain your name, correct?
No, it does not, no.
And other than mentioning the fact of abuse accusations that were made 2 years prior to the publication of this article, the opinion piece doesn't contain any details of your time together, correct?
Oh, I think that I think it's very easy to write a piece and put the finger on someone without saying their name. There are sneaky ways of writing things. And as I've seen also what the ACLU and their team had to say, they clearly described to Ms. Hurd that...
I'll move to strike this as hearsay, Your Honor.
All right, I'll do that. Next,
And I appreciate...
Sorry, it's evidence.
next question, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, I appreciate you've gotten a lot of chance to talk, and I'm trying to be respectful of the court's time and the jury's time. So I'm going to ask you that question again, because I think it's a pretty simple yes or no question, which is...
You'd like it to be, sir. Nothing simple in this case.
Other than mentioning the fact of abuse accusations made 2 years prior, this opinion piece does not contain any details of your time together. Yes or no?
It contains fragments. This piece here, I don't know, is this word for word with the other piece?
And the article discusses proposed legislation, which you just talked about, correct? You'd agree with that, right?
Yes, yeah.
And it discusses Amber's experiences after she had separated from you. You'd agree with that, right?
2 years ago, I became the public face for domestic violence. 2018, 2016, it seemed to me that the puzzle was going to work no matter your angle, sir.
Okay. So I'll take that response as a no, that this piece does not discuss this piece does not discuss anything prior to Ms. Hurd separating from you, and it only discusses her experiences, her biographical experiences after she separated from you. Correct?
I can't say that.
Okay. Now, you're claiming that due to Amber's allegations of abuse, you can't be in Pirates 6, correct?
I'm saying that after everything had basically hit its media targets and the hit pieces kept coming, it would be, I would be a real simpleton to not think that there was an effect on my career based on Ms. Hurd's words, whether they mention my name or not.
You became aware prior to the publication of this op-ed that you were likely out for Pirates 6. that Disney was considering dropping or dramatically shrinking your role, correct?
No.
Can you pull up Defense Exhibit 113, please? Let's go to, let's go to 114, please.
Are you changing on me?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Your Honor, but it's the next one, so it's.
Okay, 114? All right.
Oh, sorry, one more. Let's 115, please.
115.
Oh, it's 25th October 2018. Hide in a row.
Mr. Depp, do you see?
Personal dramas, yes.
Sorry.
Do you have the question, Mr. Rodman?
I did. I was just giving him time to read. Do you see the date of this article beneath those bullet points is October 25th, 2018? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And do you see that the headline, Hide the Rum, Johnny Depp is out
Your
as
Honor,
Jack
this is-
Sparrow in Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean?
Yes.
Objection, hearsay.
Hearsay objection.
I was asking if he became aware. I'm not offering an article for the truth.
This
It's
is
his
an
awareness.
article from the Daily Mail, Your Honor.
Right. I'm asking if his awareness that he was likely
I'll
out.
allow that question.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, Mr. Depp,
yes, sir.
Were you aware that as of October 25th, 2018, about 2 months before this op-ed was published, that it was being reported, as it is in this article, that Johnny Depp is out as Jack Sparrow in Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean film franchise as actor battles financial issues and personal dramas? Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that, but it doesn't surprise me given that 2 years had gone by of just constant worldwide talk about me being this wife beater.
Understood, but
so I'm sure that Disney was trying to cut ties to be safe. The Me Too movement was in full swing at that point.
Right, and to the extent they were trying to cut ties to be safe, that was as long as 2 months before you wrote the op-ed.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it if you can answer it.
I'm sorry, the question?
To the extent that Disney was trying to cut ties with you, as you say, to be safe, that was as much as 2 months prior to you publish or to Ms. Heard publishing the op-ed in the Washington Post, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I'll allow it if you can answer it.
October is 2 months before December. That's correct. But it's odd that they were going to release me from my role as Captain Jack Sparrow, but yet kept me on every ride across the world. In the Pirates of the Caribbean rides, I'm in the Los Angeles or the Hollywood one or whatever it is, 3 or 4 times, Shanghai, I mean all over the world. So they didn't remove my character from the rides. They didn't stop selling merchandise of Captain Jack Sparrow. They didn't stop selling dolls of Captain Jack Sparrow. They didn't stop selling anything. They just didn't want there to be something trailing behind me that they'd find.
And you aren't aware, you said Pirate 6 in your view is dangling. You're not aware of if or when Pirate 6 will be made, correct?
No, sir. No.
And the fact is, Mr. Depp, if Disney came to you with $300 million and 1 million alpacas, nothing on this earth would get you to go back and work with Disney on a Pirates of the Caribbean film, correct?
That is true, Mr. Rottenborn.
And you couldn't identify a single movie that you did between the divorce and the op-ed in response to Ms. Meyer's questions just now. You said there was a small tour of your band between that, but you couldn't identify a single movie that you did in the year or two prior to the op-ed, correct?
I have to tell you that when I'm working on a film, I do my work, and when I'm wrapped on that film, I've done my work, and I move on to the next. So I haven't seen the majority of my films. I've seen a few only if I had to, but so it doesn't come right away to my head. Films are not the first thing that I think about.
And you spent a long time talking about the impact of the abuse allegations made in Ms. Heard's obtaining the temporary restraining order or the domestic violence restraining order in May 2016, right?
Sure.
And you testified that you wanted to fight it, right? But the fact is, you never fought the allegations in court in 2016. It was only after Ms. Heard published this op-ed in 2018 that you fought them. You never tried to fight them in 2016, did you?
I was advised by my attorneys not to fight.
In fact, you signed not only we read a statement, but let's pull up. Let's pull up DX 1458, please. And Mr. Depp, you see that this says marriage of Depp, correct?
I see that.
It's a legal document. Can you scroll to the signature page, Michelle, please? This was a document that you signed as part of your divorce proceedings, correct?
That's my signature indeed, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, move for admission of this document.
Any objection to that document?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 1458 in evidence.
May we publish, please?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Depp, that is your signature on the right, correct?
Yes, it is.
Dated August 15th, 2016, right?
That's what it says, yes.
And this is this is a document you signed, right?
For the third time, that is my signature, yes.
Can you go to paragraph 27, please?
Paragraph?
Paragraph 27.
Okay.
And this paragraph is a joint statement that both sides agreed to release. And if you look in the block quote there, it contains the quote, contains the statement, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. Neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. Did I read that right?
You did, Mr. Roddenborn.
Take that down, Michelle. And that was a document you signed in August of 2016, correct?
Is that the same one that I signed 3 times before? Yes,
Yeah.
that's the 4th.
Well, I wanted to make clear that you signed
made it
that in
clear.
the summer of 2016, 2 years before Ms. Heard published her op-ed. I don't have anything else for the day, Your Honor.
Okay, you want to, okay, all right, we'll go ahead and take our evening.
If that's okay.
That works for me. I was going to stop you at 5 o'clock anyway, so that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that'll conclude our day-to-day. Again, don't do any outside research, do not talk to anybody, we'll see you in the morning, okay? All right, have a good evening.
All right, everybody, you have been watching Johnny Depp under cross-examination in the $50 million defamation case that he's brought against his ex-wife, Amber Heard. Depp suing over an op-ed in 2018 in the Washington Post where she characterized herself as a survivor of domestic abuse. He says it ruined his career. Depp's lawyer is introducing recordings of the couple's arguments into evidence this afternoon as well. Back with us, MSNBC legal analyst and former prosecutor Kristen Gibbons. That was a fairly short, I got to say, cross-examination, Kristen. I expected it to be a lot longer than that. Nonetheless, it seemed as if in the cross, there was certainly a real tactic there in identifying the fact that this defamation suit literally just applies to the op-ed written December of 2018 by Amber Heard. Nothing leading up to that op-ed and all the testimony that Depp gave earlier.
Yeah, and keep in mind, his cross-examination is not over. This was very effective because as the jury leaves tonight, they're going to take with them the fact that, one, it appears that Disney was going to fire or terminate, terminate Mr. Depp prior to the release or publication of that op-ed. And two, he never challenged any domestic violence allegations in the past. And three, most importantly, like you pointed out, it doesn't appear as though, it's only the publication, nothing else.
Well, and it's interesting because if you reread that op-ed, there is no mention of Johnny Depp's name in that op-ed. The only mention that she makes of any reference to her relationship with him is saying, 2 years ago, I became the face of domestic abuse, she says in her op-ed, and then mentions at one point how people said to her she wouldn't get jobs anymore, she wouldn't be cast. So she's referring to her life as an adult because she does talk about how she was exposed to domestic abuse as a child as well. So if you're reading through that op-ed, you could maybe assume she was referencing Johnny Depp, but there really is no mention, if he is just suing about this Washington Post op-ed, of Johnny Depp.
That's right. You nipped it on the head. And I think one of the things the jury is going to take away from this, and hopefully it will come out through the cross-examination, is why on earth is he doing this?
Yeah.
Why is he bringing her into this? Is he jealous that she is now the face and trying to do something positive for other domestic violence survivors? And that's something that's going to be a major challenge for the Depp prosecutor, the Depp plaintiff side in this case.
Yeah, and this is going to be going on for quite some time. As we were speaking about a little bit earlier, they're expecting this to drag on for some weeks or so. And so, of course, that's wrapping up our coverage of this trial for today. Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, thank you for sticking with us through it. We very much appreciate it. Fantastic analysis on all sides for that. That does it for us, everybody. Tom Costello is in for Hallie Jackson right now.
We do breaking news here on News Now, and we are coming on the air with a lot of it this hour, starting with the confusion over masks on public transportation, with the White House repeating that it is up to individuals, you and me, to decide what's best for us, even as the CDC weighs an appeal that could have massive ramifications for future public health measures. Coming up, our doctor is going to lay out the risks we all face when flying. Plus, a Ukrainian commander in Mariupol says the city is facing its last days, if not hours, as Russia continues its attack. What we're hearing now from President Biden just moments ago on what the U.S. will do next. And Johnny Depp moments ago leaving the courtroom after being cross-examined in day 2 of his testimony. He says his former wife instigated the fights to satisfy a need for conflict. We're going to break it all down, what's at stake and what this trial could mean for domestic abuse survivors. Also tonight, Florida Republicans taking another step towards revoking that special protection for Disney because Disney opposes the state's so-called Don't Say Gay law, the latest in the battle over the happiest place on earth. And later in the show, tennis fans won't get to see some of the world's best players at Wimbledon this year with a new ban on Russian and Belarusian stars. We'll get reaction from a former player on what some are calling discrimination. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom Costello, in for Hallie Jackson tonight. The question many are still asking is this: why is the CDC taking so long to decide whether to push for another mask mandate after its original order was struck down by a Florida judge? The White House press secretary today, in lockstep with President Biden, saying right now it's up to you.
People are not legally bound to wear masks, so it is a point in time where it is up to people. It is their choice.
The ball is in the CDC's court while it evaluates the latest data on the new COVID variant. So to be clear, it's still recommending that everyone wears a mask while traveling, but the Justice Department says it will back the CDC if it wants to appeal the judge's order that struck down the national mask order on planes, trains, and buses. In a statement today, Justice saying it continues to believe that the order requiring masking on transportation falls under the CDC's authority to protect the public health. A federal judge, a federal government official tells me, actually, the CDC is going to continue evaluating the latest COVID data before it tells Justice what to do, which means, for now, the mask requirement is very much dead. NBC's Pete Williams covers the Justice Department, and he's here to help sort it all out. You and I have been talking about this, and it's confusing because on the one hand, the CDC would like its order to go through, and it needs to try to essentially protect the precedent. It doesn't want this judge's order to be the precedent, which in the future kills public health orders.
Right. So two very different interests. I think as a practical matter, the current mask mandate or anything like it is a dead letter. That's just not going to be revised. The Justice Department could have, in the minutes and hours after the judge ruled on this on Tampa on Monday, immediately have gone to the Court of Appeals to seek a stay. It didn't do that. So the only option the government has now is to appeal the judge's ruling. It has 60 days to decide whether to appeal. And once it gets to the Court of Appeals, you're probably looking at another year before the Court of Appeals decides it. So this process of appeal is not going to bring the current mask mandate back. That is a dead letter. As you say, the point of appeal would be to try to erase this to be used as any kind of limit on the CDC's future authority.
And let's be clear, if it's not this pandemic, it could be another one.
Sure, or some other public health emergency that doesn't require the CDC to require everybody to wear masks, but maybe says everybody has to do something else to stop the spread of some disease. Could the CDC do that? That's what they're concerned about here.
So to be clear, the Biden administration, if it does, in fact, through the DOJ, pursue the appeal, yes, it would be acting not only in its own interest, but also future administrations and their CDCs.
Totally in the future. It's all about whether to leave this judge's ruling on the books. Now, this judge's ruling has very limited precedential effects. It's one judge in Tampa. That judge's opinion doesn't even bind any of the other federal judges in Florida, much less any judge anywhere else in the country. But it is a judge saying this about the CDC, and it could cause some concern in the future about whether the CDC can use authority like this. So the government has to decide whether to appeal. The risk of this, Tom, of course, is that they appeal to the 11th Circuit and lose there.
It's a conservative appeals court.
Yeah, and then you don't just have a single district court judge. Now you have an appeals court ruling. And, so I frankly would be kind of surprised if they do appeal, as much as they hate this rule.
All right. Pete, thank you. Pete Williams. Let's bring in now Dr. John Torres, because there are several questions we want to get to just on a public health front. So, Dr. Torres, we've got people celebrating. Others are concerned. Here's what some had to say about this today.
It's a lot of unexplained things going on. It's like 1 minute wear them, 1 minute don't wear them. So, hey, I'm keeping mine on.
I've been waiting for the mask to come off because I think it's a little bit of a hassle when it's on your face all the time and stuff, and it's annoying.
I think it's a little bit premature. We're seeing cases rising in areas that have been mask-free for quite some time.
Okay, so John, what if you are one of those who has to ride public transportation, but among the 3% of Americans who are immunocompromised, or they still want to feel protected? Is it sufficient just to make just to mask up yourself?
And Tom, it actually depends, but it's the best you can do right now. And because of what's happening out there, you want to make sure that you have a KN95 or an N95 that's very well fitting. But remember, if you're on an airplane, the ventilation systems are very good. If you're within a couple rows, that's where it all stays in that area. So if you're outside of that area, not a big problem if somebody in the middle of it's sick. But if somebody's sitting next to you and they're sick, visibly sick, then obviously you're going to be more concerned. You can put a mask on. But if they're sitting next to you, they're asymptomatic, they could theoretically still spread it to you. So you want to be careful there. And this doesn't take into consideration buses and trains where the ventilation systems aren't as good. And you're talking, instead of a few rows, a whole car you have to worry about in that case. And so the best advice, and this is the best you can do right now for somebody who's immunocompromised, those under the age of 5 that can wear, so that's mostly 2 to 5-year-olds, those above the age of 65, just make sure you wear a well-fitting N95 or KN95. It gives you good protection, not absolute protection, but good protection. That's the best you can do right now, Tom.
Okay, we have this subvariant right now, with cases rising more than 22% over the past 2 weeks, with more than 41,000 new cases a day. So what should people know about this new subvariant? How much more or less transmissible is it?
And Tom, this actually goes back to the last question as well. Number one, remember, we are still in this pandemic. Cases are still rising. And the one thing you need to look at is where are we going to go from there? Are they going to continue to rise? Well, this new subvariant, which is the BA.2.12.1, which tends to be about 25 to 35% more contagious than the regular BA.2, that can be a concern, and we think that's going to start taking over and become more dominant. One thing that is good, though, if anything is good out of this, is Omicron seems to be the one that's kind of taken over even with the subvariants. And if that stays stable, then that'll let researchers attack that one with the vaccines and the treatments, and we'll be able to have more long-term issues that can help out.
Okay, talk about boosters real quickly. From the chart we're going to show you, we still have half the population of vaccinated folks who've not gotten a booster. That would seem to be problematic.
That is problematic because we know that the original vaccines, after a 4 to 6 month time period, they tend to be wearing off, and that booster really helps boost up your antibodies. It also helps protect you from the serious illness, hospitalizations, or death. And so more people getting those would be beneficial to them and to public health measures around the country. But of course, that message has been somewhat confusing, and there are people who are against getting more shots. And now we have a second booster we're talking about, so it can all be a bit confusing, Tom. But the best advice is to make sure you get that booster.
John, thank you very much. John Torres, Dr. John Torres from our home state of Colorado. Thank you, John. To the war in Ukraine now, where President Biden is wrapping up a meeting with Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin and Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Mark Milley, saying he doesn't think Vladimir Putin counted on NATO sticking together.
Weapons and ammunition are flowing in daily, and we're seeing just how vital our alliances and partnerships are around the world. Our allies are stepping up, amplifying the impact of our response, and NATO is united, focused, and energized as it's ever been.
And Volodymyr Zelensky is pleading for help. The Ukrainian president saying the situation is, quote, extremely severe in Mariupol right now. Video from Russian state media shows a drone over the steel factory in the city where Ukrainian troops are essentially buying time as city officials try to evacuate thousands of people on buses. Ukrainian officials also say the Russians have made that very difficult. And according to Ukraine's commander in Mariupol, time may have already run out.
Це наше звернення до світу. Це може бути нашим останнім зверненням. В нас, можливо, залишились лічні дні або години.
Alia Rusi is in Lviv, Ukraine for us. Ari, it's haunting to think of what these people are going through. They know they're probably going to die there, fighting to protect civilians and their families for as long as they can. So how long can Mariupol hang on?
Hi, Tom. Well, look, these guys have been fighting really hard there for the last 56 days, but it looks like now they are finally outnumbered, outgunned, and unfortunately, it seems like it's just a matter of very short time before Mariupol falls into the hands of the Russians. We just heard from one of the deputy commanders of the Azov Brigade, which is a different unit there. Those guys had vowed to fight to the last drop of blood, the last bullet. They're even saying if a third party can broker a deal to get us, to get our family out of here, they'll take it because they know the odds are just so heavily stacked against them, and they want to be able to try and live to fight another day. So it is only a matter of short time that it looks like Mariupol will be in Russian hands.
So talk us through their mindset then. Why are they going to fight to the death? Why have they not taken the Russians up on the offer to get out, whether or not you can trust the Russians? Why are they decided to fight to the death? Is it to give family members and friends more time elsewhere in the country, to buy them time before the Russians come?
Well, one of the reasons is that they want to get their own family, the besieged people in Mariupol, and they've been saying up until today they'll fight to the death. But now, even though they are still fighting there now, they're looking at some way to get themselves and the besieged people out of that town because they know that they've totally lost hope in keeping that place. The Russians have thrown everything they have at taking Mariupol. It's going to be a huge victory for Vladimir Putin, which he hasn't had in this war. and leading up to the 9th of May, which is Victory Day in Russia, where they celebrate the Nazi defeat in 1945. This is something that they can really sell to their domestic audience in Russia, that, look, we are gaining momentum here. We're reaching our objectives in Ukraine.
All right. Ari, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Stay safe there in Ukraine. Ari Arusi. Cross-examination just now getting started before we came on the air in the defamation trial between Johnny Depp and his ex-wife, Amber Heard. It'll pick up again tomorrow morning. Earlier, we got a peek at how Depp characterizes their past fights back when they were married. Depp saying his ex showed, quote, pure hatred for him. His lawyers played recordings of one of their fights for the jury. Just take a listen.
You're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you tough?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a baby.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the up, Johnny.
What was just played on the audio recordings, that was a sound that I had gotten very used to.
Depp says that he started recording their fights to show Heard the hurtful things she would say to him. Heard's representatives argue Depp's testimony does not hold up to the facts. Both of them have made serious accusations of domestic violence against each other. Depp suing Heard for $50 million, Heard countersuing for $100 million. The lawsuit stems from a 2018 op-ed that Heard wrote about surviving domestic violence. Depp said that ruined his reputation, even though Heard did not mention him by name. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos is joining me now. So, Danny, we heard that recording of a fight between Depp and Heard. How important is it to Depp's case that the jury hears that recording?
This is the kind of thing you see pretty commonly in trials now, is really crystal clear recordings. They're not grainy. You're going to see text messages, I imagine, other forms of communication, and that really brings home what was going on between this couple, this married couple, at the time. And I think there's a risk from both sides that the jury might just find neither of them credible and essentially say, as you see a lot of times, judges will tell you, they see this in divorce cases, that juries say, you know what, these two can just have each other.
Yeah, it does seem like just a typical fight, at least what we heard between spouses. We've talked about how high profile this case is, with two big celebrities and their reputations at stake. But there's also implications here for domestic abuse survivors nationwide. So what would a decision in this case mean for those people?
It's hard to say whether this case really has far-reaching implications for survivors of domestic abuse or even the Me Too movement, because what we're dealing with here is just such a unique couple in the sense that, both have evidence now on the record of, fights that you just might not see in other cases. But at the same time, this is a rare opportunity where a woman has brought allegations against a man in considerable power, that he has actually taken the stand and denied those. So we're seeing it actually go through the legal process and be tested under the crucible of cross-examination.
Okay, and over the course of the testimony, we've also heard Depp characterize Heard as somebody who is aggressive and wants to start a conflict. So let's listen to some of that.
She has a need for conflict. She has a need for violence. It erupts out of nowhere. It wasn't my girl. It was, she had become my opponent.
Yeah, Danny, Depp's team has the burden now of proving defamation. How are they doing so far? Can you tell?
It's hard to say. It all hinges on whether or not Johnny Depp is found credible. In watching this case, he could probably answer questions a lot shorter if I were advising him. I have no doubt his attorneys have been giving him this advice. Answer yes or no and move on. You're expounding, you're saying things like, I would never do something bad like that, or why would I do something bad like that? By the way, look for anyone who answers a question, did you hit her, with, why would I? Well, she's saying you did, so why would you is the question. Little things like that make Johnny Depp just a little bit less credible so far. But look, once Amber Heard takes a stand, it's possible she may be not very credible either. And if both sides are not credible, then Johnny Depp, who has the burden here, although not beyond a reasonable doubt, just a preponderance of the evidence, he might not meet his burden if the jury finds neither of them credible, 0%.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. If you or somebody you know is struggling with domestic violence, there is help available online at thehotline.com or over the phone using the number on your screen right now. Again, the hotline.org, not .com. Florida lawmakers are moving fast to strip Disney of its special status in the state. Senators and the Republican-controlled chamber backed the measure to essentially strip the company's self-governing power in a 23-16 vote. It now heads for a vote in the State House before going to the desk of Governor Ron DeSantis. Governor DeSantis called for lawmakers to consider stripping Disney of its self-governing power in a surprise announcement on Tuesday. Now, the move by DeSantis came after Disney leaders criticized legislation that critics dubbed the Don't Say Gay bill. It prevents classroom discussion of gender identity and sexual orientation in kindergarten through the 3rd grade. Kerry Sanders is back with us tonight to talk about this. Kerry, the State House is controlled by Republicans, so this sounds like a done deal. And has Disney said anything at all so far?
Disney has not made any public comments, but we should note, of course, that they have 30-plus lobbyists in Tallahassee who are probably working very furiously right now. As you noted, the Senate today in the State House did pass this on a 24 yeas to 15 nays, unanimous turning down by the Democrats, but it is controlled by the Republicans. And that's the same thing in the House. The House is 78 Republicans, 42 Democrats. So in all likelihood, this will pass maybe as early as tomorrow, and then ultimately it would require the signature from the governor to then become law, stripping away that autonomy that Disney World gets. It's unique. They're the only ones who have it. It dates back to 1967, and it's really, historians say, the reason that Disney World was able to build what they were able to build. They have their own self-governing system there on 40 square miles, about twice the size of Manhattan when you just consider how big that area is. But the Democrats say that they don't like the idea of this. One of the reasons about taking away that authority is then the debt gets transferred over to those who live in the 2 counties of Osceola County and Orange County. And it's estimated right now that the debt that would transfer over would work out to more than $2,000 per resident in Orange County and Osceola County. So it comes with a very hefty bill. The Democrats are upset because they say not only did this get pushed through rather hastily, but this decision to work towards removing their authority is really removed from Disney's support of trying to repeal the Don't Say Gay bill. That's what critics call the bill, or what is now the law, because the governor has signed it. And so if you want to listen to what the Democrats are saying, those, including one who is in the House who will be up for a vote as early as tomorrow, this is what she had to say.
It's clear to me that Governor DeSantis is more committed to bullying individuals and companies into submission than actually taking in collaborative feedback and allowing for there to be alternative perspectives and freedom of speech.
It is remarkable to see any governor, including Governor Ron DeSantis, taking on the mouse. I mean, Disney is the power in this state. It is the largest single-site employer in the state, responsible for billions of dollars in revenue. But the governor, not backing down.
Yeah. But, Kerry, I got to say, going to Disney World with the kids over the years, it's always surprised me that Disney has this special status, its own government, police, fire departments, etc. And I wonder, for example, as it relates to a police matter, how can a corporate police department investigate something that happens on corporate property? I think, but there may be bipartisan concern about the special status Disney has.
So let's talk about, first of all, about investigating and police. Actually, they are security on Disney. In fact, the framers of this, way back in the late 60s, they knew what they were doing. The authority for police functions is actually subcontracted over to the Orange County Sheriff's Department. So they are the authority, and they deal with that. The Reedy Creek Improvement District here, but the little area that Disney has of their own self-government is called the Reedy Creek Improvement District. And it got that name because, you know, back then it was swampland and a lot of dirt and needed to be pushed around to be turned into what it was. So it truly was an improvement district. But there was never going to be a sunset on it. And so that's why the governor has brought it forward to today and now challenging yeah, you know what? They're the only ones who have this, should they have it. But it's important to note that really this is a political move because no other businesses have either publicly or privately been pushing legislators to say, hey, why does Disney have this special status? Maybe we should have it too. They're not the only theme park in the state, obviously.
Yeah. Hey, Kerry, thanks, buddy. Appreciate your time, and thanks for the clarification.
Sure.
Other news, New Mexico regulators fining Rust Productions more than $136,000 for what they are calling, quote, plain indifference for employee safety after the killing of a cinematographer. You may recall it was Helena Hutchins with a gun held by Alec Baldwin on set. The report says management knew that the gun safety rules were not being followed, also confirming that a revolver was given to Baldwin, but without consulting with weapons specialists during or after the gun was loaded. The production company, responding to the report, says it plans to appeal. The report also says, quote, this tragic incident never would have happened if Rust Movie Productions had followed national film industry standards. Last October, Baldwin pointed a gun at Hutchins that went off, killing her and hurting the film's director, Joel Souza. Miguel Almaguer joins us now live from Los Angeles. Miguel, the production company plans to appeal, saying that it disagrees with these findings. So lay out the significance of all of this today.
So, Tom, the report and the investigation was conducted by New Mexico State's version of OSHA. They looked at all the missteps on set and what safety regulators say was not followed. The group only has the power to fine the employer or the production company in this case. They can't hold one person responsible. Their job is to simply find out if the company is liable for what went wrong. Because of the, quote, indifference to employee safety, Rust Management was then given the maximum fine of more than $136,000. But as you mentioned, the management team says the disagreement with they disagree with those findings, and they do plan to appeal, Tom.
All right, so the agency went through hundreds of pages of documents, reviewed over a dozen people, I believe, interviewed them, I should say. But there's also this criminal investigation, which is still ongoing. So how might the findings of this report impact that criminal investigation?
So the state report released today and the criminal investigation have no connection at all, at least not on paper. This investigation was simply about whether the company involved violated safety standards, which seems obvious since there was a loss of life here. But you can be certain that the sheriff's office and multiple people who filed civil lawsuits are carefully reading this report. It lays out what mistakes were made and if those people who could be responsible for them could potentially be prosecuted down the line.
All right. Well, that sets up my last question then. So what will this mean for Hutchins' family?
Well, so Hutchins' family has filed a civil lawsuit. Lawyers tell us they would essentially add this report to their lawsuit. It would give them the powerful investigation to cite as they move forward seeking those civil claims.
Hardest working guy in L.A., Miguel Almaguer. Thank you very much, buddy. Coming up, an Ohio doctor acquitted of murder, after being accused of killing patients with high doses of fentanyl. More on the verdict ahead. Rapper A$AP Rocky detained at LAX over a shooting that happened last year. We've got more details coming up after the break.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
Okay, let's go. The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
We're celebrating greatness, redefining what it means to be a family.
They say it takes a village, and you guys actually have created your own village.
We are ready, ready, ready. We got a little spring in our step.
Spring!
This is quite the spring break crowd.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Attorneys for families of the victims in the William Husel case say the families are frustrated and disappointed tonight after a jury in Columbus, Ohio found Husel not guilty on all 14 counts of murder against him. Husel was accused of speeding up the deaths of 14 critically ill patients from 2015 to 2018 by ordering what prosecutors said was 10 times the amount of fentanyl for end-of-life comfort care than what experts consider to be normal. Prosecutors called more than 50 witnesses, including medical experts, family members of patients who died, and Husel's former colleagues. His defense argued he was trying to give comfort care to patients near death. He faced 1 count of murder for each patient and potentially life in prison if he'd been convicted on only 1 of the counts. NBC breaking the news today on another story that rapper A$AP Rocky was detained this morning at LAX airport in connection to a shooting in November that, according to multiple law enforcement sources, A$AP Rocky, whose real name is Rakeem Myers, was arrested after he landed on a private plane from Barbados with his girlfriend Rihanna. The LAPD says Myers is suspected of assault with a deadly weapon after an argument with another person led to a handgun being fired. The victim suffered what police call a minor injury. Joining me now is Julia Ainsley, who helped break the story. So walk us through this if you could. What do we know about what led to the arrest?
Well, it's interesting, Tom. Actually, before today, we didn't even know about this shooting. All these details are coming out today. The LAPD interviewed a victim November 8th who said that he ran into Rocky on the street. Rocky made threats against him, fired 3 to 4 shots. It grazed his hand. And since then, they've been compiling an investigation as he was a key suspect, and he left to go to Barbados. They've essentially been waiting for him to come back from this vacation. Now that they've compiled enough, we don't know that charges have been filed yet, but we do know that he's under investigation and that they arrested him today. He landed from Barbados at LAX with Rihanna, a very pregnant Rihanna. I think she's 8 months pregnant now. And he apparently cooperated very easily and was taken into custody. And from there, they went to look at his house.
Okay, so do we know what happens next, assuming that he's going to have a court appearance soon?
Yeah, that's right. We're expecting charges next and then an arraignment hearing. And then we hope to get more details of exactly what led to this. Why did he have this altercation on the street? The way the victim describes it, it wasn't provoked. And that A$AP Rocky really just pinpointed, targeted him. But we don't know who that victim is yet and exactly what happened that night. There also seems to be, Tom, a getaway car. We understand that at 10:30 that night of November 6th in downtown LA, the LAPD were trying to follow Rocky's BMW and he got away. So that could be part of this. We expect more of those details to come out in court, though.
Julie Ainsley, thank you very much. On a new beat for yourself, right?
Very
the
much
new
so.
beat. Okay.
It surprised me today.
Thanks very much. Let's get you over to the 5 things that our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, a British judge formally approved the extradition of Julian Assange to the U.S. The WikiLeaks founder faces 17 charges of espionage and has fought for years to avoid a trial in the U.S. The case now goes to the UK government for a final decision. Number 2, Shanghai let 4 million people out of their homes today in an attempt to ease COVID restrictions. An official said parts of that city have the virus under control now for the first time since entering lockdown. Listen to this. 3 weeks ago, Chinese leaders have promised to reduce the human and economic cost of the lockdown. Number 3, an Arizona wildfire nearly doubled in size today, tearing through buildings and forcing the evacuation of more than 700 homes. The tunnel fire has burned more than 16,000 acres so far. Authorities say the flames are rapidly moving, hard to contain because of the strong winds. Number 4, a wildflower in Ecuador has been rediscovered decades after it was thought to be extinct. The neon orange flower was found by botanists in one of the country's rainforests. Scientists originally thought the plant was wiped out by plantations, but say finding it again gives them hope to preserve it. And here's number 5. Tennis star Maria Sharapova will soon have a new title, Mom. 5-time Grand Slam champion announcing on social media that she's pregnant with her first child. Sharapova retired from the sport in 2020, and she says she's ready for, quote, precious beginnings. Still to come, if you have a Netflix account, listen up. Changes could be coming after the company reported a big drop in subscribers. That led to a big drop in its stock price. What that could mean for you at home, next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. All this month,
How urgent is our position as far as our climate's concerned?
exploring innovative new steps to save our wildlife
We're going to go find some bison.
and protect our planet. Only on Today.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, it could be one of the largest cash settlements with the Catholic Church in the U.S. We'll tell you how much of a New Jersey diocese has agreed to pay alleged victims later coming up in the local. Netflix shares today dropped more than 35%, wiping out $50 billion in market value. It comes after the company's earnings report showed that Netflix lost 200,000 subscribers in the first quarter of the year, with even more expected in the current quarter. So the streamer might be making some major changes in the near future, like cracking down on something like 100 million households that don't pay because they're using somebody else's passwords. Don't listen to this, kids. Possibly adding a lower-priced ad-supported version and less spending on content. Like a lot of businesses, they were hit by the pandemic, right? People were all about it when lockdowns kept everybody at home, sending the company's share price to record highs. But easing COVID restrictions and competition from Peacock and Hulu and HBO Max and others, all of that coming with a whole new set of challenges. Emily Ikeda joins me now. Emily, you know, people really are back at work, right? They've left the house, they're not there all the time, and people are cutting the cable.
Yeah, and we're seeing that effect really in the numbers for Netflix. Netflix, for the first time in more than a decade, seeing a loss in subscriptions, and they anticipate they could see the number increase to closer to 2 million for this period. And such a stark change in numbers has prompted the company to really take a step back and say, okay, we need to look at what changes can be made. One change that you have brought up that is really a particular note is the fact that they're looking at a lower priced plan with ads. That's something that Netflix has for years been staunchly against, but now with the competition really succeeding and also incorporating ads, Netflix is acknowledging, okay, this is something that we might have to also mirror and introduce to our streaming platform, Tom.
Yeah, so let's get back to this number now. 100 million households sharing passwords right now, and they want people to pay. You know, it seems to me it's one thing if you want to use your same Netflix account at home, and then you have a vacation home, for example. You want to use that at your vacation home. And listen, I'm going to just admit it. I, like a lot of parents out there, let their kids who have their own apartment use our Netflix account. So do we know anything about how they might go about enforcing this? Might they cut me and the kids off from sharing that one account?
Yeah, I think Netflix has been aware this has been a thing that has been happening, and they actually have said that they've been considering cracking down on the sharing of passwords for years now. But considering its success in the past 2 years, it really wasn't a top priority. Well, now things have certainly changed, and so they're looking at, okay, how can we make money off of people sharing passwords? Right now, Netflix is actually running a trial in several Latin American countries where essentially when one household shares its password with another household, it asks them to pay just a discounted price, but a slight upcharge of something like $3. And so that is one consideration. Are they going to expand that trial across the globe? But it's global strategy. It's still not definitive, though it does say we could see changes as early as next year.
Yeah, I've got family living in Belgium, and they also watch Netflix as well. People have so much choice right now when it comes to streaming. So what kind of ripple effect could we be talking about here with Netflix, especially for other streaming services that we all use?
Yeah, well, Netflix has for a long time been the front runner in this streaming race, boasting, as you mentioned, 220 million subscribers. And so it's largely been regarded as a bellwether for the streaming industry. But now with Netflix facing these obstacles and its stock really plummeting, we're also seeing other media giant stock impacted today. And so really experts are saying this is a sign that streaming has limits. Tom?
Yeah. I guess it does. Thank you. Too much of a good thing, right? Thank you very much, Emily Ikeda. Breaking at this hour, smoke billowing into the air in New Jersey due to a huge fire involving New Jersey transit buses. Look at that. This is just coming in. At least 6 of the 7 buses could be seen up in flames in North Bergen, which is just across the Hudson River from Manhattan just a short time ago. Police say no one has been hurt in the fire, but they do expect big traffic delays in the area during this evening's rush hour as they work to put it all out. I used to be in that rush hour. It can be a mess. Still ahead, tennis players from Russia and Belarus will not be allowed to play at Wimbledon this year. It's all about the war in Ukraine, how athletes are reacting, and what this means for the tournament. And more changes brewing, get this, at Starbucks, after stores in Virginia vote to unionize. That's coming up in the local.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
We're celebrating greatness, redefining what it means to be a family.
They say it takes a village, and you guys actually have created your own village.
We are ready, ready, ready. We got a little spring in our step.
Spring!
This is quite the spring break crowd.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news. Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
All right, we know marijuana is bringing big business to cities like my hometown of Denver, but some are saying it's high time, to address inequality or inequity surrounding the use of cannabis. More in the original in just a bit. But first, NBC News covers hundreds of stories each day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it all for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Northeast Bureau, a New Jersey Catholic diocese has agreed to pay over $87 million to settle claims involving clergy abuse. The money would go to about 300 alleged victims. If approved, this would be one of the largest cash settlements involving the Catholic Church in the U.S. From our D.C. Bureau, 5 Virginia Starbucks have become the first to essentially unionize in the state. The stores are all in the Richmond area. We've been staying on top of this for a while, watching the organizing effort within the coffee chain. The store's efforts even got the attention of Senator Bernie Sanders, who tweeted out his support. And from our Southeast Bureau, Florida Chihuahua has been named the world's oldest living dog by Guinness World Records. Toby Keith is the name, 21 years old, living in Palm Beach County. And to celebrate the news, Toby Keith was treated to a bath, a nail trim, and a car ride. It's good to be a dog. Prince Harry is sitting down for an exclusive interview with the Today Show's Hoda Kotb at the 2022 Invictus Games. He opened up about his recent visit with his grandmother, the Queen, who he says at 96 is bored with birthdays. He also says he's gotten very comfortable living in the U.S. after breaking off his royal duties 2 years ago.
Home for me now is for the time being, it's in the States.
and it feels that way as well.
Your grandmother's going to be 96.
Yeah.
What's the best thing about her?
It's her sense of humour. I think after a certain age, you get bored of birthdays.
You do? You think she's bored of her 96? She won't be bored of the Jubilee, will she?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so. she's had a few Jubilees now, so everyone is slightly different.
Board of birthdays, the Invictus Games, where Hoda spoke to Prince Harry, are a sporting event for injured service members and their families. Speaking of the UK, today more consequences for Moscow because of its war with Ukraine, because the All England Club is banning all players from Russia and Belarus from Wimbledon. In a statement, the club says that given the profile of the championships, it's their responsibility to play a part in the effort of the UK government to, quote, limit Russia's global influence through the strongest means possible. And that means tennis fans are going to miss out on 5 top 20 players. That includes Russia's Daniil Medvedev, the #2 men's player in the U.S., Open champion and Belarus's Victoria Azarenka is also on the list, the former world women's #1 and a 2-time Australian Open champ. I want to bring in former player and coach Brad Gilbert. He's currently a tennis analyst for ESPN. Brad, can we start with your reaction to this decision by the New England club? Do you think it's the right move? Is it fair to the players?
Well, I mean, I was a bit surprised by it, Tom. Obviously, the club is a private club. This is not from the government. This is from the club. And go way back to 1973. When Wimbledon did not allow Niki Pilic, who was from then Yugoslavia, to play the tournament because he did not sign up to play for Davis Cup. That's when all of the young ATP players, which had just been formed, the Association of Tennis Professionals, boycotted Wimbledon. About 90 of the top 100 didn't play. The event went on. And also at World Championships in badminton, the Russian team was not allowed to play. That's a team. In tennis, you're like an individual contractor. So it's a little bit disappointing that the players will not be allowed to play. The Belarusians will not be allowed to play, but the event will go on. It'll be interesting to see how the fellow players, men's and women's, will react to this situation with the Russian and Belarusians not being allowed to play.
Okay, to that point, the Women's Tennis Association is slamming the move, saying that even though they condemn the war, individual athletes should not be penalized or prevented from competing because of where they're from or the decisions made by their governments, calling it discrimination. And plenty of Russian athletes have gotten questions, like in the U.S. with NHL players. So explain for our viewers, it's not like these players would be competing for Russia. As you mentioned, they are individuals.
Well, first of all, it's a deplorable situation, what's happening with the war. But right now, with the ATP and the WTA, when you see #2 in the world, Daniil Medvedev, you don't see Russia, you see no country. Same with Rublev. When Rublev signed a lens in Dubai, when he won the tournament, he wrote a message about peace. So all the players right now playing for Russia and Belarus in tournaments around the world have no country by their name. So this is, a strong stance that Wimbledon is taking and saying, you know what? We are not allowing these players to play. It's not their fault, but it's their country's fault. So
yeah, but let me play devil's advocate with you here, because if we are, in fact, as some have suggested, so close to conflict with Russia, if NATO is involved, if the EU is involved, the entire world is trying to tell Russia this is inexcusable and will not be tolerated, ratcheting up pressure in every possible venue, it seems to me, is the only option that the rest of the world has right now.
Well, that was always the possibility, Tom, and maybe this is is the beginning of it. Obviously, we're seeing some of the billionaires, in Europe, in England, have, some tariffs put against them, boats taken away. But this is the first, take against athletes, individual athletes who are individual contractors in this situation. Will this then affect other sports as well? Olympic sports, team sports. There's many prominent Russian soccer players. So where will this go to the next level? But I like to think that athletes, they're in a different category. But I guess, unfortunately, everything is fair game at the moment.
Yeah. Brad Gilbert, thank you. Always great to hear your thoughts. Thank you, sir.
Have a good night, buddy.
All right, you too, man. After the break, a new marijuana license in Denver is sparking up business opportunities and some serious change. We're going to explain it in tonight's original. That's next.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. All this month,
How urgent is our position as far as our climate's concerned?
exploring innovative new steps to save our wildlife.
We're going to go find some bison.
And protect our planet. Only on Today. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now.